We're home in Ukraine. We believe in the armed forces of Ukraine, and we believe in the victory in one another. And we want to see Ukraine a free, European, independent, successful country with developed and competitive economy. Our victory is to act effectively here and now and to work together on the strategies of the further recovery and development of Ukraine. So I hereby open the KIEF International Economic Forum. Now I'd like to pass the floor to the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal. So I wish all of you good health. Good morning, dear colleagues, Ukrainians. For almost 9 years, we've already been in the stage of the full-scale war. We are fighting for freedom and independence. So those were some of the coverage of those difficulties, but still we're all at home. We know what to do, and that's most important. In the first days, some say that we would be defeated in a couple of days, but still we're holding. For 9 months already, we learned how to live with that. I mean, some missiles are flying over Ukraine, trying to hit our gas production facilities, Pivdenmash, and some of the other facilities. But still, we know how to hold on the occupying forces. We understand the taste of victory from the counter-offensives. We will surely be victorious and will surely become a part of the European Union. We'll join NATO, and I'm grateful to the defenders of Ukraine. I'm grateful to you, dear friends and colleagues, those business owners, those who provide more income to the budget, allowing our defenders to continue fighting. A thank to everyone who makes Ukraine stronger. We'll still have a lot of work to do in future to hold on the economy, to recover the economy, to build it better than it was before. Really, this is a period of losses, but yet again, this is also a period of new opportunities because we'll be building much better than we had before. Surely everyone understands how difficult this task is. And yesterday we had a meeting with the World Bank, and we've talked about some of the major directions for recovery. We talked about the assessment of losses as of June this year. The World Bank has assessed our losses at $350 billion US. Surely we'll have the assessment at the end of the year. It will be much greater, but still we understand this, our losses and damages on the one hand, but on the other hand, this is the future contracts, future projects and future recovery. We realize that the export has dropped by 1/3. We understand that there was a very significant blow to our industry being dealt, and some of the largest industries are being destroyed. The MK, Avdiivsky coke plant, and also some of the other plants. Surely it's very difficult to recover, to rebuild all those factories, and we'll need to make a lot of work. And we'll have to focus on small and medium enterprises. We'll have to focus on some of the new directions for Ukraine, despite the recovery of the metal processing and steel alloy processing. But still, in terms of the agricultural area, a lot of equipment being destroyed. Then there's mining, the occupation of some of the agricultural regions, almost a third of Ukraine, around 200 square kilometers are contaminated with shells, with unexploded shells, and we are the most contaminated area and the most contaminated country with mines, with unexploded ammunition. So this is a very significant work that we need to do in order to make sure we're developing our country for the better in future. Then we do have some losses in investments and losses of businesses. as well as losses of stocks. And this is only part of the challenges. Then we have some difficulties in logistics, the increased cost of transportation, the reduction of the buying capacity of the citizen over the past month. We are having the situation which is called the energy terror, meaning our energy infrastructure is under fire. And as we speak, this terror continues. We can see all those problems and we respond to all of them. As a government, we have created the alternative logistic route through the western borders and through the port cities of our partners. We are increasing the capacity. We are trying to speed up the logistics. We're talking to partners and European partners every day. We are talking with financial organizations. Just yesterday, we had this conversation with the World Bank. That was just one of the directions. And there's the money allocated by the European Commission and the World Bank that will allow us to proceed with the logistics. We are opening the entry point in border crossing points with Romania, with some of the other countries. And in addition to those border crossing points, in addition to facilitation of logistics, and there's also risk-oriented system. There's scanners to speed up the processing capacities for the border crossings. Now, the state and the business managed to stabilize the prices for the fuel. I thank to the business for that. That was a very difficult period during spring and summer when we had a fuel crisis. We've increased the import, we've created stocks, and we've turned the economy to the military mode, so to say, and now almost around 1,000 of different enterprises are currently working to supply the defense needs of our countries. In the first month, we've reduced the taxation burden. We've introduced a simpler taxation mode. We've introduced this 2% of taxes. Then we've cancelled the payment for the land plots in the areas temporarily occupied by Russians. We've also introduced new achievements for the residents of the DO city. We've also simplified the procedures in terms of permits and certificates. We've cancelled around 600 permits for the time of the war, but I think many of those certificates will remain cancelled after the war, including the permits. And of course, you're continuing the validity of different certificates and permits that were issued before the war. Then there is this program 579 that's about loans, that's about credits. Surely we understand there is an issues with liquidity, but those programs continue working. They will continue to work. We'll reimburse the interest for the business, and the business have received the loans for a total amount of 60 billion Ukrainian hryvnia. That's a significant amount of money. That's the investment into the economy. There is the grants work for the small and medium enterprises, and currently by 1.8 billion. This is the loans that we are providing to couple of thousands of projects from small and medium enterprises. There's a lot of inquiries for more and more projects, and surely there will be tens of thousands of projects next year. And we're working with the partners in order to have not only the budget funding, but the partnership funding as well. We've developed a mechanism for ensuring the pre-export credits and pre-export loans. And there's the pilot project. There's the International Insurance Agency, MIGA. We are insuring the military risks for the investments in Ukraine. And surely this is mostly related to those businesses willing to create something in Ukraine from scratch. But in any case, this will something that will reinvigorate our economy. And we're working hard in order to make sure this is happening during the war and after the war. There's also the relocation program. 700 enterprises were relocated. We supported this process, and currently they're operating. And every regional trip that I make, I tend to visit enterprises like that, how they're working, which contracts are they fulfilling, any challenges they have. We clearly understand that business wants to have something more And these are absolutely understandable things. They want more support, less taxes, more funding, less state influence into the economy. But unfortunately, we cannot reduce the budgetary incomes because almost 100% of the budget is spent on military needs, and rather the rest of the things is something that we receive in the form of loans or funding from our partners. So we need to search for the balance in between of what we can do and how we need to leave and fund the response to Russia in our fight. Of course, we are with you, with the businesses. We're searching for joint possibilities. We are rethinking the common strategies. And as I've said, we have to turn losses into the new opportunities. There's 8 major factors that I want to list today. And these sort of some of the visions that we have as the government as the key vectors for the future development of the post-war Ukraine. First, that's the European integration. It's not about this agreement that we've already signed and a visa-free regime. No, it's a series of visa-free regimes, so to say, in the energy sector, in the industrial sector. There's this ARCO agreement that we are working on, and there's also a series of other standards and these European procedures as well. And this will surely change the rules of the game. Just yesterday, Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine has passed 14 Euro integration laws, as we call it. By the end of the year, there will be 107 laws like that adopted. And they would mean that we are implementing all of the objectives, all of the procedures by the end of the year as part of our commitments to European integration. And then among some of the European political establishments, we can see this readiness, the true willingness to support Ukraine on its path to Euro integration. Just wanted to remind the Chancellor Scholz words, who invited the business to invest into Ukraine because Ukraine is the future member of the European Union. I believe that was the most important message during the Ukrainian-German Business Forum. It gives a clear signal to the business in Berlin and the businesses in Europe, and it gives a signal to us that we are the future members of the European Union, in the European family. The path towards the membership, this is something that I've mentioned. It's not about the rates and tariffs. That's about customs, the unified payment environment, logistics, standards, directives, European. This is a different level, different rules, different standards for living, for operating. The second important aspect, that's digitalization, simplification, or reducing the role played by the state in different procedures. We're talking about all this taxations, customs, registries, and all of that being digitalized, and we have some successes in this area. At the same time, 5 other factors in terms of developing a new economy are as follows: the defense industrial complex, then the energy, agricultural sector, IT, construction, and new infrastructure. Now, the private sector will be driving the changes in those areas. Now, I'm not going to cover all that. Maybe later on we could have a more detailed conversation in every single industry. Let's have more time on discussion, on dialogue. The president, the government, and the diplomats are currently working actively in order to have all those frozen assets of Russia that we're talking about, over $300 billion US, plus the assets of the Russian tycoons. They would be transformed, or rather provided to Ukraine, and this would be a major source for our recovery and reconstruction, and we'll be using them for the construction of new housing, new bridges. You know that the UN General Assembly has already passed the resolution in support of this mechanism that Russia has to repay and compensate for all the damages it has produced, and surely will be recovering everything with the business based on the transparent dialogue We truly appreciate that all which is done by the international companies in Ukraine, meaning their payment of taxes into the budget by maintaining and providing new employment opportunities. We're grateful for that. We have our common objective, that is the victory and the peace. Later on, we'll open a new chapter and will remain unified. This chapter will be called Rebuilding the Recovery, the Development of Ukraine. So thank you all for the contribution, for the work towards our victory. We'll work as the single entity. So glory to Ukraine. So greetings. Thank you for joining us. And we'll have a chance to have a dialogue with the Prime Minister over the next 30 minutes. So my name is Mykola Tymosiuk. Let's have a seat and have a conversation about those very topical questions for many of Ukrainians and abroad. And as I was preparing for this dialogue, I remembered that our previous conversation was in Unit City back in 2020. That was the 4th month of COVID. And we thought that we're having big troubles. But now, looking at this situation as we have it, those problems seem to be so minor. Now all the state and the government are fighting for the victory and working for the victory. And we can say that militarily, it's everything pretty clear. We need to get victory. We need to make sure Russians are withdrawn from our territory. But there are areas, there are activities where it's not that so clear, because we need to keep on developing in many areas, like legislation, like industry, like taxation, education, military-industrial complex. So we have this KIEF International Economic Forum, and you and the government and the leaders keep saying about the war. But I would like to discuss a number of matters from the economic standpoint in order to have a more transparent viewpoint on the economy. So talking about this economy, what are 3 major priorities of your government in the economic area, and why do you call them as the priority areas? Well, thank you. First and foremost, whenever we are working, like one of the things that motivates me, when our defenders will return from the front lines, and they will be asking, while we were on those front lines, what have you done? And we need to be able to give them a great answer. So we need to build our work from this standpoint. So we offer our own contribution. We make our job. So we need to develop our economy. We need to do reforms, and while our defenders are allowing us to do that. So those are 3 key priorities. They're very evident, and I've already mentioned this. This is the Euro integration. We are moving towards Europe. We're changing the standards. We're changing the procedures and the rules. So that's going to be an absolutely different level of living and the business. This is what Ukrainian society wants. This is the priority number 1. Second priority, that's digitalization. That's what gives us a great competitive advantage for Ukraine. It offers some simplification in relations between the private and the public entities. We can all feel this. Particularly, this is what our people who left abroad, they can feel it as well. And, they feel, it's so difficult. We need to go to different agencies. We don't have a DIA app. And, that makes us smiling. But still, a lot of people are saying that there is some complexities or bureaucracy in other countries of the world, but we have forgotten about this because of the DIA app. Because you get used to some good things, and we need to develop those good things. We need to offer more digitalization projects. We need to create further registers. We need to simplify the bureaucracy. And here's the third priority. That's surely the transfer of the country to this military operational mode, so to say. We're doing everything for the sake of our victory. That's everything starting from relocation to loan projects, to simplification of certain procedures, to canceling some of the permits, the development of the logistics capacities and the customs. And this is really a very important task in order to maintain our economy. So these are three very important aspects.
Дякую.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. What you mentioned about the conditions for business. During the war's rule, we have these two key scenarios as what the country is doing with the private sector. First scenario is like the opposite, increasing the load in private sector, increasing the taxes, forcing to execute state orders, then the interest goes up, even in nationalization in certain sectors, or again, the opposite, liberalizing it even more, keeping the leash of, giving more access, more fuel to business, nurture the business, to stimulate business to stay. So in your partially already answered, like so many benefits and advantages for the business and privileges, but the red line, the key type of attitude during the war, it's more to liberalization, what the behavior will be, but it's more for enforcing control, more of state pressure business. So far, you can see that we did not push people. We did not create those conditions so far when we just push the business. We have this, everything is built in partnership. Our relations with the business is just an interaction, unification, because we have this war all of us have to overcome. And I do think this is one of the most successful factors uniting business, civic society, government, just as one mechanism, to function. These two factors, these are just radicalizing, pushing, or just giving 100% freedom. We took the third way, in between, when we actually pick in a targeted manner, somewhere we just give this freedom within the first months of war, when we opened the customs at a maximum point to somehow correct the logistics, because we lost the ports and other capacities. For example, within these days right now, we are giving opportunities to import electric equipment to actually help us to repair generators. So it's a targeted manner for some aspects, but I told you, we can't cancel taxes or just minimize them to a very critical point for business to become a truly easy. Nobody will gonna get that easy. It's war. You have to be responsible and ready for that. This is a hard job, but we all are filling the budget. We all are keeping our security and defense sector alive, not just with the budget. Business takes extra commitment, Previously, these were called like social commitments. Right now, these commitments are to support the security and defense sector, and we are grateful for it. The state is doing, of course, everything it can, because this is our common existence. This is our survival. It's ultimate survival issue. So we take the third combined hybrid way to look for the most effective options to win. Tell me, when we'll speak about recovery for the first time of recovery stage, will you have the same policy, or will you just update it? What do you see right now? Okay, we can see these signals. We can see how we're moving. It's clear. We really want to the government to play a smaller role, but we want to create clear rules. We can't just let everybody go, to create these monopolies, have radicalization and abuse. Clear rules with smaller role of government. The government's role is like for more than 2,000 of state enterprises. We had 3.5 in total when our government started working. Today we have more than 2,000 already are in the process of privatization. Partially some are ready, despite the war. Privatization of SMEs, it's in a very average mode. It's still there, it's happening, and we'll continue working that policy. The government's role in the economy will be minimized in future as well via the tools of privatization and digitalization tools, of course, and effective tools of corporate governance. Very important stuff. So our course, it's more to liberalize after the war, but this should be a very responsible liberalization within the framework, within the boundaries of some very strict rules. That's how it should be. Okay, another question coming from that, a logical question. So when it comes to recovery, the post-war recovery, imagine if all the world is supporting us, giving us a lot of money to recover, investors are coming. Like before the war, we will compete with other countries for the capital, for markets, for talents. This is really important. How do you personally see, which countries economically, first of all, which countries will have so what competitive advantages shall we have? What can we offer to the world after the war? Not just to get the money that they give for support, but for companies and other states to be interesting to cooperate with us as partners and interesting to invest in us. Okay, in your question, you already mentioned the factor human capital. Of course, it's a big competitive advantage. It's obvious. And we all do understand that our people, our teams, our specialists, Ukrainians, this is the key competitive advantage that we have. Today, Ukrainians, everybody knows us, everybody values us and appreciates us. Of course, we have to return people from abroad. We have to create specific environment for it. But if we actually keep the human capital as the key competitive factor and coming to like the second line of competitive factors, important as well, we have to talk today that Ukraine has, again, very, very simple things. I think everybody of you know that. Logistic advantages, resource advantages. Yesterday we actually had that interesting conference, European conference, with Mar Shevchevich, Vice President, who promoted or initiated accession of Ukrainian European Alliance of critical raw material and batteries. And yesterday we discussed that Ukraine, well, out of those bunch of resources that we have, 117 out of 120, we have it within our territory. Out of 30 critical raw materials and resources for Europe requires, 22 are there. We have it here in this land in some quite interesting amount where we can actually process it. We can process these sports, not just extract, but process. What is interesting for me as the Prime Minister and government, creating added value. Definitely, because this is something that will give us a chance to bring our GDP back to pre-war state and even raise it up. Not just the raw material state, not just the one which extracts it, but processing. We have to move there as well. So we will create conditions to develop the processing industry. And, of course, we'll stress on mid-level business, medium enterprises, starting from 2022, you said, we've negotiated that they will support us with establishment of processing enterprises. So I don't want to go into details. We can take any sector, logistics and agriculture, processing. So our competitive advantage is human capital plus processing enterprises. And that's it. I'll stop with that. Okay, thank you for actually mentioning the added value, because I have another question here popping up. I'll come from from a different angle. The phrase of Mr. Zelensky when he was off at the beginning of the war to evacuate, he says, "I don't need a taxi, I need a gun. Yeah, I need a weapon." This is a legend already. So tell me, please, I'll be creative with that. After the victory, can we tell our partners from West, thank you very much, but we don't need this support. We need to have equal competitive environment. We have 16 free trade zones with different countries, 46 countries, I guess. I know from my personal experience and speaking with business people that before the war, the access of our goods with high added value at developed markets, it was hard. Tariff barriers, non-tariff barriers were there. I understand that today it's not maybe the priority, but the current political situation of supporting Ukraine, do you use it actually right now to negotiate with our biggest trade partners to revise these tariff and non-tariff barriers, to update them for our goods, for our services with high added value for the post-war period? Because everyone protects the market, they have their own interests, and can we use this moment to change it for Ukrainian producers? Thank you for the question. As a rule, nobody ever asked us about it. It's a part of the job, a government's job, that quite seldom someone notices, and quite seldom we talk about it. They don't evaluate it. But during the war, we received almost a free trade zone, duty-free, with Canada, Australia, EU, Britain, and we continue doing that. And right now we have a whole bunch of agreements to be signed. Definitely, I just want to say there's nothing, everything that is constant is basically temporary. Only temporary things are constant, you know? Now when we have the martial law and when they actually gave us a hand of support, I'm pretty sure that many of these agreements, clauses and provisions will definitely do it in future. We'll continue that despite the situation, regardless of whether the war is still there in 2023 or we already win. But we will continue working under those agreements. And this is the support to business from our partners and also from the government. We are actively working on that. We will, of course, handle that in future. Well, the first part of the question, if after the war we tell our partners that we are not beggars anymore, we need to have equal competitive conditions, that is going to happen. After the war, we will be the full member of European Union, we'll be the NATO member, and of course, we will be in the equal competitive environment. It doesn't mean it will be easier for us. At some moments, it will actually bring some more difficulties for the business. They have to learn. They'll have to learn to live and survive in that new world. But I'm so convinced, I'm deeply convinced that we will get a huge investment flow incoming to a country, a huge investment inflow in the country. And we will, of course, mostly stress on PPP projects, on concessions, developing that kind of projects. And the state will stimulate that. For Ukrainian business, of course, the key role. They will get the key role in that strategy. So we just have to understand, foreign partners, they will not come independently to Ukraine. They will not enter us alone. They will try to find someone here to rely on. So this is the time to talk to foreign partners about future projects of recovery. And I just want to remind you that according to World Bank estimates, $350 billion just as of June 1st. This is something we have to recover, rebuild. I think it will go up that amount. This is the potential. This is the chance. This is the opportunity we have today. We see it in the war, through the prism of war. I just want to give you another figure. Actually, it's about today. Military orders, what I told you about, we are there in this military format, but for the next year, more than 300 billion hryvnias for defense and security sector. 3,000 enterprises are there. I invite business. Please enter these contracts. It's an opportunity during the war, after the war, to be a part of that, because Ukrainian weapons, Stuhna, bulletproof vests, helmets, these are tested by the fire with war, and these will be highly demanded in the world after this. This is the area where we have so much potential we can actually evolve. Thank you. And I just have to say that so many foreigners, they note that during 2022, this is the biggest European war after double second. Ukrainian business circles, they have these regular economic events. They talk to foreign investors, talk to partners about current opportunities. They are limited, but they still exist. And after the war, tell me, I remember the experience in Davos, in Lugano, Berlin, whatever. Do you have maybe some specific interest when it comes to sectors, enterprises, investments during the war, especially after the war? Do they actually express some interest, foreign partners? Some specific cases, yes. We have these constant dialogues all the time, not just at the level of populism, let's say, just at level conversations. We have very specific conversations about specific projects with specific enterprises, and I do think that by the end of 2022, we'll have first cases when we have investment, even during the war. Actually, the availability of insurance, military risk insurance, international mega agency, this is like already a positive case for us. I hope that by 2022, by the end of 2022, we'll get some more foreign agencies with the same opportunities, and international investors or foreign investors will enter Ukraine during the war. I'm absolutely convinced that we will have a massive flow of those after the war in Ukraine. Why today we talk about economy? On the one hand, just to coordinate with each other. On the other hand, to be ready, fully ready to the end of war. It will end. We have to be ready for this moment. We don't want to lose a year or two and waste like 4 or 5 years as we did. Remember, WW2, the Marshall's Plan. It took years to actually launch it, to design it, and people, communities, they lost precious time. So we really want to understand that even before the end of war, we have to already start thinking about active recovery. When the war is over, we already will be marching, moving closer to that recovery. We won't waste time for reflections, discussions. So we today form a recovery plan. Actively with partners, we form the infrastructure of financing and recovery. And in fact, its design will be completed soon. In these discussions, we already observe, we can see how the future infrastructure will be shaped within this cooperation. You know, it will be really, really, really big infrastructure, a lot of work, and a huge cooperation. It's about big money, of course, and it's about big projects and great recovery. Thank you. And just, a final question. Maybe in your personal private life and in your professional life, what will you do after the war in a different way, comparing to the pre-war period as a prime minister, as a government, and maybe just personally as a human being? What will change for you? You will never do it again, just like you do it.
Well, I'm convinced that the work we are doing now as the government, as the country, as the society, in the field of digitalization, in a field of reducing the role being played by the state and by implementing more and more of the digital products, then all that would reduce the bureaucracy. And we have to be, well, more accessible, easier, so to say, to access. We have to have more interconnected state registers, allowing the business to have to be able to fill the country as we need to fill it. And this is vitally important. We sort of, this is how the country should look like. It has to be so vitally important, but without these, extra pressure, extra things you need to do. So this is something that we are working today, every day. And I'm confident that after the war, we're going to be much easier, so to say, much acceptable. So there's going to be clear rules, and that's the two major factors that we'll keep working on and keep focusing our attention on. Speaking on the private life, I think just like everyone else, so I'll spend the first 2 weeks maybe sleeping. Thank you for this dialogue, and let's have a round of applause to the Prime Minister. Thank you very much. And not only the whole country, but the whole world is wishing more inspiration, more victories to your government, because your inspiration, your achievements is the common achievements of the whole world.
Раз. У мені виключили мікрофон.
Okay, we'll have a break of 15 minutes, and then we'll start with the first panel. So use this 15 minutes wisely and return to the room.
наших металургів. Захищати військових, забезпечуючи їх життєво важливою екіпіровкою, допомагати армії запчастинами, засобами зв'язку та іншим обладнанням. Присвячувати вільний час волонтерству та підтримці Збройних сил. Допомагати людям, яким довелося залишити свої домівки через вторгнення Росії. Допомагати пораненим внаслідок ворожих обстрілів. І власноруч сортувати тонни гуманітарних вантажів. Бути металургом «Інтерпай» означає створити корпоративний штаб і забезпечувати понад 800 мобілізованих колег необхідною амуніцією та медикаментами щодня із 24 лютого. Це означає залишатися сильним і захищати все, що ти любиш. Бути сміливим. Ось що зараз означає бути металургом «Інтерпай».
Поповнити рахунок сестрі, доки вона допомагає тваринам – це маленька допомога. Підключити роумінг мамі, яка далеко – і це маленька допомога. Обміняти бонуси на гігабайти брату-волонтеру – це маленька допомога. Але з маленьких допомог складається велика перемога. Допомагай легко з додатком «Май Водафон». Разом ми зможемо. Водафон.
Sunglasses on, looking at the sky. A certain sunny way of life. Baby, unleash your brighter side. Don't stop the feeling. Na, 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 na. Hey. Na, 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 na. Every-
Скільки в Україні ще залишилось сил? Давайте рахувати. В Україні є захисники, які закривають нас собою. Є працівники, що рухають країну під час бою. Є малюки, що під сирени тримають олівець. І є дорослі, що зберігають кожен гаманець. Є ангели, що повертають до життя. Безстрашність розміром з міста. Є фермер, він саджає помідори. А є бабуся, що помідорами збиває дрони. У нас є ті, хто зігріває тисячі людей, а хтось одну людину. У нас ще стільки сил, що неможливо подолати Україну. Просто бери і роби, що можеш. І ми обов'язково переможемо.
At MasterCard, we are focused on a world beyond. Beyond the card as we know it. Beyond payments as we know them. Beyond the digital divide. Because at MasterCard, we are focused on where the world is going next. Towards safer and even more secure digital transactions. Where contactless technology is within the reach of everyone. And money moves effortlessly, in real time across borders. Where buy now, pay later plans give people more choice and flexibility. And multiple payment options make new choices possible. Where fraud and security concerns are reduced and every transaction can be trusted. Where we leverage our technology leadership to develop digital-first, data-driven innovations and enable new networks beyond payments.
This is the Biopharma facility. This high-tech, state-of-the-art, sophisticated manufacturer is unique for Eastern Europe, and we are so proud of it. Why? Well, that's simple. Meet Mikhailik. At first sight, he's just like any other child. He jumps, runs, rides a bike, but unfortunately, he gets sick a lot. That is because Mikhailik has primary immunodeficiency. It is a very serious disease. Only medicines made from plasma from other healthy people can help Mikhailik. Plasma is donated by donors, ordinary people. Actually, no, not ordinary. They are real heroes, and we are very grateful to them. We collect plasma in modern plasma donation centers, like this one in Cherkasy. And soon we will build similar centers in each region of our country. Regular donors already know that in our centers, the donation procedure is absolutely painless and safe and takes not more than an hour. We check the health of our donors for many conditions. In addition, we test their blood for HIV and hepatitis viruses. Then we freeze the plasma using special equipment and store it in quarantine for up to 6 months. And only after that, the plasma is transferred to the facility. Our facility is located in the city of Bila Tserkva. We process up to 1 million liters of plasma per year. The nearest facilities in terms of this scale and state of technology are located in Western Europe and China. At the facility, we test frozen plasma for infections and viruses again. And after thawing, yes, that's right, after thawing, we test it once again. Then we separate the necessary plasma proteins, albumin and immunoglobulin. The next stage is purification, followed by concentration. Then all raw materials go through several steps of viral inactivation, and only after that the product is put into bottles. But you do understand that in real life everything is a bit more complicated than. So, this is the Biopharma facility, our cutting-edge, sophisticated manufacturer, and we are so proud of it. Give us a few more seconds just to show it off.
Да, починаємо. Так, мене вже чути. Друзі, підходьте в залу, будь ласка, збирайтесь, сідайте. У нас зараз починається перша панель Київського міжнародного економічного форуму 2022. Панель міжнародна.
Але спершу я почну, так що давайте.
So I'll start in the beginning. So take your seats and we'll start working. So Ukraine is winning, will definitely win, but there's still a lot of questions unanswered. And the KIEF International Economic Forum have gathered the best in order to search for the answers to very complicated questions. Now, what our international partners think about the recovery? What is the strategy that the Ukrainian government will select? Any plans of the Ukrainian investors and business owners? And what transformations do we have to undergo as the society in order to live in a free and the most innovative country of the world? Now, this forum is a very unique. It's for the 8th time that we are conducting this, but for the first time under conditions of the war. We've prepared this under extraordinary conditions based on the bravery of our speakers, partners. Now, the martial law period creates many challenges for everyone, but the organizers are taking care of the security. The air raid siren is in process, but we don't need to go anywhere. And our energy system is taking a very harsh time. So we are grateful, and we need to excuse just in case of there will be any technical force majeure. We all need to realize the time we're living. So we're grateful to all the speakers and moderators, to all those who, despite the difficult period of time, managed to reach the cave, and those who will be able to join us online from different parts of the world. Will surely be having a fascinating conversation. Really, this is a very interesting forum. We are inviting you to participate in this silent bidding process or an auction. So select very unique lots that we've offering in order to have some funds for our defenders. And while we are gathering money, we are doing fundraising for prosthetics as well as for the cars and the vehicles for our front line personnel. And we are grateful to our partners who helped us. We're talking about Biopharma, Private Bank, Biosphere, Kyivstar, Interpipe, MHP, Smart Holding, Microsoft Pioneer, Lamel, Oko, and many, many others. And of course, we are grateful to the armed forces of Ukraine, to all those who are defending us. And now I'd like to pass the floor to the colleague, to Mykola Tomoshuk. He'll be moderating the first panel, so thank you. Our panel is called Post-War Reconstruction of Ukraine. It's a fairly interesting and topical panel. It's an international one. We have a very good representative from the economy sector, from the political sector. So we have two of the panelists joining us offline and two online. Now I'd like to invite Yulia Sviridenko, the first Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, Minister of Economy of Ukraine. So Yulia, please. Okay, you're taking the most important seat in the middle. Then we have Deputy Head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, Rostislav Sharma. Please. And hopefully we will have two of our online panelists from abroad. Michael McFall is a very notable person in Ukraine, the director for the International Institute of Freeman at the Stanford University, a former ambassador of U.S. to Russia, and now is the head of the expert group Yermak Marfol, which is making sure there is this implementation and reinforcement of anti-Russian sanctions all around the world.
The room is full, and thank you for joining us. Really appreciate your time. Matteo Patrone.
And we have Matteo Patrone, who's the head of the EBRD on East Europe and Caucasus, and Matteo will be joining us online as well. We know that Mr. McFall has 15 minutes. It's late at night in the United States, so we'll start with him, and I will switch to English, so please use your interpretation devices, because I'll be doing this platform moderation both in English and Ukrainian. So please use this interpretation device.
Again, join us on the screen. I would like to address this first question to you. Thank you for joining us once again. And you are doing a very important job for the world and for Ukraine in particular. And so the first question goes to you. And we know that you're a very important person in the whole sanction mechanism against Russia and forcing this aggressor state to actually comply with international rules and pay for all the atrocities it has committed. But we're also aware that sanctions is a double-edged sword. They hurt all parties involved, not just those who they're being imposed on, but also other often completely irrelevant players and stakeholders. In your opinion, do you see sanctions as still most effective mechanism of dealing with Russia and supporting Ukraine, and should we double down on it? Or should we look for other ways to really make force aggressor and others who support it or who want to follow its example towards peace and a diplomatic solution? I'm asking because we have an experience and example of Iran, for example, that has been under sanctions, severe sanctions, for the last 70 years. And not only it is not restrained, it is even joining this new axis of evil with Russia and other states that want to upend the democratic and free world. Please, sir, the floor is yours.
Well, first, thank you for having me. Second, I can't believe how brave you all are to be assembled today as Russia is attacking literally where you're at right now as I read the news. Right. To answer your question, and I have a bit of an echo, so if the engineer could get rid of the echo, that would be great. Or maybe I'll take out maybe I'll speak this way and then I'll put my headphones back in when you ask the next question.
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly.
To answer your question, the most important actor for stopping Russian aggression, of course, is not sanctions. It's the Ukrainian army. It's the Ukrainian people. And we should be focused always in the West, and most certainly here in my country, the United States, on doing everything we can to support the armed forces, because that is the most critical element for peace. for ending this war. They are the most important. However, I do believe that sanctions can play a supporting role. And the important part of sanctions towards Russia today is not to try to convince Putin to change his mind. You mentioned Iranian sanctions. I was part of the Obama administration when we put in place sanctions on Iran. In the beginning, people need to remember the goal of sanctions back then was to get Iran to commit to an agreement on nuclear weapons. And sanctions worked. That did happen. It was only later when the Trump administration decided to pull out that we've been in this world of some sanctions and some negotiation. But back then, it was very clearly intended to change the behavior, change the minds of the mullahs in Iran, and it worked. In my opinion, and I know Mr. Putin, I don't know if I know him well, but I used to know him. I used to deal with him. By the way, he put me on the sanctions list many, many years ago, so I haven't been to Russia since 2014. But in my opinion, sanctions won't change his mind. Sanctions need to decrease his ability to attack your country. So that's a different function for sanctions in this case compared to Iran. And that means doing everything that we can in the West to decrease the resources that Mr. Putin and his government have to continue their invasion of Ukraine. And I think those sanctions are working. I think in particular, controls on the export of technologies is having a devastating effect on the economy, and they need to be continued and increased. Likewise, all the other elements of sanctions, the individual sanctions, energy sanctions, financial sanctions, are working. And one test that I know that they're working is every single day I get an email from a Russian on the sanctions list asking me how they can get off the list. If they weren't working, they wouldn't care, right? Having said all that, of course, sanctions have not achieved the objective of stopping Putin's military intervention in Ukraine. We just need to be sober about that. And if the goal is to stop that, of course, they have not been achieved. And nobody should be surprised by that, given the size of the Russian economy and the natural resources that Russia has to export to continue to fuel the invasion of your country. That's a difference from other countries where sanctions have worked. Sanctions take time. Even in Iran, it took 5 years before they began to negotiate with us. We've only been putting sanctions in place on Russia for several months. But the last thing I would say is that, of course, the West is not doing enough. There's too much incrementalism, in my view. And every day that Putin and his army is occupying Ukraine, there should be new sanctions every day. The analogy I use is it's like parking tickets. I don't know how it's in KIEF, but here where I live at Stanford University, if you park your car illegally, you get a ticket that day, right? By the way, it's very expensive here at Stanford, so don't do that. It's about $70, I think, if you park your car illegally. But if you leave your car there a second day, you don't just continue the sanction of the day before, you get a new ticket. And then the third day, you get a third ticket. And then the fourth day, you get a fourth ticket. In other words, it ratchets up every single day. And I think conceptually, that is what's missing with the way that the outside world, the free world, is dealing with sanctions. Every single day that Putin's occupying forces are in Ukraine, there should be new sanctions. Yesterday was a horrific attack on your country. 93 missiles all over, as you all know. You suffered through that. Why hasn't there been a massive new response with regards to sanctions today? Not in a week, not in a month, not in 3 months. It should have been today. So I think sanctions are working. They of course take time. And also my opinion is that they must be radically strengthened and immediately, not in the long distance future, but today.
Sir, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this. Thank you for all your work and support that you're doing for Ukraine. And you are a long-term committed friend of Ukraine and free world. We appreciate this. Thank you. We will let you go because you're very short of time. Thank you for joining us. And keep up the great work for the good of Ukraine and the free world. Once again, thanks a lot from everybody in this audience.
Thank you. It's a real honor to be with you.
Thank you, Mr.
Bye-bye.
McCall.
Slava Ukraini.
Okay, we have another international speaker, Matteo Patrone, who hopefully will join us on the screen if he's online. Is he online? Друзі, є у нас Матео на зв'язку?
Okay, do we have Matteo online with us? Not yet. So we'll continue our conversations with our offline panelists. So, Rostislav, you're deputy head of the office of the president of Ukraine. We know that your role is primarily related to the economic sector, but the politics and the economy has becoming so much interwoven in the modern world. We thought that after 1992, after Francis Fukuyama wrote his book, End of Story, we would have Homus economicus, we would not have any wars, we would have profound economic interests, and we'll keep on working on the same ideal things, that is to have an economic development. But in 2022, we can see that it's not the right approach. Those companies like China, Ukraine, and others, because of these absurd political goals without any practical standpoint, they're destroying other countries and threatening the whole world. But they're also damaging their economic achievements over the past decade or so. So, in continuation to Mr. McFall's statement, do the sanctions work? And maybe that would help us from the economic standpoint. Would we be able to see those money, or the funding, which is currently being seized? Well, I would say that the sanctions are working. Maybe not in the scale, not in the speed as we would like them to have, but they're working. And since certain sectors of the economy, the machinery, and some other sectors of the Russian industry are dropping by 70%, by 80%. There's a drop in the economic situation. Unfortunately, we're not talking about 30, 50, or 70%, but there is a decrease in the Russian economy, and this is something that every citizen of this enemy country starts to feel. So there is an impact, but not as much as we would like it to have. But going back to what we've started with, we wanted everything radical and everything fast. Whenever we talked about sanctions, of course, we said, so let's have sanctions against oil and gas complex. Let's have sanctions against the whole banking sector. Let's have them disconnected from SWIFT. Let's have individual sanctions against almost everyone. Let's freeze all the money on the accounts of Russian citizens. Surely that step could have a radical impact on the situation. But unfortunately, we weren't able to move that fast. So we are taking these gradual steps, but we're doing that methodically, step by step, package by package, and surely we'll press this situation. And should we concentrate on what are we going to do in the form of sanctions? First, we'll reinforce the pressure against the financial sector. Unfortunately, we are unable to cut the financial sector from the rest of the international systems. But still, we are introducing more and more packages, more and more limitations. Now, speaking of certain sectoral sanctions, unfortunately, there are still gaps that allow certain companies and sectors like metallurgy continue working. But we are covering those gaps step by step as well. Then, unfortunately, we can't work by categories, but we'll have more lists for individual sanctions against all those who has at least some sort of relation to the war of Ukraine. I would like to underline that we've reinforced this work in Ukraine over the couple of past weeks, we've introduced sanctions against 5,000 people. There will be many, many more in different sectors. Maybe the Ukrainian sanctions are not that horrible for Russians, but what's important that this information on those sanctions is provided to the other partners. And in many cases, our partners are following our example in imposing the sanctions as well. So in these directions, we'll be pressing hard step by step. One more category I'd like to raise, that's an oil and gas sector, and particularly oil. On the 5th of December, there will be a price cap starting to, enact on the Russian oil. We are continuing negotiations on some of the aspects of this mechanism, but this would have an impact in tens of billions or hundreds of billions of income for Russia. So, sanctions are working, not as we would like them to have, but we'll keep on pressing step by step. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Yulia. Question to you, a segue, from big politics to economy, in our post-war recovery, are we entitled, is it feasible to rely on these huge confiscated, seized assets? Because we speak of hundreds of millions of dollars, of losses. Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. I really think that the answer should be to your question in two aspects. Do we have to rely and expect to get some frozen Russian assets? We are absolutely entitled to that. Second aspect is important to find a perfect legal mechanism, but in total, I really wanted to know if you ask my opinion, or my answer is really individual, it's personal. I always check the figures. We can see how Russian economy is going down and our economic decrease. Russian economy decreased by the end of the year less than 10%, 4.6, 4.5. Ukrainian economy, without considering still the consequences of October 10th and yesterday's shelling, it's already 30% down. I think we'll have to revise this macro forecast by the end of the year for the Ministry of Economy as well. And I will agree with Rostislav that unfortunately it's not that fast and furious as we can say. There is some delay between the decision making and the actual effect. But if we speak about the Ukrainian economy, you're absolutely right. In the post-war recovery, we have to rely on and expect that we may be able to use these frozen Russian assets. We have to involve our international partners to recovery, but the most important task for all of us, we understand it, stabilize the economy by ourselves, understanding that, international partners, we're so grateful for support in 2022, and in 2023 we expect to we'll have like 38 billion of deficit will be covered by macro help, macro support from the IMF. But the most important thing, our task is to stabilize economy in the country. So we came to forum. When we come into forum, we found out we have this grain initiative for 120 days. It's extended. It's a positive signal. We'd love to have it like for no deadline to be set, but it's an important signal that Ukrainian exporters can do it. This is a stabilizing factor for Ukrainian economy. Thank you, Miss Yulia. You want to add something? Yes, I really want to add about reparations and confiscation of Russian assets. This is a very hard issue because it's unprecedented in modern economic history. But we didn't discuss it publicly, but we did a lot. Briefly, I'll tell you. Out of the public stuff that we saw 2 days ago, we made a decision. The General Assembly, not us, but General Assembly and General Assembly made a decision. Two important facts were recognized. First, that Russia actually violated international law. There is a breach. Secondly, reparations are mandatory. What does it mean? It means that, yes, there is still no mechanism, but this is recognized internationally. So the situation may move in two directions right now. First one, Russia voluntarily agrees to pay reparation and actually sticks to that decision made by General Assembly. We do not believe in that, but we had this precedent in modern history 30 years ago when we had the war between Iraq and Kuwait. And as a result, Iraq agreed to pay reparations and piece by piece, but a lot of income from oil and gas they gave to Kuwait, mostly after the aggression. Second scenario is that Russia will say no. It's much more plausible. And we have to design and implement a mechanism of asset confiscation, sovereign and private. Unfortunately, today there's no mechanism, but still, step by step, according to the UN General Assembly decision we prepared for 4 months, to that, we'll move step by step. We have an understanding how to do it. Under international agreements, bilateral, multilateral, and of course, in the scope of adaptation of national legislation, meaning that we will withdraw the sovereign immunity for sovereign assets. It's really important in international financial relations and including the mechanism itself. Also, we right now have certain achievements. We know where shall we transfer money to, where shall we direct it, and how these will be managed and used. How shall we confirm the losses, individual losses, state losses, business losses, and damages? How will the mechanism of disbursement look like? Use and payment of the money, actually. So this whole process will take, according to our estimates, at least half a year, maybe a year even. But for us to understand, in step-by-step mode, today, slowly, meticulously, we are moving to that aim. And we do understand that, I understand how this will work. I'm pretty sure we will reach that goal in the nearest future. Thank you so much. And we actually stay here at the panel. Matteo Patron, unfortunately, cannot join us. There is some technical reason. You can see under the shelling in Kyiv, we have perfect internet connection comparing to London. You know, just so another badge of honor to Ukrainians. How perfectly we can organize it. Okay, Miss Yulia, tell me. When I had a dialogue with Prime Minister, I asked him, can we actually politically, can we get this political support and use it to revise the access to markets for our biggest trade partners, tariff barriers, non-tariff ones, to ensure access for us to those markets? And you told that yes, in fact, that right now and in future we will depend on access to international finances objectively. We speak of now funding the budget deficit, then recovery. Tell me, please, do you see an opportunity to use this political support of the country to simplify for us as for a country, maybe for a private sector, and to make it cheaper, let's say, the access to international capital, for us to revise the loan conditions for state and private sector, maybe restructurization, because during the war and after the war, this is the key thing. It's the blood of economy, you know, the DNA of it. Is the government moving in that direction, and do you actually stipulate it? Thank you for the question. Definitely we do, because everybody understands post-war recovery will take place through the architecture that we have to build right now in institutions. First of all, I think that Rostislav will tell you, actually, definitely we'll use the Recovery Foundation. Our international partners will provide money to that foundation. It will prioritize the projects. It's about social infrastructure restoring, logistics, transport, roads, and we speak of restructuring. We speak of private investment as well. DFC, for example, AFC will invest money there, and in that way to finance private institutions for those to take part in the recovery process and investing. That is the conversation we have right now. We have certain timelines. I think Rostislav will tell it, and by the end of December, we have to get information for BlackRock. Basically, they are consulting us on how to create this private fund. And we will then work in 2023 involving partners to that structure. So right now, what government is doing, what's important? Ensuring the military risks, regardless of companies funded by governments of other countries or via this private platform. If we involve investment, everyone is interested in one thing, Ensuring military risks. It's really very, very hot issue, and we have this agreement with MIGA as the part of the World Bank. They give us first amount this year, by the end of the year, for us to try to launch a couple of investment projects with an opportunity to insure these risks. 90% is covered. Right now, in the ministry, we have 2 investment projects. I think by the end of the year, we'll do it. This will be a good signal for DFC as well. In that statute, they actually have this chance to fund. They call it political risks. And for the last time, they presented it like this procedure during the Balkan War. They used this tool. Unfortunately, after that, well, for DFC, that was funding, not the investment. Right now, MIGA, DFC, and a couple of loan agencies of G7 countries for them to revise this opportunity. And just to know if they use it, this is an important tool. And the funding, of course. Right now, we want to structurize this fund. Yes, really very important messages. Just a couple of reflections and clarifying questions. First of all, BlackRock, okay? Yeah, for all of you, just to say, this is the biggest investment fund in the world, led by, well, 8 trillion of assets. So it's just a huge, supermassive bank, global bank. Now, when it comes to investment insurance, tell me, please, does that relate only to international business or Ukrainian as well? This insurance to be related to international and Ukrainian business. In MIGA, they have 2 projects. One, foreign investment. Second, purely Ukrainian project. Right now, we'll try and we'll see how we can scale up the mechanisms. Yes, we speak of Ukrainian business if they want to invest during the war, for them to have the chance. Are there any limitations on prioritization in sectors? These sectors are insured, others are not, like that, because this is very practical for people sitting in the hall. This is really important for them. Let's say they announced that we can provide all the projects in all the sectors. We also launched a platform, Advantage Ukraine, for it, and made the presentation in New York at the stock market opening. And we have our operational team, Advantage Ukraine. They have 400 projects from various investors, Germany, UK, and we try to talk to MIGA in all the areas. And we understand how important that is. Even for those staying here, you know, our guests, please give us a couple of weeks for us work with these 2 agreements, and I'll tell you that mechanism works. We have the 90%, and I'll tell you what the percentage is there for covering the risks. Yeah, publicly in a couple of weeks, I'll tell you. We are looking forward. Rostislav, you just want to intervene. Yeah. Ensuring military risks, I guess this is one of the most critical issues for business today to make investment decisions. Yesterday, we had the Vice President of World Bank here, who is responsible for MIGA, which is a structural division of World Bank. And at the meeting with President, we presented it, saying this is one of the biggest priorities in World Bank cooperation, expanding the insurance program in sectors and in scale. They confirmed it, and they returned to work with the mechanism. I just want to underline, this mechanism is, again, in modern economic history, is unprecedented. There was no such insurance mechanisms in any of the countries. And it's really important right now to have all this chain from A to Z. When we complete the pilots, it would be easier to scale up. As we understand it, we'll be able to expand the program. I don't want to give you an exact figure, billions of dollars, definitely. Practically all economy sectors. Maybe we won't speak of tobacco, alcohol, like fossil fuels, but all sectors of normal modern economy, traditional, we will definitely cover. 30 million by the end of the year. $30 million by the end of the year for these 2 small projects, and 1 billion next year. Insurance. This is really serious. That sounds serious. Rostislav, I have a question to you regarding the so-called allies in confiscating Russian money. International financial institutions, EAB, EBRD, Matteo, unfortunately, is not with us right now here. World Bank, then we have bondholders, a lot of them private investors. Tell me, shall they or are they doing already, do they have some consolidated efforts, legal efforts? Do they have any claims presented to Russia to seize the assets. As a sovereign state, we lose it, but huge bunch of private investors, institutional investors, they lose it. Do they have an action plan for it? Look, consolidated efforts on claims, still these are not there. Some from individual companies, yeah, some processes are happening. And from some institutions, we don't expect to get a huge number of efforts. The key thing is to seize these assets, more than 500 billion. This will be the foundation for the recovery and compensation of damage that actually international business had due to that. And just coming back to your question on financial resources, restructurization, I think you know very well about this big work that we had in the Ministry of Finance. The standstill of Ukrainian debt, we had 2 years of suspension, and we do understand right now that international community is actually trusting us. When the war is over, we'll definitely get some conditions to restructurize the debt. Thank you. I think we can actually draw the line. This is the equator of the conversation. From Mr. McFall, we heard that nobody's going to stop the sanctions. They work, but not quite enough. But this is not a place for us to stop. We move forward. We have specific steps on first, legal mechanisms on how to seize these confiscated assets. Nobody's going to stop. We have precedents. Moreover, during the war, we also have funding to support Ukrainian business, not to wait for the end. Risk insurance looks very substantial thing, you know, a plan to support Ukrainian economy during the war, during the hostilities. I offer right now, let's dream. Let's our panel is called Reconstruction, post-war reconstruction. Yulia, how do you think in economy in this sector? Let's take first three steps. What should be there after the war is over? What should the government do to ignite the economy, revive it, resuscitate it? Oh, not even before the end of the war, we have to get this public dialogue launched and understand what the economic strategy of post-war recovery will be. Today, we can see that we already have certain sectors shaping, like military tech. We think that this will have a chance to evolve and develop because, unfortunately, Ukraine is like a big, battlefield, is a big testing ground for the weapons. And we understand that this will be like military tech, IT industry, agriculture processing. Agriculture processing, it's still in the focus. And I think metallurgy. But, of course, based on Green Deal, we have to stress on that. We understand it. We have to focus more on processing. What should be the advantage of Ukraine? Competitive tax system, fast logistics, 72 hours max to Europe, and of course, transportation with specific technologies. We have to negotiate and make the strategy a foundation and then move towards it, not without waiting the end of war, just taking all these steps to launch it. First, what you said, using the political support, getting access to markets of the countries, because we understand with the raw material, it's one thing, it's one amount, but when it comes to processed products, this has always been, an issue with duties and tariffs and barriers. Yeah, we stick to this position. Yeah, EU has to actually extend this extend these specific conditions for Ukrainian goods, duty-free. In US, we actually discussed the extension of specific agreement to tariffs that should be withdrawn for the steel. We want to actually extend it after May for Ukrainian products to actually enter American market. Of course, Canada, the same thing. And entering the market's one thing. Access to financing, different thing that we have. Okay, very important statement I heard, but from others. You do consider that we will actually, again, stick to that competitive taxation after the war, during the recovery. We are pretty sure, and everybody is sure, I guess, we all are deeply convinced that Ukraine will become an investment heaven, after the war. Just for us to make sure that investments are coming. We speak of international support, but we need investment. Investment in huge amount billions of dollars every year. I know it sounds like from outer space, but it's quite substantial. But reaching this highly this is just one of the options. How can we do it? Administering the taxes properly and getting this competitive tax policy.
Yes, just a few more to comment on taxes. Well, taxes, that's the most interesting, question on the agenda, so everyone wants to have more information on that. I wouldn't like to go into specifics, giving you any figures, rates, or tariffs. Surely all of you realize that we depend on the financial support of our international partners today. Therefore, there's an agreement with them. More specifically, we'll talk about a model very specifically, and then we'll reach the consensus. We'll announce this model. So let me tell you, today we have very active negotiations with IMF, with other partners on how to modify our taxation system for two goals. First, in order to be competitive with our neighbors, and should you take a look at many of the neighboring countries, there's rates which are much lower than Ukraine. And in order to build a model that would build a culture of paying taxes that would reduce in effect that not a certain portion of companies paying the taxes, but in fact everyone is paying the taxes. Now, third, that's an understanding that over the recovery period, that's 7, 10, 5 years, I don't know, there has to be, from a taxation standpoint, a very good investment conditions and environment. Now, when we finalize this discussion, we'll return and have it, have a public conversations about a new taxation system after the victory. But definitely there will be changes in that area. And also, going back to the previous topics, like what do we need to do in terms of recovery? First priority steps. No. There were previous question with regards to partners and restructuring. Now, talking about the recovery plan and the involvement of our international partners, surely there is some sort of a chaos and competition in the world because there's EUs, there's IMF, World Bank, other partners. They want to become the leaders of this process. So they're trying to, arrange everything in between of them. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, nobody is willing to take some specific commitments as long as the war is not started. Now, over the past, certain period, we had a number of negotiations. We're coming very close to structuring all this situation among our foreign partners to have a kind of a unified mechanism. So in the nearest weeks, if not a month, there will be a consensus in between of the partners on the single mechanism on how to ensure the transfer of public funding for the recovery program. Now, talking about the private investments, surely there's large companies and corporations that were working in Ukraine and in neighboring markets. They can go directly, but there's a lot of investors that want to expose in Ukraine. We're talking about tens of thousands of investors, and they don't have a team. They have never worked in Ukraine. That is why we've started this initiative with a very transparent investment fund that allows in different sector to have this exposure for Ukraine, for an enormous number of investors around the world, and to open Ukraine for the market of the private and financial capital, just as it is in US and UK. And we've engaged the BlackRock team, which is the largest investment fund in the world. And what's great, what's surprising is that the management of the BlackRock, they believed in Ukraine. They've allocated 15 experts for this project with Ukraine, working with us on a daily basis. And that really says that the largest financial institution believes in the future of Ukraine. If not for that belief, they wouldn't be allocating so many resources as they've done over the past couple of months. And I think in just maybe in 2 months, we'll be able to come up with a very structured product. One more thing that happened just 20 minutes before the beginning of this panel. There's this first large investor, the CD Fund, and the fund, it which will encompass a whole lot of investors, but there has to be some first investors who would allocate some of the first money. We have Andrew Forrester, which is an Australian billionaire, a founder of the Fortescue Company, which is the largest mining company in the world and one of the largest investors in hydrogen technologies. So he committed to invest first $500 million into the fund, which is currently being prepared by the BlackRock. That's a fund for the green technologies. And we believe that fund will have 25 to 100 billion US dollars. It's too early to say more specifically, but there is the first investor, and we're expecting some of the investors to join him on the way. And this is a good start, considering the fact that the war is still on its peak. We're not talking about finalizing this war, so we have a very good perspective. Thank you. That's really wonderful news. These are powerful investors and big money, really. Here is a question to Yulia. And you talked about sectors, and the Prime Minister talked about sectors, and people, everyone are saying about recycling, processing. What's with IT? What's with energy? Because the energy infrastructure is currently being damaged significantly and destroyed, because IT is developing very good, but still, this was one of the major national goals for the public and private sector. But what about the energy? We'll have to rebuild this from a scratch, basically. But any sectors for this, for any plans for this sector? Well, indeed, we do have. Should we structure all of our priorities in the future economic policy? We can clearly see this interest of our foreign partners. Now, what do we need to understand? The money will arrive to Ukraine not because we want it, but because it's favorable. And so we'll need to take a look at these very objective, competitive possibilities. And here we have 5 major sectors that would be interested to investors. First and foremost, from the standpoint of investments, that's the energy sector and green energy sector, more specifically, because Europe was traditionally dependent on Russian energy resources. We're talking about 150 billion cubic meters of gas, then a lot of oil, plus hundreds of thousands of tons of coal. And surely there won't be supplies of these energy resources. There will be a kind of a transitional period of 1 to 3 years, but then something has to change this source of the resources, and Ukraine can become a green hub for the Europe. We could be producing green energy, bio, wind, solar energy, and of course the atomic energy. By converting this energy into the hydrogen, that would be a new fuel to replace the gas, and 5 to 10 millions of hydrogen, which is an equivalent to 50 to 100 gigawatts of green energy. That's a large potential, and the private investors can earn some money. There will be a lot of new possibilities for employment during the construction. So that's the segment number 1. Then there's this eco transmission. We're talking about the intra-state power lines, but still we'll be able to scale up from 2 to 8 megawatts, and there is a possibility to expand or to scale up the capabilities of our power lines as well. And we could be also transporting hydrogen as well as the mixture of hydrogen. Then the logistics and infrastructure. Traditionally, the infrastructure logistics in Ukraine, that was kind of a public story. It was all about the public. But we believe that a lot of private funds could participate, as well as the investment and infrastructure funds. And particularly, there's an interest from the company Brookfield, and they're managing over $900 billion. But still, it's too early to say. Then there is this cooperation with the BlackRock company, and we understand that within this frames that we'll be developing, there will be an infrastructure fund working with the passive investors, working with the incomes, and so that's block number 2. Now, third one, that's everything related to processing, with major focus on military tech, but not only. Not only military tech, not only green metallurgy, but wood processing, processing agricultural products. Why is that important? Because added value in processing industry is 4 to 5 times higher than in case of any raw materials. It's like, grain or frozen brass. Should we compare the wood with the wooden products? Should we take the raw metal in the form of or there's already some sort of metal lines? And that means more employment opportunities, more taxes. The fourth cluster, that's the IT, and not actually focused on outsourcing that was traditionally developing in Ukraine before the war, but IT focused on development and on product companies. Now, what Ukraine was lacking before, that was the financial infrastructure, venture infrastructure, that would be able to fund these projects. Now, in the frames of the architecture of the funds that we'll be developing together with BlackRock, we have preliminary understanding that there will be some sub-funds, venture funds that would be providing venture funding. So there will be more funds for Ukrainian startups. Well, talking about military tech, we have some preliminary agreements with Goldman Sachs, and they're interested in development of this sector. So our objective is to have this military tech cluster established. We're gathering the producers, and the task is to evaluate the projects by the end of the year so that next year we would get the funding for those projects. Now, what Rastislav has mentioned, why as these sectors are on the show, it's because we had some comparative advantage on the market. And secondly, we can see there's interest from several separate funds to that, and we believe we need to structure those funds before the end of the war and to start implementing a series of actions to support those sectors, maybe some grant programs for processing entities and so on and so forth. There's 579 program, so we shouldn't wait but start acting now. So good. I have a last small couple of questions, so to say, and then we'll get some questions from the audience. So please prepare the microphones. So, as we don't have one speaker, we're going to have more time for the questions. Now, all this 5 sectors, BlackRock, Brookfield, revision of financial conditions for Ukraine, access to funding, access to market, rebuilding of these sectors. Now, is that the Marshall Plan that everyone is keep talking about, or this is just the tip of the iceberg and we don't know how it's all structured? Or it's just a set of multiple initiatives that make up this recovery plan? No, it's all pretty much structured. Well, what we were talking, that was private cluster. And whenever we're talking about the Marshall Plan, that's a benchmark of what's supposed to have. But what is important to realize that Marshall Plan started working on the first year after the end of the Second World War. So Europe lost this 4 years. Now, our major task is to make sure that when the war ends, we would have everything ready, everything coordinated in terms of the plan, how we're going to do that. And there's 2 major clusters, the clusters of public funding and the cluster of private funding. Speaking on the public programs and funding, this is something that I've already mentioned, and we're finalizing our work now, so that among our Western partners we would be able to consolidate and coordinate everything into a single program. And it will be similar work within the authorities in order to have it all, straightforward, because there's so many initiatives, there's so many centers for the development of different solutions, so that we would be able to coordinate everything. And we're expecting that within 2 or 3 months everything would be properly agreed and we'll have an approval of the content. Speaking on the private programs, there's no objective to have it all structured, because business tends to find the priorities for itself. But why are we separating certain things? Why are we trying to lead some processes in order to raise the number of those investors who have this desire but don't have the structure to come to Ukraine? So, Yulia, please take the same questions On the Marshall Plan, I think Rostislav is absolutely right. There's a lot of initiatives, there's a lot of actions and decisions taken by the government or the Verkhovna Rada, and you know that this requirement of the modern times. You need to respond fastly to all the challenges. There's strikes against the energy sector, and now you understand that there is a challenge of making sure there is a reserve or redundant energy supply systems to all those who need this. We're talking about social sphere, the petrol stations, food stores, and things like that. Surely the governmental actions has to be responsive, and we've seen already certain decisions taking. So it all comes up into a single plan for a military economy that started acting from the very first days, and then there is plans for post-war development. Surely these plans has to be approved at the level of government, and there's no competition or leadership issues about this aspect. We have a clear understanding with all the stakeholders engaged on how to move, and surely before the final approval, these plans need to be coordinated with the public society. And this is something that I think we've already started. And the very small question before taking the questions from the audience. What are you going to do first after the victory? Your first thing. Well, hopefully I'll continue working. I don't think that the victory will put an end to the work and we will not have anything else to do. Surely there will be even more challenges than we have today. So the task for the business and for all of us to continue working for the recovery and the rebuilding of Ukraine, because we understand that it will take not more than 1 year. So we should have like an economic front line. Well, we have it already, but it will be reinforced. What are you going to do, Rostislav? Well, I'll have a sleep for a couple of days, and then I'll have this most interesting part of rebuilding, and there will be even more work to do. So thank you. Now we have a chance to have some questions from the audience. Please raise your hand. Please state your name as well as the person whom you're addressing the question, and then your question, surely. Good afternoon. My name is Mikhail Modran. I'm the moderator of the panel discussion on the industrial restart and the development of industry. Unfortunately, Yulia went to have this panel, to join this panel, not ours. But I have a questions to her. So why in the statements that we had today, two of the speakers haven't mentioned about the internal investments? It's about the Ukrainian businesses, thousands of companies that continue working and that could also serve as this driver for changes that may attract additional investments. So why, within this rhetoric that we had, why are we talking about funds, foreign investments, insurance, but we're not talking about the internal investors? That was the first question. The second question, why the government is kind of, trying to lag behind, is lagging behind the problem. Why are we too late in responding the challenges? Why are we not proactive? I can give you one example, the production of winter clothing for our armed forces. Then with generators, we understood that energy infrastructure could be a threat, it could be challenged, it could be the target for the Russian attacks. But why have we started moving that direction only after the 10th of October, and in fact in November? So is that a question to Yulia? Anyone who can take it. Why is that happening like that? Okay, let's just have very concise answers. Well, look, our rhetorics, it's not like that. It's about the fact that we want to support Ukrainian business, and we're saying that if you take a look at the expenditure for the next year, then next year there will be a lot of international support, and then part of the income, this is something that we'll get out of the Ukrainian business owners who would be paying taxes, allowing everyone to operate. Should you take a look at the pre-war period, then the foreign investments, unfortunately, there was only a minority of them compared to the internal investors who invested in the scaling up of their own production. Now, every of our program is making sure that our Ukrainian business will be able to maintain their operations. There are certain aspects. I'm not going to talk about the interest rates of the NBU, but all the programs that we have are designed to make sure that the businesses are having access to the lending, to the loaning process, and this is something we offered while gathering the crops. So we've introduced this 579 program so that some of the entities have a chance to get some potential loans. And whenever we're talking about the insurance of military loans, we keep saying that, of course, it's great. And Migas said in the beginning about only the foreign investors. We asked them to make sure the program would involve the internal entities as well, and our internal businesses. They also have must have a chance to get an access to these insurance companies. Now, speaking about these government actions are becoming too late. No. Well, all the hospitals are provided with generators. We've done this earlier. And there's some of the businesses that are, well, business is business. It's the decision of their owners. And speaking about the petrol stations, I've seen the representatives of some of the petrol stations. Well, they have diesel generators as well. Unfortunately, that's not the case for the food products. Something like 50% of the shops are provided with diesel generators. But really, that would serve as a competitive advantage on the market during the blackout.
So you combined it just to add something, maybe. Yeah, okay. When we say about international, when we speak of international investors, look, we speak of international liquidity source. So any of these funds, they will not do it alone. In each project, they'll have a local partner, local entrepreneur, who will actually do it. Not just the hired one, but the partner. You know, if we have 100% clear international investment, you know. In any international investment, we have like 10 local contractors. So it's like just a little bit like incorrect, just liquidity source. Yeah, maybe it will sound too simple, but in all our conversations with international partners and what Rostislav said, that there is competition between IMF, World Bank, EBRD on like who will actually strategize like with this public finance fund. We always mention in this discussion that Ukrainians will, and they have to restore Ukraine. Ukrainian business will do it as well. This is important. It doesn't matter if this localization percent, definitely. We don't speak a lot of that publicly with money, but it's always priority for all our meetings. Franz, I'm so grateful. We are perfectly with the time, perfectly with the schedule. Let's just hold on to that pace. I'm grateful to all the speakers. Matteo, we mentioned such figures that we don't need EBRD, but we need all of you, and even EBRD. Okay, I want all the hall now to applaud to our speakers. They found time today, especially with this new shelling wave. Thank you for helping us. Thank you for sharing. Representatives of business, government, civic society, even during the war. We can discuss that, you know, openly. Our heroes died at the front line. We'll fight for that. This is democracy. This is the freedom that we're ready to fight for. I just wish you all to be very inspired and get some nice achievements at your work, because if you win, we all win. Thank you.
Дякую.
Take your seats. We start in 1 minute.
Колеги, я дуже прошу.
Dear colleagues, take your seats. We're about to start in 1 minute. And the sound is actually bothering us right now.
Вітаю всіх ще.
So, greetings. My name is Olga Rudneva. I am CEO of Prosthetics and Reconstructive Surgery and Rehab Center in Lviv. I'll be the moderator of this panel that's about to come. We'll start the panel with Evgenia Bliznyuk's presentation, Gradus Research. She'll tell us about the research that was carried out with involvement of Ukrainian business. I really want Evgenia to step to this place. We'll change the format a little bit of today's discussion. We'll improve it. We'll have update. Evgenia, hello. You may get any mic you like. Actually, yes, because well, you had the research. Please tell us about methodology for us to make sure that these figures that you show us right now are based on some proper tools. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, colleagues. I'm so happy to see you all offline, live and kicking. So today, for this event, we had a special survey for Ukrainian business representatives, like what was done with the help of the platform Gradus. This is an online survey in smartphone made by my company. Under the surveys, we received 200 responses from SMEs and big business as well. And we invited the KIEF community and business associations. Our business panel were involved. So we can claim right now, looking at these data, that certain trends are there. These exist among representatives of Ukrainian business. Of course, this is not representative research at all for all Ukrainian business, because right now nobody knows which industries, how do they feel, what's the average temperature, not enough of state statistics for it, but we can claim of the trends, we can speak of those. Okay, let's come from bad to good, or good to bad. I don't know. No. We'll start with the new, with reality. It's not so good, but we'll finish with optimism. Okay, let's do it. Again, just a couple of words about the research itself. It was carried out in the first week of November, so it's very fresh. 203 resultative interviews, representative of SMEs and big business. Well, actually, we observed. The first thing is that the majority of businesses, 45%, have this business as usual, a huge share. You can see they still function. 42% partially functions. In the left, you can see the sample that we managed to collect. So a big share, information and consultation sector, but also retail, wholesale, production, and so on. The spectrum of industries is really, really substantial. And we can see on this slide that for the majority of businesses, 35% of them, the income decreased for more than 50%. This is really serious. 25-50% of decrease, we can see. 58% lost half or up to 25%. Only for 5% of businesses, the income managed to increase when we speak about respondents. Okay. Hard to answer, It's really, you need to read it as I don't want to answer this question. This is the interpretation, when they say it's hard to answer. Okay, so in the involvement of personnel, you can see that practically quarter of businesses do have fully sustained team, or they increase their team, you know? I guess this is some good news for us, but 26%, they had to decrease personnel, cut them up to 1/3. The format of employees have smaller salaries, they are partially involved. It's a mechanism on how to keep people, how to retain them. So what are the priorities? We can see two of them. Businesses are focused on keep the team, keep people in the company, because we know that afterwards it's much more expensive to hire new ones, to recruit ones, it's painful, and keeping the markets. We'll later see that big share of businesses are relocating, or they are opening they are entering new areas, but still they keep their roots in Ukraine. It's still there for businesses. Okay, 1/3 of businesses have come through sectoral transformation. They're looking for new forms of business, handling new sectors for businesses, and they're searching for new markets, maybe new forms of survival, new forms of existence. But 50%, they function in the previous format, the pre-war format, and they don't require no changes, or any changes, 61% of businesses consider that they don't have a reason to relocate. There's no reason, it doesn't make sense for them to relocate, and they don't have a place where to. 25% of businesses were relocated, already have been relocated, or are preparing for relocation. 25% of them. Where do they relocate? The vast majority of those who already relocated or prepare, we speak of moving inside Ukraine, But again, quarter of those who have been relocated or still prepare for that, or consider that, they intend to stay in Ukraine, both, and leave abroad. And only a small share is relocating abroad at 100% level. Fully. So what we observe really reminds us of practical European integration, because the vast majority of relocations, mostly we speak about the EU territory, people mostly direct to EU. The absolute leader, the leader is Poland. Then the second attractive one is Germany when it comes to markets. And what are the reasons why they actually pick these markets? What are the drivers? Two key reasons. First, business connections, business networks in the host country, and the place of actual stay. People moved because of the war to that country. They stay there due to certain reason right now, and they actually function. Their businesses function there. What are the advantages to handle your business in the EU? What do businesses see? So fixed rules and access to big markets. That's what they see. Disadvantages. The highest one is substantial competition. It's clear. But they always say that huge tax load, bureaucracy, and higher wages for their employees. Why this market is so attractive? First of all, geographic proximity, simplified logistics, the access itself is fast, and mentality is really close to Ukrainian. To a certain extent. We asked if business is seeing that as a threat and opportunity. So, for Ukrainian business to enter European markets, is it about losing the entrepreneurial capital, or the opposite? Is it a chance for us to expand the geography, also to cover Europe and the world? The vast majority, 52%, say it's an opportunity. They think that Ukraine in such a way is expanding outside. But 35% still consider this to be a certain threat, Okay. Ukrainian business is pretty sure. Businesses are convinced that our entrepreneurs, our enterprises, our business is capable of competing at EU markets. 90% consider this, they fully or partially. Well, this is like a very positive attitude, we can say. So, perception of war duration, we asked that in summer, in July, we asked people, and the vast majority then considered the war, that it will last till winter, but it's already winter right now. And as of now, they think that the end of 2023. So this is the subjective evaluation of CEOs and owners, something that they put in their forecasts and expectations. You know, it's something they build their activities on, this forecast. What is the prerequisite for Ukrainian recovery, for its development? What should be done? First, we can see 61% fighting corruption. So this is the demand. We had it previously as demand number one before the war. We still have it as demand number one. This is absolutely clear. Judicial system reforming and creating a favorable environment for investors. That's it. 61% says that the war will become a prerequisite for Ukrainian business to flourish, Ukraine to flourish. This is an injection of adrenaline right in your heart, right in our economy. You know, we all are injected with that adrenaline. So I think I will finish with this optimistic statement. We all expect to win, and we all expect to ensure future development. Thank you, Evgenia. Thank you so much. Thank you for the results. And I really want you to join the panel. This was not a part of the plan, but we decided to change the panel. And I really want the participants of the panel to come. Oleg Гороховський, Monobank. We have Andriy Zdasenko, Biosfera. Alexander Komarov, Kyivstar. And we will have Natalia Yeromenko from Beauty Tech, the producer of Lamel Professional Makeup Group. She'll be there online. Okay. Okay, we'll have approximately 1 hour, 15 minutes to talk. We have very powerful panel today, you know. Great businesses. Philip Morris, unfortunately, did not join us, but we'll talk about how business entered this war period. This is the first question people meet each other, like, how did you survive? How did you overcome? How did you work with your teams? What was happening? What challenges did you actually face? And we'll talk about how business is contributing to a victory, because business can actually help us to win, to get this victory. How business is functioning at its own informational front. This is not media, but business has contacts, you know? Oleg told me that it's impossible to discuss in 1 hour, but challenge is accepted still, yeah. Okay, so let us start with the last slide. There was one figure there, that war will make us stronger. Let's transform it into business. I want all panelists briefly to say, like, do you think that war that we are coming through right now, does it have any potential to make your business stronger and more durable? Thank you. First of all, I apologize. This will be my first public presentation in Ukrainian. I'm still learning. I'm still improving my Ukrainian. I just want to apologize if, and I consider, by the way, that this is one of the key changes, shifts that the war brought to us all. I'm ashamed to say that, but I used to ban at my Facebook page people who asked me why not Ukrainian, because I thought once that the content is much more important than form, than language. But I thought that was comment not related to the content, but right now I feel ashamed for doing that, for that banning. Now I know it's about content. Our Ukrainian, this feeling of us, of being Ukrainians, you know, citizens of Ukraine, it's important. It's an important part of defending our country. It's what should we all do to defend ourselves, first of all. That's why businesses who still don't realize this, you know, we are in danger. Because I want you all, I encourage you all, think about it, our language. It's not about our capacity. It's about our protection. It's about us identifying ourselves as Ukrainians. We have to speak Ukrainian. It doesn't matter how hard is that for you personally, even if it's hard. Please. We actually entered this war, or let's say this war caught up. We were absolutely non-prepared for it. We couldn't simply believe that's about to happen, that was happening. Nobody even realized that was happening. When the full-scale war started, of course, we took care of our clients. We wanted our clients... we didn't want our clients to be that afraid to take all the money out of ATMs, to have this massive outflow of cash. So we put some limitations, imposed limitations. We took care of our banking system to get enough liquidity. So that's why we asked National Bank, without any bureaucracy, to ensure all banks with available liquidity. National Bank, I think it did a very, what they did, it was very fast and very, very effective. By the way, right now, it's not about liquidity crisis. Banking systems, in bank systems, there are a lot of free money. First of all, it's stimulated with the following. The National Bank had to print a lot of money just to fund the budget deficit. On the other hand, the buying capacity of clients, their financial capacity lowered. Nowhere to spend money on, basically. Nothing to spend money on. Such expenditures like trips, entertainment, it just vanished. Therefore, right now we can see that there is a high liquidity. So Ukrainian banking system right now, but we can see that it's functioning reliably. Was it actually easier for your bank? You don't have these units in offices. You didn't have to bring people to work. And you were a little bit more prepared, let's say, than other banking institutions before the war. I think that if we handle that, of course, it was easier for us who didn't handle it at the same level. You just have to think, like, how can you help others then, yeah? If you really want to help, if you really want to support, someone will want to help you. This will be a mutual... So I can't say that we handle that. We weren't in a worse position than other businesses. Okay, Alexander, I really want to ask the first question. Is there a potential in this war to increase and improve your business? And we come instantly to question how did your business enter this war? What challenges you had? What you faced? I know that you have a lot to tell, and you even came with slides with video.
I mean, do you have a video? And when we can show this video? Well, I know, because I'm not very good in business, but at least I know everything about everyone. So, well, first and foremost, good afternoon. I'd like to compliment Oleg with his Ukrainian. So, I'm a bit more rather pessimistic. I think it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult for long. I don't have an optimism saying that tomorrow or as long as the war would end, everything's going to turn wonderful. But I believe when there will be a victory, then there will be a better foundation on what we are building Ukraine on. And that is possible to have a long-term perspective, a kind of a solid foundation with some human lives at the basis. That would turn into a solid foundation for the development of the business and the people in this country. I believe that's kind of a dream, that we will have a victory and everything's going to be better in the long-term perspective. Now, talking about our preparations, the first approach we had in somewhere in June previous year, but we considered only one scenario. That was a scenario of escalation in the east, Luhansk, Donetsk region, maybe a loss of part of the territories, and we were sort of preparing from the standpoint of protecting the network, so that should there be a loss of territories or technological objects, we might not allow the enemy to penetrate into our network despite of losing some of the assets. So that was in June. Somewhere in November, we didn't believe, but still, as the responsible managers, as those responsible for the business of the shareholders, we started preparing. So we developed 3 scenarios, and one of them made true. So not everything was covered by this scenario, but still, we had some priorities. The very first priority is our people. How do we help our personnel to handle the stress, to handle the loss of accommodation? How do we help financially, physically, morally, And the best thing was the fact that we've opened our offices for evacuation. 800 people with their parents, they've used this possibility. And in one case, there was over 100 people with their families lived in our Lviv office. That means that you have food, some water, some hygiene, so that the people could live in the offices. That's like an example. The second priority would be the continuous service provision. That is how to maintain those services to be provided despite of the uncertainty. And there were large investments in creating the redundancy systems. We've changed the network configuration, and we've also replaced some of the computation equipment from those areas that were under threat. And instead of 24 regional centers, we have 15 and 16, and there will be a significant drop in them later on. And then there is a continuous sort of business mechanism, because, service and business, they are interconnected, but in some cases, we can be providing service, but not as a business. When we provide this for free, because we are unable to charge our clients. So these are the three priorities that went on and developed into the fourth priority, that is the assistance. This is what Oleg has mentioned, assistance to people. We'll have a separate talk on that. But what's important from the standpoint of the audience, we changed the mechanisms of corporate governance. We have this anti-crisis committee that was taking the whole decisions. We didn't have the decisions of the board committee, but this anti-crisis committee that we had, it basically had sessions a couple of times per day, taking all the decisions. So that's several areas that we worked on. So what about this challenge of data protection? We're ready for that? Yeah, well, that's an area which is strictly regulated, and Kyivstar is GDPR ready, and many years we are even just a bit in front of the Ukrainian legislation. We're ready for European legislation, like we put it. So the major challenge for us, that would be this very significant offensive and the loss of the Kherson center. I mean, despite this rehoming project, the Mariupol and Kherson regional center, they were captured with all the computational equipment. So for us, it was important to monitor the situation and prevent the network penetration through these technological platforms and sites. And we've managed successfully with that. We cut off the network in Kherson somewhere in May, when there were Mir Telecom, Ria Telecom, or something like that, when they've built their own network. So, Andriy, going to you. Okay. How your business was ready, or what was the situation with your business at the beginning of the war? Any chances for the development of your business? Oля, thank you. I'll talk Ukrainian publicly for the first time. So that's a kind of a mixture of Ukrainian and from Kiev, Ukrainian, from Dnipro, because I'm coming from the Dnipro city. Well, I believe, not only believed in the beginning of the war, and we were preparing very thoroughly. A week before the start of the war, we've done everything possible so that our bomb shelters in the major headquarters and the major production facilities were ready. It was a challenge when I was kind of shouting at the financial department, because for them paying $1 million hryvnia for generator and food and water for cleaning all of the facilities, they thought it just, spending money on nothing. But I think I was insistent enough to make it all happen. So we managed to accomplish all that. In a week, we've conducted all the necessary activities. And in the beginning of the war, they allowed us to switch off the equipment, to evacuate the personnel, because we have a very significant amount of equipment, sensitive equipment, very sophisticated equipment in terms of spare parts and in terms of many other things. So and we were ready in a week, let's say. I wasn't joining this meeting with the president of Ukraine on 23rd of February because I had this business meeting. We were discussing how do we relocate our equipment, how do we mix our products. So I was in Dnieper, and I met the war in my house with my son, and it was a shock for me. But I would say an expected shock, rather. So when I arrived on the production site, just a couple of hours after the missile attack, I've seen a wonderful situation. All the equipment was shut down, people were evacuated, everything was clearly done, and the same was done at all of our sites. That is why I believe that the biosphere was thoroughly prepared, despite this very kind of inert system, because people were not believing on spending money on that. And now up to 50% of our time, our employees are spending in the bomb shelters, and they're holding on. We have water, we have some children playgrounds, there's internet, there's communication. And then thanks to Kyivstar, I'm really, really happy. I'm really, really proud of our networks. And we also have a TV with committees, because, you know, people are sitting, they need to do something. So we try to, you know, to demonstrate some comedy shows for them in order to survive the harsh period. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the Ukrainian language, really. It's like my pre-war Ukrainian. Like, because I'm coming from Donetsk. I mean, that's the first time I do this public speaking in Ukraine. Believe me, I highly appreciate you. We'll do some more lessons on that. We have one more speaker to join us online. I don't know which screen should I look at. We'll have Natalia Romanka from Lamel brand. Natalia, greetings. Can you hear us? Greetings, I can hear you. Okay, so the very same question, but please hold your answer within 5 minutes. And what was the preparation of your business to the war? What was happening? We're ready. And what was your response to the beginning of the war? Well, thank you. I'm very happy to see everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. Thank you for the question. But I just wanted to make a few words on how the business was prepared for this 2022. 10 years ago, I've founded this brand, Lamel Professional Group, and several years later, it has become one of the leaders. 2021 was the most successful for us, and we received a turnover of tens of millions of dollars. And in 2022, we were planning to double this sort of turnover. But the war has started, and of course, we forgot about all of our plans, and we were not expecting the war to happen. We hoped that everything is going to be fine in the very end, but I was 9,000 kilometers away from Ukraine on the 24th of February. I had a 1-month-old baby, but all the team, all the company, all the relatives were in Ukraine. So just as every other businesses, within the first week, I tried to save all my employees. I tried to help them as much as I could. But talking about the business, we've dropped all of our sales basically to zero. Our major clients, the national networks, informed us that they will be not paying some of the debt, some of the tax aspects, because they can't, because that's a war and that's a force majeure. The most significant challenge was in March. We've have just constructed a new warehouse close to Good Wine and Mary Kay. So it was hit by a Russian tank projectile. So we lost the warehouse completely. Now we can show some of the photos and videos. It was all on fire, absolutely. So it contained all these stocks of our products in Ukraine. So the losses were around $2 million US. That's already the next step. So it was a shock for me. I didn't know what to do. Because when you are far away from Ukraine and everything that you've been building over many years is currently on fire and is currently destroyed. So we had two options on the table, either to, to close the business or to find opportunities to move ahead. And just as the whole Ukraine, we decided to move on. So we decided that we are going not only to save the business, but to develop the business as well, since the Ukrainian market was sort of at a ground level for us. We decided to move to export markets. We decided to participate in the international exhibitions. That was a new experience for us. And I thought that we were not ready. The product is not ready, but when you don't have anything to lose, you just, you start doing something. That's the only solution, so to say. So in April, we went to an exhibition in Italy. That's the largest exhibition. Where did you get the products from? I mean, since all your stocks were destroyed in the warehouse, so where did you get those products? Thank you. Thank you for this question. Indeed, we've prepared a wonderful stand, but we didn't have the products actually at that time. We had an expert in marketing, this girl in Odessa. So she went to the largest shop in Odessa, and she bought all the stocks they had in that market. So we took those products from a shop to the exhibition in Italy. We presented that to our potential customers, and we've received a lot of positive sort of feedback. It appears that we have a lot of unique products, and there's high quality, there's a good design, the concept, and the brand, and we've got, as I've said, a very positive feedback from customers. We've received orders from France, from Italy, from many other countries. So just a couple of words more, if I may. And in May, we were in exhibition in Turkey. Then in April and June, there was Las Vegas, United States. In October, we've already had an exhibition in United Arab Emirates. So over the course of this war, the business was transformed from a regional one to a sort of international one, because we are selling our products in 20 countries of the world. So that's really inspiring. Yeah. And this is only the beginning, because finally we managed to overcome this burden of low cost, and we understood how wonderful we are, how brave we are, how there's so many things that we can achieve. And besides, we need to work, we need to develop our business no matter everything. So thank you. Thank you. And when we were preparing for this session, Natalie told a very interesting statement. She said that, over many years we thought that we're not ready to go to the foreign market. But then when we had no other choice, we went there, we did it, and it appeared that we are pretty much ready for the foreign markets. Okay, so I've made an interview already, and I'd like you to introduce several comments, whether this is something that complies with the results of your research, or maybe you've heard some new insights from our speakers, just very briefly. Well, that absolutely complies not only with the results of the exact research, but also with everything that we can see through our monitoring, through our research, because the main trait for the Ukrainian business is this will to live, will to develop, no matter this, these difficulties, the warehouse being destroyed, there is the threat for data leakage, the threat of drop on the financial market, but still the business continue working, they continue doing their job, and that's the best medicine against of despair and anything else. So we'll move on, and I'd like to ask our panelists a question. We keep talking that there's a victory on the part of the armed forces of Ukraine, and we are grateful for that. But the business makes its contribution as well. We survive, we move on, but still every business provides its own contribution to the victory. So I would like us to talk about this, to showcase some of the involvement of the business, how the business can help the victory. What's the contribution? What's the role in assisting Ukraine now?
Well, this is not. It will not sound that modest to talk about it, but we made some very important products. Super prominent fundraisers. Without our banks, without these cans, where people collect money, there will be no fundraising. So we reformatted the product. We changed it due to the time demand, because we made this is a very convenient tool. It allows clients without any limitations to donate to help. And this is a big contribution because more than 6 billion hryvnias already were donated via this tool by Ukrainians. And I consider this to be technologically, and this is a very valuable contribution in our victory, definitely. Oleg, if I understand correctly, 6 billion hryvnias exclusively via Monobank in this, no. Just with this Monobank cans, collection cans as we call it, via Monobank in total 10 billion. So you are a very modest person. And, okay, I'm just telling about the tool. 6 billion hryvnias, various projects to help the armed forces. And I consider this to be the key message and the key contribution. Yeah, I actually check your page on Facebook. You collect a lot of money personally. Yeah, I don't think I should talk about it because this is not modest. Yeah, this is a very good case, very good example. I always encourage people helping or doing something. Please share this. This is an important story. That's how we set this bar. We have these cases and stories to replicate. This is not something you need to be ashamed of, definitely. Okay, Alexandra, I move to you. So we can see many things are happening, what Kyivstar is doing. Maybe you have some projects you really want to tell us about. How exactly do you accelerate? How do you move us forward to victory? I'll start with the following. In my opinion, any functioning business in Ukraine today is the biggest contribution in victory. If you work, if you produce, if you provide services, if you pay wages to people, if you pay taxes, this is even more than we can expect in current conditions. It's just the top of what we can reach, of course. A challenge is to work and provide services. For us, as I told you, we have this fourth sector right now. We have to understand we can do it. We are able of doing that. Kyivstar is a stable, sustainable business, resilient business. Yes, we have our income going down, but this is still about we are getting money. We have the income. We help. The first focus group is our clients, for example, liberating Kherson. These clients will have for a month or two this free of charge communication, depending on current environment. We don't take money from the clients who reside within frontline zones, close to the front line, those regions and districts where we have the hostilities, we don't get any money from them. For the first 2 months, we provided these services free of charge. Clients could just not pay and stay connected. It's more of a humanitarian mission of the company. it's a critical service for Ukraine. The first thing you have to do to keep these people connected. Then we have a whole bunch of humanitarian organizations we help in a different way. Someone with direct support, like the Roads of Victory, together with Okeanelze Band and a charity foundation to collect money for the car. You know, it's just several sectors we move every day, where we move every day. Of course, right now we have another challenge, electric network. You do understand that. Andriy mentioned this, how hard it is to allocate money for something non-productive in advance. Right now, for us, it's a huge task on how to increase that, how to support the networks without electricity, like not 2 hours, but for 6 hours to keep them alive. Money is like, okay, but for you to understand, dozens of thousands of objects, but each object and changing the battery, replacing battery, half a ton, you need to bring it, install it, half a day of work, and then you just need to test it. It's a whole procedure. For us, the biggest challenge right now is how to ensure this stability for service provision, regardless of current horribly difficult conditions. Thank you. I just want to ask organizers, can we have this video right now? Do we actually have it about... Let's listen to people, okay? I love movies. Okay, good. Andriy, if you don't want to... Well, okay, I would love, but yeah, as you say. Andriy, I know that you have in Biosfera a project... projects where you collect money to help armed forces in Ukraine and abroad. Please tell us just a little bit what you do, how do you help? Yeah, we have a couple of important projects. So first of all, we produce very important product. So these wet towels for our military and civilians both. We call them the Clean Victory, specially designed. This is like with a special size and special material for our military. It's very important in any conditions to provide them sanitary and hygiene, you know, ensure proper level of sanitary hygiene. 50,000 items were already delivered to our military. I know that it's a cool product used everywhere, you know, at front line, just in any part of it. And another important project, Support Ukrainians, it's called Support Ukrainians, and it's already launched in 5 countries, 5 European countries, and Croatia, Romania, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. So our products with special labels, you know, special labeling, in order to support our diplomacy, with the support of our diplomacy and ambassadors there, you know, together with representatives of the national governments of these countries and the biggest networks. They actually promote us free of charge in their networks, and from each item Europeans buy made in Ukraine, we donate via UNICEF. We donate to children because children suffer the most, and children are the most sensitive, you know, and they suffer from the sore the most. And we've already donated more than 40,000 euro. And what is really important, Europeans, they do see that made in Ukraine concept it's about high quality, it's about emotions, it's something interesting. It really catches them, you know, it's got catchy for them. With these products, we actually communicate and we send the message that we are great producers, and please do support us, support our country. Don't forget of those who actually suffer the most. I mean, the children. We also have projects, Clean Victory, Freckenbock. We donate to the military for them buying drones. So using the product, using the Made in Ukraine concept, using the Support Ukrainians, we create in Europe, you know, this important wave. You know, we generate a wave. We encourage people to join to our Ukrainian reality, to observe this reality. We feel this massive support from Europeans, and from each European we do feel it. Thank you, Andriy. Thank you so much. Can we have Natalia again on the screen? Can we bring her back? It's clear that her business suffered a lot. It was affected by the war. I don't know if it's correct to ask you, Natalia, if it's okay to ask, are you doing something to help? But don't know if it's a proper question, but I will ask you, regardless of all the difficulties that business is having, do you consider it necessary to help the armed forces and Ukrainians? Natalia, do you get the sound right now? I guess Natalia simply does not get the sound from the hall. Okay, let's fix this and we'll go back to Natalia a little bit later. Evgenia, I want to turn to you, I guess, for a minute. From your survey, the majority of businesses, they do consider that tax payment. Do they think it's already a contribution if they pay taxes, or they also donate and they do more than that? So your personal opinion, how do you think? Are businesses today obliged to? Can I say obliged, but do they have to do more than just paying taxes and supporting the team? Is it mandatory? Thank you. Yeah, businesses mostly do take part in charity projects, or they launch their own projects with certain support. It's not just about big business, by the way, but SMEs do that as well. You know, and you remember this book, Ferguson's book, yeah, Squares and Towers. Ukraine is a classical square, you know, where everyone is coming with one's own contribution, its own share of support, regardless of business size and scale. Yes. Taxes and donations. They donate personally, individually. This is a big wave. This is a big area, huge area where they act. Okay, we have only one issue to discuss. We mostly expect from the media to get some informational support for Ukraine abroad, but our business has huge network of contacts here and abroad. Our business does have a chance to tell these stories that we tell here today. They have a chance to tell these stories abroad. I want to talk to our panelists on how our business is telling about Ukraine abroad. Do they see their role in this information war at the expense of their business network? How do they use it, or do they use it at all? I think that yes, because many businesses today, many businesses stipulated this international expansion as an option. With the beginning of full-scale war, they changed priorities, and they definitely now are looking westward. So our presence in the West, this will be the best story told about Ukraine, because in Ukraine we definitely have some great stuff. We didn't have this habit to tell about that, you know? We were a little bit silent about it. We tell our partners, of course. We try to bring all this to them, you know, the current situation. We try to describe it. The payment systems, Visa and MasterCard, in February, in March, they left Russia, you know. This step, it would never happen without us, without our participation and our intrusion. I think this is a very good contribution. Okay, Oleg, I want to ask you, when the application shifted fully to Ukrainian, yeah, you actually trace, did it somehow change the number of clients? Maybe nothing changed. I think many of my subscribers here all know what is the answer to that question. It wasn't modest. Yeah, it wasn't, but it's true. Okay. Either modest or true. So, yeah. It was not a business decision, first of all. We didn't even think, we weren't worried with it. Like, how will those clients behave who will not understand it? So, we didn't care about that. If we have such serious situation, it's not about money. So we were doing it, you know, just because we wanted to. We didn't care what would happen to those who don't understand this step. But we asked clients who actually called to our support centers in Russian, you know, we asked them, don't you mind for the employees to answer in Ukrainian if you do ask in Russian. 97% of clients said it's okay, they don't care like what language does the support center use to respond. It means that it's just our wish. It's if we are willing to. We have to understand that Ukrainian is a state language. So Russian interface should not be present in Ukraine anywhere. That's what I'm sure about. Thank you for your firm opinion. Thank you. Alexander, Kyivstar. How can Kyivstar engage to this informational front? What do you do for people abroad to become aware? Okay, we have two aspects. First one, it's cooperation with operators, world operators. For us, it was really important to get support. For example, at the level of associations of GSM operators, some important partners in Europe, basic partners, and it gives results. For example, this service, such service like roaming, just like at home when a client can use the services, paying just for this average fee in 30 countries of Europe, where we now have 98% of all the migrants staying, mostly, they're concentrated. This is the result of cooperation. We ask, we tell, we persuade, and we get this interconnect rates which are lower for certain period. It's temporary, not for always, but for certain period, interconnect rates are lower than between European operators today. It's a fact. Our suppliers, we work with global suppliers. Everybody should understand these are big companies like Ericsson, Nokia, Huawei. We all work at Ukrainian market. It won't happen so that only operators will compensate the damages. From your side, you have to provide specific discounts, services, free of charge services. Everybody just agree for that. This is a big, big process. We had in October this Vendors Day, as we called in Warsaw, where we gathered the biggest suppliers. If we are looking forward to 5-7 years, $100 million of discount we got, you know. This is cooperation. They want to help us. They are ready. Third aspect is informational. We have a critical industry. We are in the critical industry providing critical services. There is a big demand from international partners asking, like, how do you manage to keep the network in such horrendous reality? I personally gave like 6-7 interviews to Bloomberg, to BBC within this period. We are for them. We are the eyewitnesses of what happened in Ukraine. You know, we can tell them how we actually handle the situation, and we do handle it. And what are the forecasts? And of course, we work with that. We understand that we represent Ukraine. We are the face of the industry, and we represent Kyivstar as a brand. And we use any opportunity, because this is opportunity to bring truth of what's happening in Ukraine right now. Thank you. I asked organizer to check if we have Natalia online with us. Now I'm asking Andriy. Andriy, please tell me what you're doing. Okay, I understand that you are already entering international markets with Ukrainian products, actually. Involve them to donations. How else, in what other way can you bring information what's happening in Ukraine? What do you do? I just want to say that I have quite a big cluster of networks, business connections in many areas I do have. And I personally communicated since February with many opinion leaders. And they donated, they disseminated all that around, you know, the information. Apart from the product, we also had more than 100 publications made in European business press, you know, about our project, Support Ukraine, but not only about it. Every presentation, you know, 20, 30 publications and video materials, you know, at the best channels, the best TV channels, you know, in this country. So this is critically important. The head of Romanian Chamber of Commerce, on the latest presentation, we had approximately 100 people there, and he was crying. I tell you that. On that day, we had a serious attack on Dnipro city, and my daughter was there, and I came there and said that I'm a very I said I was very positive when it came to that. I was saying we are strong, but my daughter right now thinks that this is a tragedy. And he came there, I remember, and he couldn't keep his tears. It's just, it was very emotional for him. So it's not just a publication, it's just about programs. It's a wave of support, emotional support that we try to disperse all around Europe and the countries. Poland is the next country where we are going with that project, and I'm pretty sure this will be really, really, really massive, because our products, these are our messengers. We channel our love, our patriotism, our strength, and we donate for children. Yeah, personal stories, they do work very well in individual communication. It's a very, very effective mechanism. And do we have Natalia? Tell us. Can we have Natalia on the screen first? Natalia, do you actually get the sound from us? Do you have it? Finally, great. Wonderful. Natalia, I go back to you with a question does the company do something to support the victory? Do you donate, fundraisings? Do you have it? Yes or no? And what kind of activity can you carry out when it comes to information and how to tell about Ukrainian situation? Let's merge it into one. Thank you, Olha. I do fully agree with Alexander. He said already that the fact that we survived and that we retained and kept our business, this is a serious support already of Ukraine and to Ukraine. And we didn't only kept our teams, but we always, all the time, for all this time, we are recruiting people. We now return to the pre-war wage level, and definitely in the scope of our resources, in the scope of the capacity, we try to donate as much as we can to various foundations and NGOs. And right now we are registering in America our own foundation. It's under registration to help children, and the company allocated a big amount of money for this foundation.
But the most important thing is that this brand and the development of the team, this is exactly what will happen, what will help in a long-term perspective for Ukraine to win and then to recover the economy. Because every single piece of product that we sell, part of the price, part of its cost will be donated to the Children's Fund. We've developed a new collection called Hope that's dedicated specifically to Ukraine, and there will be some sales next year. All the money we'll gather from that collection, that will be donated to support a charitable foundation for children. So at our level, we're doing everything possible, but I'd say that the amount of experts engaged and the level of their salary, that's the largest contribution in the development of the economy, in the development of the future of victory. From now talking about the informational component, that's a large one, because our products are basically the ambassadors of Ukrainians, and all those positive feedbacks we get means that Ukraine is, or let's say the world is interested in Ukraine, not just because of maybe some crises or something that's going on, but Ukraine is interested because of some of the achievements, because of the products, and I'm proud of my team. Thank you, Talia. And question to you. From what you've seen in the research, the situation is not going for the better in the world. The war continues. Now, do you feel that the business will continue donate and support at the same level, or do you think that the support from the businesses will drop? Well, I don't see any drops in the support, because the levels of support from the public or the trends to victory, expectations of victory, they're all consistent. Since the March, raised to a high level and they maintain this high level. That is why I'm confident that despite those horrible events and a very difficult situation and the impact on business, still this expectations of victory, this understanding of that, of this victory being sort of composed of every business doing some donations for the state. It's still on the agenda. It's still maintained. Now we've almost reached the end of our panel. I understand that we have very large businesses represented in our panel, but we talked about how the business managed to withstood. We were proud of those speakers who started speaking Ukrainian. We talked about how the business is helping to have this victory closer and closer to us, and how the business may be engaged in the informational domain. Now, to our participants of the panel, just imagine such an unreal situation. Now, you can write and send a note to yourself, like back to 23rd of February. So you will get this note on the 23rd of February. So just, a script from a fantasy movie, but still, imagine on the 23rd of February, you get up and you receive a letter from yourself written on the 17th of November. Now, what would there be in this list? Well, Ukrainians have large balls. Buy batteries. Yeah, and generators, I would also say. And stop eating. Because, I had 10 additional kilos over this, over the time of this war, because there's a lot of stress. And you need to, somehow cope with this stress, but still, we're all positive. But every single company has its own level of durability. That's why we donate. That's why we do everything possible. We're not thinking of the development at this moment, because we need to survive for the victory, for our employees, for the markets, for our companies. So it's a struggle. It's a fighting. We have like 2 or 3 front lines, and that's very important. That's a new level of responsibility of every single business owner and businessman. And what's important is to have this, kind of a union of businessmen, and that's a new foundation. It showed a great strength and durability. There's, chats, people. That's the phenomena that allows to accumulate the funds, the energy, the support to one another. And thanks to this enormous, kind of community which is with us in this room, I'm holding, the country's holding, and that inspires every one of us, and that's a phenomena, that's association of the businessmen. That was the new formation that never existed before, but now it's unique. So anything in just a minute, like any support, you can barely, find it in a couple of seconds. So the big words of thanks for that, and that's a great advantage of ours in this war. Okay, so you took the word out of my mouth, literally. And can we have Natalia with us? Okay. Now, what would you write to yourself back to 23rd of November? Oh, 23rd of February, sorry. Well, I would write Grachovsky and Zdesenko will start speaking Ukrainian. And Zdesenko will get another 10 kilos. And, well, seriously, I think it's going to be horrible, but we'll win. Because that's definitely what's going to happen. I'm, confident everyone believes in that. Okay, Natalia, thank you. Okay, what about our researchers? What would they write? Well, I would say it's going to be difficult, it's going to be horrible, but focus on the possibilities and the abilities. So thank you very much. I'd like to express words of gratitude to your panel. And I saved 5 minutes of for more coffee. I think we had a wonderful discussion with wonderful speakers, and we finished on a very positive sort of aspect. And there's this feeling that our business will hold on, and there will be a potential for the development because we are very creative and wonderful nation. And big thanks to the organizers of this KIEF Forum for this one day of normal life. That despite everything, we get together, and this KIEF Forum will be held. So thank you, everyone. Go and have some coffee.
Поповнити рахунок сестрі, доки вона допомагає тваринам – це маленька допомога. Підключити роумінг мамі, яка далеко – і це маленька допомога. Обміняти бонуси на гігабайти брату-волонтеру – це маленька допомога. Але з маленьких допомог складається велика перемога. Допомагай легко з додатком My Vodafone. Разом ми зможемо. Vodafone.
Sunglasses on, looking at the sky. A certain sunny way of life. Baby, unleash your brighter side. Don't stop the feeling. Na, 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 na. Hey. Na, 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 na.
Скільки в Україні ще залишилось сил? Давайте рахувати. В Україні є захисники, які закривають нас собою. Є працівники, що рухають країну під час бою. Є малюки, що під сирени тримають олівець. І є дорослі, що зберігають кожен гаманець. Є ангели, що повертають до життя. Безстрашність розміром з міста. Є фермер, він саджає помідори. А є бабуся, що помідорами збиває дрони. У нас є ті, хто зігріває тисячі людей, а хтось одну людину. У нас ще стільки сил, що неможливо подолати Україну. Просто бери і роби, що можеш. І ми обов'язково переможемо.
Раз, два. Давайте я. Спікери панелі, прошу займати. Я зараз вас всіх представлю. Як вам зручно? Так. Давайте, мабуть, тут. Доброго дня. Мене звуть Дмитро.
So, good afternoon. My name is Dmitro Shinkin, and it's going to be a really interesting panel. And we'll try to talk about the innovations of 9 months of the large-scale war. Ukraine continues to impress the world with resilience, with creative solutions, and with the use of modern technologies in a way that no one else used them before. So I'd like to introduce our panel. Mikhailo Fedorov, the Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. He's known by DIA, Army of Drones, with Starlink, with many other things which are not standard and which are changing the world. We also have Taras Kitsmay, the co-founder and the board director of SoftServe, which is a global technology company. By the way, from Lviv, which is having something like 13,000 employees all around the world, which provides IT services in all the modern technologies. Alexander Konotopsky, the founder and the CEO of IX System, which is global productive hardware company, 120 countries of the world, 2,500 employees, a company which is fighting with the evil. We have Olha Ustinova, CEO of the Vodafone Ukraine, one of the largest telecommunication operators of Ukraine. She's demonstrating absolute resilience to what is happening in Ukraine and to making sure that our communication remains at good level. And we also have Yuri Batkin online with us today. He'll be joining us later on. The Vice President on the development of MasterCard in Ukraine and Moldova. Tremendous number of unique projects, and he'll be able to tell us more about that. So I'd like to start with the first question to our panelists, to Mikhailo and to you. So you, today, you represent the unique solutions, advanced technologies. So, what technologies and what Ukraine is offering to the world, something that the world has never seen before. So thank you for this question, and everyone, greetings everyone. Well, I think that Ukraine has never seen a war of these scales in the middle of Europe, and it happens under this digital stage of the transformation of our society. So we can talk a lot about the DIA. We're the first to introduce first digital IDs. Then there is a chance to open an account without going somewhere, just online. There's lots and lots of projects. But talking about everything that's happening in times of war, I think that we've already managed to launch our business. This public, this non-governmental organizations, we managed to launch a lot of projects that you could be proud of. One of these projects and the products, which is called Delta Product, and it allows in real time to map some of the intelligence data and to take very fast decisions. And that project changes the decision-making process in the armed forces. Here's our technology products in UAVs, aerial or maritime UAVs. There's a whole lot of different projects. Now, what is happening in the middle of this war, this technological Ukraine, was many people working in the IT sphere. They started to adapt their skills in order to solve the different tasks and challenges. And all that has been transformed into a very specific product that could be well exported. I mean, during the war, we need to draw a lot of resources, but after the war, there's a lot of potential. So should we regularize all those products? And what can we be proud of? And where do we have a large potential? I start with services, since we do have cooperation between the registers. We've managed to set this 3 years ago when we started the DIA project. We managed to respond fast to the project, to the challenges we face. When the occupation starts, we need to, pay some money to the Ukrainians for them to be able to do the evacuation. So we have this e-support, and everyone got, 1,500 hryvnias or so. And we did that very fast. You have a damage of your housing or your accommodation, so you can report this very fast through this app, and made possible because we have a cooperation of the registers. We've launched so many other projects as well. The other one, the other sphere than the project all around this, that's cybersecurity. This full-scale invasion, it started long before 24th of February. It started somewhere in November with the massive cyber attacks, with multi-vector attacks designed to destroy all of our information system. But still, there is no leakage of data from the most important registers. All systems are working. Now that's the expertise, that's the lessons learned that we could export all around the world. Yeah, mass media is asking about this. That's an example of cybersecurity. We're not talking a lot about this, but Ukraine sets a lot of examples. Yes. Then telecommunications, and there's products that we could be proud of, and we could export this experience. I don't know any telecommunication operator anywhere in the world with experience of our telecommunication operators managing to sustain and support the communications amidst the war. Then we have a breakthrough in the satellite communications. The number of operators, well, you've heard about Starlink. I think we have the largest number of Starlinks in the country, something like 25,000. But there's also other operators of satellite communication. And if those companies or those founders would think that the largest number of satellite communications would be in Ukraine, and how we would be able to use those satellite communication amongst the war, well, that would be absolutely surprised. Then the fourth area, that's a military area. I talked about, Delta, about drones, air, maritime. We're creating a whole lot of, new products, and I could speak the whole day about this. So there's 4 directions where we have very unique expertise. Nowhere in the world there's any expertise like that. So now, in cooperation with the state, and sometimes without the cooperation of the state, sometimes there's even better sort of jam-throughs in terms of the development. So these are Ukrainian products that will be scaled up. So this is a very unique experience that we are having. And how agile, in terms of the computer world, is the Ukrainian side. Ukrainian country. Well, I can speak from my direction. Yeah, but you cooperate with others, with other ministries, like with Ministry of Defense, with other registers and things like that.
If you want a specific example, so I came from a meeting together with the military. We gathered and I'll speak in general terms. We spoke of new sources on how to get information and how to hit the missiles entering Ukrainian territory. Traditional means not all of them actually trace those missiles because of low altitude. We have to have this crowdsourcing, collect the data, collect the sources. General Staff, MOD, so many different teams are there, and average age of meeting like 55, 60 years old. And it's the meeting with IT companies, the environment, IT environment. Someone has their VP prototype. 100% of missiles hit. They use these sources. So Right now in the military tech area, I can actually tell you it's impossible to we'd never have that progress without an agile. It's purely agile. The state is turning into a living accelerator in UAV development. You buy one product today, tomorrow it's different. In a week, it's completely different. The product is developing, evolving, and you get feedback every day from battlefields. It's impossible that agile to have this breakthrough. So today I can say that the state is moving in agile. Bureaucracy that today we have, it absolutely does not fit that agile, so we change it with certain decrees on testing and doing it very quickly. The further the forces are from Kiev, the bureaucratic bureaucracy is pushing, but to try to push it back to go into agile. And I say that the government of future is the government looking like IT company, moving within agile, and legislation actually promotes that. Right now, that yesterday, Prime Minister presented an idea to create opportunity for every ministry within the budget to establish teams for fast decision making and then to eliminate it. You recruit people fast, give a task, publish it, announce it, then solve the task, then under contract you can actually dismiss these people. With this bureaucracy we have today, it's impossible. Without agile, there will be no breakthrough. You actually have it today under the pressure of war, and you have to turn it step by step into one system for us to survive, you know? As a member of military cluster, I can tell you that I'm so impressed with speed, how the MOD is acting, functioning. So my respect to you. Such an influence in decision-making transformation. Thank you, Anton. Alexander. Ajax is a global company. The war, the challenges, you've opened your affiliate in Uruguay recently. How do you survive? How do you invade the market? You've increased production in Ukraine during the war, 30% up. How does Ajax live today? Well, basically, the war took us 1 month and a year from Ajax. All 11 of months that we still have as rest, this was for us business as usual when it comes to war context. For the rest of 11 months, well, actually, what is the attractiveness of business? Geographical diversification of sales. You do not depend on these cataclysms in any region. We may have war anywhere, conflicts anywhere, economic turbulence, unforecasted government elections. We live in a very fragile world. We never know what region will be fragile tomorrow. For example, we have Taiwan. 70% of the world's electronics is in Taiwan. So, like, if tomorrow China attacks Taiwan, 70% is out of stock. What the world will do? What the world will do? So how do you assess it? How do you actually see it? Because you depend on components. I really want to say it politely right now. This will be not just our problem. I'd say all of these people will have it as a problem. You can't design any soft if you don't have these equipments and parts. You can't actually produce cars. So we go back to 1980s then. You can see these half conductors where we have like certain percentage. Of course, scaling up the capacity. Of course, launching new plants in European Union, in the US. Yes, this risk, everybody thinks of that. And we do remember that we have SML, cars for chips, and SML can't produce a car because in order to produce a car, you need to have a chip, and there is no chip. To have more chips, SML must produce a car, and it's a vicious circle. Like, what actually affected us? Last year, it still affects us today. Many R&D efforts go to avoid that crisis. And when it comes to global expansion, we don't discount due to we don't have agreements which are frozen, destroyed, suspended just because there is war in Ukraine. And we are so grateful to all our partners, and we are grateful to European communities for such warm welcome, for immense support of our business. Respectively, yeah, and currency fluctuations, euro goes down, and it actually, it affects the incomes of the company in some way, because definitely the dollar is strengthening, and nothing so far is happening in the European economy. And basically, this is the key market for us to sell our products, EU. So it's like you're a Ukrainian company, and it seems like it must be affected by war the most. Euro and half conductors, 1:9, the ratio maybe. And the opinion of our team is that we stay in Ukraine, we will work here, we will function here, we will create jobs in future. This is a big task for us, because if we don't have new jobs today, and thinking just about your risks, tomorrow smart people won't find job here, but find it abroad. And later, they won't even return. For us, this is a big focus for smart, intelligent people to find as many jobs as they can in Ukraine. We think of our risks in that context, not that much. Okay, Alexander, when the war started, the full-scale war, we all faced different perception of that situation in different countries. So if we do talk about Western world, they have very specific opinion, but when we speak about Asian region, they have different opinions, different perception of the situation, like different ideas floating there. You're an international global company, you have people working in different countries. The cultural dialogue, how did it take place inside the company? How this discussion did take place with your distributors and integrators in various countries? What is the perception of Ajax in the world in the context of war? Yes, we have some regions where it's considered, which are considered to be not very friendly. Let's say Russia today is watched a lot in Africa, in Latin America. They watch Russia today. In March, we actually had our first LATAM agreements. We had 100% paid in advance. Then we had delays with production because we relocated plants. And a guy calls from one of the countries to our sales director saying, Diego, tell me please, honestly, that company, does it exist? Like, is it actually there? Of course, he gets the products, then he relaxed, but the level of trust to brand is huge. If you make good things, B2B business, it's a small one. Everyone tells about you. You can check information. We had no negative. Even South Africa, we got these full payment on February 25th. People were paying 100% of the amount, so they trusted us. So the attitude was very positive. A lot of partners donate, support, give money to Ukrainian foundations, talk to us, ask us about the situation. We tell them. If in the US I had a meeting with a person, he watches a lot of Fox News. After watching Fox News, I can think like, what a horrible country Ukraine is, why to give money. But yeah, I explained to him, he says, okay, yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah, we do that a lot. Thank you. Olha, telecom. Challenges, Mihailo told about the challenges and some creative approaches of telecom. The resilience of telecom and the solutions, and Chernobyevka, you can actually tell about it. Please, yeah. First of all, our foreign partners, they are surprised that we are still functioning. They ask us, how is that possible? How are you handling that? In peaceful times, only 2% of emergency activities operators usually have. Now it's 95% of emergency activities. So we have these emergency activities, 1,000 approximately of base stations were restored. Chernobyevka, we also have our own Chernobyevka. We have a base station. We were restoring for 7 times. It's not competing with Chernobyevka, but okay. It's this constant, ongoing process when we restore, recover the network. When the first occupation took place and our experts entered Bucha with demining teams, for you to understand, after the occupation, everything was mined completely. So we walked together with our military to demine first, and then we have audit of base stations to understand, is it possible to connect them? And then we saw that these were there were no walls off. So base stations were destroyed, but we had to restore the connection because so many people were sitting in basements. They did not even realize that they were deoccupied, that they can come out of basements. And then we had this idea, thanks to the Ministry of Digital. They actually called us and told, like, maybe you need Starlinks. I say, yeah. I don't need them personally, but how many do you have? I say, I need 10. As always, you need more than others, they say. Okay. So we took Starlink and we started testing this to, for example, when there is no wall-soft at destroyed base station, to send it via the satellite, via Starlink. And now it looks like that. So a base station comes mobile on the car with diesel and with Starlink. So we deploy the network in maximum 2 hours and we have connection. When all this started, we had tests 2-3 days. We had tests for 2-3 days. We didn't handle it. Like, there was connection without internet. We even gave calls to Starlink R&D center saying, okay, it doesn't work. You have to change the configuration. They say, how can it not work? We say, we try to launch our base station. So we called to tech support to Elon Musk, actually, to his team. That was wow thing. We realized that we found the solution which would allow us to be very quickly there, connected in the occupied territories. They were surprised, saying, can you do that? Damn. Now they are surprised as well. Japanese are surprised, saying, they have serious things like earthquakes. They say this would be a great case for us as well. If we speak about creative solutions, national roaming, it's not something new, but what we did it in a week. Nobody even, abroad, they don't believe it. They say it's impossible because various configurations, various operators, various equipment. How can this be done in a week? And then within the first weeks, we had a lot of work. All three parties were actually working. And our regulator, operators, partners, and foreign partners actually to have this free of charge roaming for some time. You pay the same money as you pay for Ukrainian connection. Everybody who use roaming, it's a little bit more expensive, simply saying. So we involved everyone. And this was the first time, all the operators, foreign operators, gave us special tariffs. Right now, we can actually provide this roaming for reasonable price, and we can tell for hours about that, what we were doing in this period. Yes, for the military worked as well, because our data and geolocation, unfortunately, I can't tell you this is confidential, but after the victory, we will discuss more cases, how did it happen. So we continue working. We do everything that is possible. Thanks to our armed forces, Kherson is blue and yellow again. We restored the network in Kherson right now. We are doing this right now at this moment. And our next challenge is, these are blackouts, and it's something completely new. Again, we're looking for how to provide energy for our equipment. Okay, people say okay, telephone is wireless. Why it's not there? Some people ask. Well, there's no connection. I saw these comments. That was really funny, but okay, base station requires electricity. So we're trying to find a partner for that. Some enterprises with generators just to feed our base stations, to have the maximum amount of them with electricity. Each base station has batteries, accumulating batteries, 3-4 hours, and you have to actually charge it for 12-15 hours. We don't have that time gap. So that feeding time is not possible. So we need to involve more and more people. This cross-functional communication during war is it's impressive how businesses help each other. For example, competitors become partners. And this is like something new for Ukrainian environment, for our world, when we live through it. And we definitely are invincible. Thank you. I just want to stress that Starlink and mobile operator integration, for networks merging, and satellites. This is the example of Ukrainian case in the world context. This is what we're doing. This is our history. Thanks to operators. Oля, right now, what is the biggest challenge, the key challenge, and when will we be able to guarantee connection, like the pre-blackout level? Okay, pre-blackout level. I have these benchmarks like pre, post blackout, not even the war. Okay, look, not today, but the previous shelling that we had massive shelling, and we registered that in many settlements traffic grows for 50%. For us, it's a huge challenge right now on how to configure properly our network to have enough of capacity. People migrate. Our traffic migrates with them, so we have to reasonably optimize it and configure it, because it's about money. First of all, it's expensive. Energy, yeah. Electricity, of course, and restoring networks, because every 2 or 3 hours in Kherson, I have a record how many base stations we've been restoring. Unfortunately, a lot of equipment was stolen, looted. It's not like in Bucha or Chernihiv. Right now, they intentionally are destroying everything, you know? And this is a big challenge as well. How fast can we restore the network? Third, Vodafone company always says that for us, employees is the top priority. And this is a big challenge when you realize that you have to pick between safety, your technical expert safety, teams, those who sell, and that they have to work in almost occupied territories, very close to hostility areas. And you realize that even when a company gives an announcement, we have to evacuate, you know? It's dangerous. Your tech experts say, okay, we heard you. They send their families, but they stay themselves there and continue.
So that's really big challenges, but energy is the challenge number one. Thank you. Now, a question to Taras. The IT market, you're a global company. There's many people working in Ukraine, many abroad. You have a lot of customers, but any changes in the landscape or the market of IT services during the full-scale war, how do you feel yourself? And any innovations you're offering to the world? Thank you. I would like to, at first, to start with what are we providing to the world? Well, we have 300,000 engineers working on IT markets around the world. Some left Ukraine, some are still working in Ukraine. We're providing our services everywhere, in US, Europe, Asian markets, Middle East. According to the National Bank of Ukraine, over the past 9 months of this year, the IT industry has grown by 13% in US dollars. Yes, that's comparing to the same figures over the past year. Now, why the IT industry managed to sort of rebuild, to operate under the martial law period? We're working on the global markets, and the global markets are not that sort of susceptible to changes. And every IT enterprise is basically a virtual enterprise. So it's like processes, all the processes are run into internet, starting from hiring, interviewing, project management, marketing, promotions, etc. So should you take a look at our company, over half of the company employees have never seen our offices, so to say. That's metaverse, but better version. So like Meta Ukraine, like a Ukrainian option of the meta universe that Zuckerberg is trying to build. Well, if we'll have an Oculus then it would be a complete immersion into the universe. But that's a good preparation for the army of drones. Yeah, right. So should you kind of take a look at the challenges that we're having for today? The development of industry, it went down a bit because we are developing slightly, but not as it was during the previous years. But then there's this risks of our customers, mostly risks related to code safety, to data safety, with the stability of teams, with the ability of our personnel going abroad, doing some presentations, things like that. And then some of the other risks are related to electricity and the internet. Yeah, well, new realities require new solutions. What's your solution? Well, all the risks are manageable. The data security, all of the data are kept at the cloud environment somewhere abroad. What about the stability? Well, 3% of the employees were conscripted, and that's three. In our case, we have something around 250 employees are currently conscripted. We support them, we pay them salary, but that's 3%. So whenever we're talking about the reserving or the personnel, we're talking about the key personnel that we make sure that they still operate. And whenever there is any need for traveling abroad, we're trying to use all those employees that are living abroad. Internet, we're talking about Starlings. Electricity, those energy generators. And currently the company is working and the customers remain very satisfied with the level of service provided. On the overall, our response to this work goes with diversification. Now, should you take a look at what happened in the beginning of the war, we've increased our presence in Poland and Bulgaria, opened some offices in Romania, and sped up the development of offices in Mexico, Colombia, and Chile. Okay, so Ukraine is capturing Latin America and donating in support of Ukraine. Yes. Well, SoftServe is a global company. A lot of people are working, and we keep saying that this company was born in Ukraine, but it's a global company. And we started working in Mexico, and we told that we were a global company, and there were people coming from US, and things like that. But when they learned about the fact that SoftWing is actually a Ukrainian company, there was a positive change of attitude to our style of work, because we try to use the very same culture that we've developed in Ukraine. We try to export it, so to say, to other areas, which is very good, very well expected. This is something that we offer to the world. Not only the IT technologies, but the culture. Those people coming to us, they enjoy the Ukrainian culture and those business processes that we establish in a way to have to be possibly comprehended. Now, talking about the future of our industry and how I see that, first and foremost, the industry after the end of war, it will be more of a globalized nature. But maybe later about the future, I want to talk to Yuri. Do we have a connection with Yuri? Yuri, greetings. During the previous panel, Oleg Rachovsky mentioned about the resilience and some of the warnings or concerns for the financial industry and banking industry for Ukraine. What were the challenges that you saw as on the part of MasterCard? Because I know there were also some non-standard approaches made by a large corporation for Ukraine. So could you tell us about those? Good afternoon. Well, first, and the major factor was that from the financial standpoint, the payment industry managed to sustain all those challenges in the beginning of the war, just as it's sustaining it now. And the major factor is that the industry over these many, many years have had many changes. They've implemented new technological solutions, digital solutions, and that gave us a chance to become not only be ready for a stress test, but I guess ready to the crash test as well, both in the beginning of the war and now. We've did a lot over the past 8 months or so. The first example is that there is this implementation of the so-called cloud-based connectivity. So that's a cloud solution with the largest bank of Ukraine, and it allowed this bank to move like 100% to the cloud technologies. That's from the standpoint of connections to the payment systems, to support the processing for payment card transactions. The other example is the so-called Digital First Card program. Now that's the program that started its movement all the way from Ukraine, and Ukrainian banks were the first to implement this. So they sort of gave an impetus to the development of that solution all around the world. So the idea is very simple. A client has a new card, and then there is this this card in the mobile app. So he might not need the physical card, but the client might be using this digital card in his cell phone, and using the banking app, he can digitalize this card in Apple Pay, in Google Pay. So that's an agile version that allows the client to order the card, and then in just a couple of seconds, he would get a tool allowing him to do some payments online and offline. Doesn't matter. Now that allowed us, together with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, to have this project called e-Support. And together with Mikhailo and his team, we started working on this project last year. And what Mikhailo said, like 3 days on implementation of any additional options through this very marvelous decisions. Then another example of this agile approach was happening in the beginning of the war. That's how the industry responded to the financial challenges of this war, and how the industry made this step by abandoning completely the fee for accepting the cards, the so-called interchange, and it was leveled to zero over a period of several months. So that's the examples that show how our financial and payment industry may be used to implement different technological solutions. Okay, one more story. I mean, in fact, there's a lot of stories, and we sort of got used to many stories, and we got used to having a cash from our card, not on the ATM, but in the shop. But how difficult was it to make a decision like that within the corporate entity? Because it's unprecedented. There's no examples like that in the world. Well, it wasn't difficult, absolutely. That's just another example of being agile amidst the war. And it took us maybe 2 or 3 days, actually. We've raised the limit for the level of cash from 500 hryvnia to 6,000 hryvnia. That's what, basically 12 times. And the network started scaling up very fast, and now the number of locations where you can get this service is comparable to the number of ATMs available in the territory of Ukraine. So now this operation is like 10% of all the operations being processed. So we'll help the industry and help the users not only to receive the cash where it's going to be convenient. For example, if their ATM or the banking office is not working, still they can get the money from another direction. Like in small cities, when there is like limited financial services available, but still they're able to get those financial services. That was a win-win scenario. And talking about the cash, that's not the anti-cashless. That's just another example of cashless, because the users, even under this period of time, they have a chance to get a cash when it's really necessary, and not to remove all the cash from their card accounts. So we're leaving more money on the accounts, and this is very good for the economy, for the financial system of Ukraine. Yeah, that's an unprecedented approach. Thank you. Now, Mikhailo, on this, we are really having this economic forum, and during the first panel, there was this discussion about the taxation initiatives. The previous panel, it mentioned new opportunities and research. Well, there was this research that showed that the business owners are taking care of this taxation issue, and we've created a very unique story called Dia City for Ukraine. How many new residents, have you got over the past 9 months? We have Taras with us and Alexander with us today, and I would like them to comment about their experience of existing in Dia City. Well, I sort of support the liberalization and reduction of taxation and deregulation. It's not just part of my presentation, but that's true. So, me, together with my team, we've managed to launch a project, and we were trying to get this project for 2.5 years, but we managed to finally launch this project and to reduce by 5 times the taxation for the technological companies. We've introduced some venture e-tools. We've created a DIA project also, which is a special taxation system, and we've launched this 2 weeks before the war, and now we have around 400 companies in this structure, and we'll try and take a look how many people are there. 32,000, in fact, have incorporated within the Dia City. And since we've launched this project during the war, I believe that's a wonderful result. But what's more important, that we finally have a product that we can sell around the world. Like, imagine you're a business owner and you sell your product, and you keep telling about your advantages, about how unique you are, what's so different between you and others. So that was our approach to the design of our advantages among similar projects in the current world. So we have companies from other countries of the world. There's outsourcing product companies, and this is only part of the ecosystem that we managed to build, or part of this ecosystem, in fact, because there are products that we would like to launch over this time, or maybe they're already in the process of implementation. Thank you. Alexander, could you share your own experience with Dia City? Well, I'm a big fan of Dia City, and really I appreciate the work of Maxim and his team. In Ukraine, we had a sort of a paradigm that, okay, the business will stay, we'll create the conditions, and if he had, a field in Ukraine, he won't be able to relocate the field. So let's do anything with that business owner. And that paradigm existed for many years. But then an iPhone created, and a Starlink created, and human capital. It is the most important, the most valuable thing. I mean, business owners are also human potential, because they leave some companies, they go to other companies. So we came to a situation that a person with 300,000 developers, they don't have not a single IT company, not a single one. I mean, they're not incorporated. They're not getting incorporated. Why? Because Ukraine as a jurisdiction was worse than the jurisdiction with other in other companies. Yes, the government has to fight for good and talented experts. That's the reality. And when Dia City was created, they made a very simple exercise. They made a table, and they did a comparison between different jurisdictions, and they tried to make the best among the existing jurisdictions. So as a business owner, as the resident of the Dia City, I can tell you that Dia City is the best taxes in the Europe. That's far more interested than Bulgaria. It's far more interested than everything else. So that's the first very important step. Well, because apart from these taxes, it's important to have this paradigm of communication between the business and the government. And that's sort of different. And the Ministry of Digital Transformation, it's the people, whenever you address them, you can give the right name to the right thing. Say like, okay, this is where we go, and this is what we are understanding. So we can come up and say, let's do this, let's better. And Cyprus is better with this, and Poland is better with this. And they're saying, okay, let's do something differently and let's do something better. So that's the dialogue that makes me believe in this jurisdiction, because I tend to understand that some things you cannot finish now because of the war, and you want to do that now, but that's something impossible. But they will be finished, really. And I think that's already a breakthrough for the Ukrainian business owners.
Okay, Taras, yes, and we managed to have this tax for outflowing capital. For so many years they actually promised this tax, but actually it's there. This is MVP, maybe, of future tax system, and we have always to improve something. Like now we are amending the law for startups to improve some conditions. So all the time we try to improve it, for the system to evolve. But 2 weeks before the war, we launched it. Like, Taras, your experience. I fully agree. DSCT is the best jurisdiction to develop IT business, at least in Europe. We are the member of DSCT. Unfortunately, we can't enter DSCT with our thousands because SoftServe had other tasks, but right now we have plans. People must step by step enter DSCT. The tax you mentioned, the tax for capital, imported capital. So I have question to Yuri. Okay. When MasterCard will be there, I guess. We know that Visa is already a member of DSCT. MasterCard, we all are waiting for you. Yeah. Thank you so much for the invitation, and I think this will be our next step. This is the next step. So we can consider this, the preliminary commitment is there. Okay, ask me. Nobody invites me there. Telecom, DSCT, where do you see? We really want to, but nobody invites us. Not all business sectors, it's just for tech companies, but we have tools on how to say that your IT department is a tech company. We can do it. This is what we call agile. Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Digital Transformation gives tax advice, certain tax consultation to a big company on how to organize, how to increase number of reinvestment in Ukraine. We'll have more of that. Well, honestly, we have an IT company, by the way. And this company we have our own application. They have these developers there as well. And we will transfer to DSCT. But we're a big company. We need to consolidate them, yeah? There's a certain time for it will take. It's not very okay when one company works with one tax system, the other uses other tax system. It adds some... It makes our life more difficult. In first quarter, Smart Locks will enter DSCT as well. Okay, yeah. We move to the second part because right now we all are focused on victory. We try to do everything to have victory and finally get it. And quite often we say after the war, We say after the war. But Taras, in SoftServe, on their webpage, it says, I will quote, okay? I'll just, yeah. Looking into future. Looking into future, okay. So I have a question to all the panelists. What do you invest today? What can you advise all people to invest in which technologies? Where do you see the future of Ukrainian technology? What are you investing in? Yeah, thank you. The motto of the company actually for the future, yeah, for the future. And definitely to be successful at global market, basically you have to sell the future solutions. I always give this example of Tesla car, yeah, a Tesla vehicle and Mercedes. Mercedes may be a better one, price quality ratio. You will get it not in half a year, but everybody buys Tesla. They buy future. They purchase future. So we need this for an IT company. For them, it's obligatory to sell future. Every technology has a couple of stages. Research stage, we call this emerging technologies, yeah, then scaling and legacy, yeah. So every company uses various technologies to provide services, but the focus is that the trick is that the later you enter technology, the longer you are in the red ocean, the lower the margin. The faster, the bluer the ocean. It's better to have to be in emerging technologies because more. Then we have the high application level. For the new ones, it's still not there in environment. To be in emerging technologies, you have to be in research. You can't just jump, into that. You have to start with emerging technologies. So companies with high institutional maturity, they first invest in R&D, then they invest in CTO, and then in development. Which technology? What do you invest in? Okay. Just as an example, we all know what robotics. It's like mechanics, mostly perceived like mechanics, but modern robotics. Why is it different? Robotics has brains. It can work with data, positioning in space and images, whatever, and it can be autonomous and make decisions. One of the projects we work with, drones, yeah? For a month, yeah? Which must fly during a month. They have some mini turbines, making photos, making images in moon. This is a research project. We're still working on it. We have like a cooperation here. If we work okay with the research, we will actually create brains for the drones. Aerospace company become that, yeah? Sort of, maybe. We can call it like this, but on the other hand, I'd like to say, Ukrainian IT industry is being globalized. We're integrating in this global IT industry. I'm giving this example, but we don't create it to get alone, but in a synergy with academicians and scientists from other countries, even people in SoftServe, they are located in Ukraine and in other countries. If we take a closer look at the industry, after the war, we will enhance this global aspect. Right now, many companies were pushed beyond Ukraine because of the war, and even small companies, 100, 200 people, they became global. Not only creating services and providing services, but their R&D services, sales centers, and this internationality, this global aspect will give us a very positive impetus. Speaking of technologies, for example, I'm surprised, but in SoftServe we have 15 people working on phantom computing. Quantum computing. Why do you need them? They are not sold. To come into emerging. And around 10 of those certified in quantum computing, people from different countries, not just Ukraine. They have different experience, different countries, and we expect that we'll have results. We work a lot on developing technology like imagery identification, medical parameters, like with O2 saturation and something. Health tech, yeah. With these technologies, we can actually offer them not just healthcare industry, but to banking industry, like where you have interviews with your potential clients and you can just understand what is the level. It's not prohibited, Scoring system for loans. Okay, yeah. So a lot of applications are there. You can apply it like space, robotics, healthcare, finance. We are in the financial project as well. We're present there like... It's about experience we give to people. We experience in a real world. There are certain financial institutions thinking of metaverse, how people will be serviced there. Okay, we need to prepare. How people will behave in metaverse, giving financial services there in a convenient format. Olga, recently Kyivstar announced the purchase of Helsi. Telecom is entering healthcare. So what do you see? Are you going into healthcare? Yeah, first of all, look, for telecom, for this sector, we have a very serious task to invest in infrastructure. All these digital services, they need a foundation to run on. Powerful infrastructure, being built in Ukraine, we still continue doing that, investing in building. What is really important? Data. For example, on healthcare, if we talk. We have a case of Global Vodafone with Exobionics company from California. When post-trauma treatment, that is, yeah? It's about post-trauma rehab. It's really important for us. We have the war. Exoskeletons, yes. You actually take this on and it transfers data to one database, single database, and AI is processing it. And with rehabilitologists, with doctors, they improve the program. 30%, I guess, goes for rehab. So these projects, databases, after the war in future, this will be really, I think, this will be something that we need. So we are looking there in that direction. Okay. With a presidential initiative, yeah, this will be really, really important for the country. Ms. Rudneva had a previous discussion, Superhumans project, something that we need. 40 centers in the database already where the data are processed. I think we'll have to look at this. Mikhailo, where would you... Okay, you give some advice on taxes, but where would you invest money today from the standpoint of technology? Where do you see the breakthrough of Ukraine in the future? I'm not an entrepreneur in this, but just as a representative of the ministry right now. Okay, our mission is to make the most convenient country in the world when it comes to state services. One click, everything goes fast, you don't even notice this. The human capital we talked about, to stay here, because it's convenient, flexible, fast. These are the key things, the key advantages for quick start and idea implementation in agile, quickly, the quality of data, and so on. But to this mission, we've added another part, small part, with more innovative system of protection, because we can't speak of convenience when you have drones and missiles over you. So you may have these services in one click, but security technologies, this is the new trend. After the war, in our country, there'll be a lot of demand, security trend. For our team, we have two trends we focus on: GovTech, making your solutions how other countries can buy your solutions, for them to envy you, to be jealous. And in Estonia, we already share this stuff. Yeah, Estonia once told they were the example, and now it's Ukraine. Second area is military tech, protection. And now we have like the drone army, maritime drones, we do that, and so many new areas we focus on and create expertise, accumulate expertise to understand how to develop the market and how to create a better protection system in the country. So these are two areas that we focus on, and we'll definitely be the first one in the world. We'll do everything to make it fast, but if we speak about GovTech as well, it's a spoiler, but okay, we started the discussion on metaverse. We already have a couple of ideas for metaverse where we want to start providing services in and become one of the first countries in the world doing this. So if you are ready to have MVP for Ukraine, so DIA, yeah. We even work with the first service. We have a couple of options. Test spots. We're testing everything. We can't release it and present it, but we just study it. We understand that involving money and energy from the world, making the world surprise, you have to become a metaverse. It's the future. For example, we want to launch the opportunity to get married in a metaverse. It's great because you don't need to bring all your relatives. Divorce. Can we divorce in metaverse? By the way, yeah, this is a security issue. Yeah, painless. It should be painless. Actually, we think that there is certain potential here, and of course, with Taras, we would love to work with SoftServe if they're ready to become a partner in that direction and create the project. So, military tech, gov tech, the most convenient country with innovative protection and security, something we can export. This is the advantage we will have for like many, many years. I really want no wars in the world to happen anymore, but we do have the expertise. We do still have this advantage anyway. We focus on that and we can see the result, and we all will be so proud. After the war, we'll have like this, people will be inspired and they will buy the technology. Okay. What do you invest in, Alexander? In technology. I agree with the previous speakers, definitely. Technology. Well, we will create so many R&D teams in this year and next year, as many as we can. This year we have expanded the R&D staff twice. Next year we'll have more. What technologies? For us, connection. What we do. Technologies related to various detection. Things like radars, sensors, pyrosensors, AI, and so on. So, electronics, like, not always is like commodities, but sensors as well. Chips, you don't invest in them? Half conductor business, it's a little bit different. Semiconductor business is a little bit different. It's like automotive, Mercedes. It's like for Mercedes to invest in tires. Tesla, Elon Musk loves to invest in this, like building it vertically. Do you want to enter chips deeper? No. We're still a small company, making chips just for ourselves. Apple started recently doing this. Samsung Semiconductors, they have a big separate business. Not always Samsung uses something that their department does with semiconductors. We speak about $1 billion. If we speak about semiconductor factories, chip design, yes, we have this expertise in Ukraine. We had a team doing Bitfury. They're good, but today we still don't see this as a direction. Soft is something that is powerful in Ukraine. When we speak of deep technologies, we think of Boeing turbine. Yeah, this is like Boeing engine. This is deep. How much time do you need to spend in Ukraine to invent the same engine like Airbus 320? Okay, how much time do you need? Maybe a lot. Maybe it's impossible because of this setup. But when we speak about cloud for Internet of Things, the expertise we have in Ukraine, for example, in France, this expertise will be weaker at some point. So in the new world, clouds, high-load applications, if this is a deep expertise, this has very serious IP. This is hard to replicate.
And that could be a competitive advantage, really. So we pay a lot of attention to landed technologies because there's a bunch of wonderful technologies that weren't perfectly landed. For example, the AI. The chip without AI is $4 US, and chip with a simple AI, it's 6. So it's not 60 or 600. So AI is becoming more pragmatic, right? Yeah. So from the standpoint of science, it's nothing changed, but from the standpoint of implementation into the life. That's a revolution, really. So the AI should be added, or will be added into any device, basically. Okay, going to MasterCard. Where do you invest? Anything new that's going to be implemented into the DSCD in Ukraine? Well, first of all, there's online commerce, different commercial activities, because all of our researchers point that there's these challenges in terms of the users and in terms of merchants are related to this lack of proper experience on the part of the client. That's very difficult. There has to be fast, there has to be convenient, and there has to be a proper level of security. So we need to invest into these solutions. We're working on that. In the beginning of the next year, we'll be implementing new technologies for the convenient pay, which is called click to pay. That's going to be very convenient for all the payment industry, for the users as well. Then there's this protection of data, protection of transactions, and we do need to use the AI and practically in all the solutions that will be engaged in defending protecting the accounts, preventing account fraudsters from operating. So AI would be vitally important. The third direction, this is what Taras mentioned, so sorry for hype, but that's cooperation with virtual assets and how we can combine our financial world with the virtual assets, with the cryptocurrency. We're working on that. We have some solutions already. The very first solution, it was introduced in Ukraine a couple of months ago. We're talking about a solution that allows our users with an ordinary payment card, which is binded to the balance of the user in cryptocurrency, to use this balance in cryptocurrency for doing some payments in real world. So we have a chance to offer to everyone with cryptocurrencies, crypto assets, not only to earn money through the different currency exchange rates, so to say, but also to pay for some goods and services in real world. You can buy something in a store. So that's additional money that will be working internally. Now, all that reminds me of what we had 11 years ago when we've introduced these payments when you don't need to actually insert the credit card somewhere, but to have a kind of a non-contact payments. Okay, so we have a situation when MasterCard will be coming from the real world, from the standard currencies into this virtual environment. So we've already got inside this virtual environment, and we've already introduced some of the solutions into Ukraine, and this is already happening. Okay, we are coming to the end of our panel. Just wanted to underline that whenever we're talking about future, and I want to finish our panel with the discussions about future. We're talking about the investments in space technologies, the investments in human potential in healthcare. We're talking about military tech, that's the powerful protection in Ukraine. We're talking about the AI, which is becoming more accessible. We're talking about the cryptocurrency, which is becoming kind of a more and more effective as a payment tool rather than a speculative tool. And all that is happening in Ukraine. All that is happening while allowing for the establishment of new companies, new ideas. And then thanks to the GovTech, it makes Ukraine a leader of the global technological solutions. So I'm very grateful to the panelists and to Vitaly. Thank you.
Колеги, будемо починати. Доброго дня всім.
Good afternoon. Very happy to see you, and many thanks to you organizers for the ability to meet so many good friends and colleagues in order to discuss all those topical issues for us, what's going to happen tomorrow, and how we're going to rebuild Ukraine after our victory in this world. And it's an honor for me to moderate the panel on funding the recovery programs for Ukraine. We'll be having a very professional speakers. So we'll have Vasil Shurakov, Roman Kachur, the representative of Ukraine in the World Bank. And it's great that Roman appeared to be in Kiev. Maybe he has some insights from the yesterday's meeting. We also have Anatoly Amelin, the co-founder of the think tank of Ukrainian Institute of the Future. Surely everyone in Ukraine knows Anatoly, even in the smallest districts of every single city, because Anatoly participates in many debates. And today we'll be talking about private investments with Anatoly. And we also have Vladislav Rashkovan, representative of Ukraine in the IMF. And hopefully Vladislav is with us today. And we have Sharon Iski, the member of the supervisory board at Private Bank.
Our panel today.
And we'll start with the fact that the Prime Minister of Ukraine today in his introductory words mentioned that the plan for the recovery is being prepared as we speak. We know about this plan, but we don't know any details. What's the stages, anything to go into this plan. And I believe it's too early to give some numbers of it, though. Today we've heard about 350 billion US dollars. That's according to the assumptions and calculations of the World Bank as of the 1st of October. But I believe that that number will change because we're at the state of war. But I surely agree with this statement that you need to be well prepared after the end of this war. And surely we should have a clear plan for the recovery. By that time, that will be discussed with all the partners, that will be supported by the society, so that there would be trust to that plan. So my first question goes to Vasil. Surely the infrastructure and the housing of Ukraine sustained significant damages, and you are the drivers in the recovery. So I would like to ask you to maybe share some of the insights. What are you doing? What's the recovery plan? Could you please explain that in sort of more plain words for the business? Thank you. Thank you, Elena, dear participants, dear representatives of the business and the international financial organizations, as well as the private banks, investors. Big thanks to this interest that is currently something that we can see to the recovery plan. And that's a very current topic. We can see a lot of news, a lot of messages from different stakeholders, from the government, from the organizations, from public associations and other organizations that pay attention to this issue, pay attention to the recovery of Ukraine, how it's going to be done, and how to make sure this process to be as much transparent and effective and timely as possible. And as many figures in the air, many information, and we can see a lot in mass media and official publications as to the cost of the damage to Ukraine, to Ukraine's infrastructure as the result of Russia's aggression. Just a bit of history, how it all happened. Just from the very first days, our ministries and the government took actions in order to make sure we're gathering information on the damage to these facilities, to the infrastructure. So we try to collect this information and it's been gathered by the Ministry of Justice, by the General Prosecutor's Office, and all of that has been created in order to be able to have a discussion on reparations for the sake of Ukraine, to have reimbursement of all those damages sustained in order to rebuild the infrastructure, rebuild the housing and accommodations. And of course, we had some negative impact with regards to transport infrastructure. We all remember what was happening around closing the skies on the 24th of February when all the planes stopped, their air flights. We all know the impact or the contribution and the role played by the Ukrainian railroads in supplying the humanitarian cargoes and performing the evacuation routes in areas that were really important. Now, those solutions were so timely, were so crucial, were so well developed that we managed to hold on and over March, over April, and get some results in terms of deoccupation of many territories. And you can see that Kherson was liberated at a certain point, and then very soon those trains go into Mykolaiv. And I would say these are modern trains. So we're trying to make up this list, and we're trying to make sure Ukrainian railroads are performing all this. We get the support of Ukrainian Road, we get the support of the Ukrainian government. This is one of the really important aspects. Now, in the beginning of March, we've initiated at this proposal of the Cabinet of Ministers and the Office of the President, we've established a number of funds to accumulate the money for some of the recovery and repairs, current ones and future ones as well. And there were donations, there were different fundraising campaigns by many, and the Ministry of Infrastructure has opened an account under the United 24 platform at the National Bank, and the money are being transferred to this account that would be used specifically for the recovery of damaged infrastructure. Now, all the money which are being gathered, they'll be spent for the recovery and repair for some of the facilities. And we're establishing also special commissions in a very transparent manner with the involvement of the public society. So these commissions are designed to, make sure we are using this money for the recovery of those facilities that really are crucial. So we've made the first step, that is the reconstruction of the housing in the KIEF region. A decision was made by the committee that was established in the frames of United 24, and we're currently preparing to send the resources to the recovery of the housing for those people who lost their housing as a result of aggression. So there's these current projects that require emergent repair. So you're doing some ad hoc repairs, but at the same time you're doing the plan for the recovery of Ukraine, because we understand that the infrastructure, that the first thing that has to be repaired and recovered after our victory, because the private investments, they won't be, provided if we don't have roads and infrastructure. So you're working on two different sort of projects or aspects. What about this plan for the recovery? When are we going to have it? What's going to be in there? There's this verification of the inventory process of what we've lost today, and it's very important to come up with the very transparent mechanism. We don't have a right for mistake. So how is it all done? How to make it, this mechanism, as much transparent as possible? Well, that's absolutely right. That's why I'm saying there's two stages. First, we're already working on the recovery of the housing. We are repairing the bridges, and over 50 bridges we've already repaired, and they're already working. One of the most recent one is the bridge across the Stoyanka, and it was destroyed earlier on, and that's a breach in the highway, really. Then we're looking at how to recover and rebuild Ukraine after the end of the war, and there's a lot of changes in our views and our approaches. We search for maybe new priorities. We've also seen that our western border is sort of it has narrow capacity, so we're trying to work in order to come up with a new concept for the development of the border crossing points, both for roads and for railways. We were also working on new projects on integration with the European railways, and we can see that this situation on the imports and this great initiative, which is absolutely crucial for the national economy and for the southern region. And what's happening in the frames of this presidential initiative and the initiative of the Prime Minister, we've established this council under the chairmanship of Andrei Yermak, and we've did some very global work on verifying those directions, and all the ministries were engaged, including the public society, and we're talking about something like 350 billion hryvnias in cost for the projects that we've established. This is not the final indicators, because we can see that every day we're receiving new and new hits at our infrastructure, and there will be an increase of that. Am I understanding that correctly? So the Ministry of Infrastructure will lead and will coordinate the activity amongst the rest of the ministries to develop this recovery and plan, so that recovery plan would cover everything. No, not exactly. We are working on the field of transportation. There's the National Council, which was established under the decree of the President, and then under the directions, under the chairmanship of the Prime Minister, there's this big plans being developed in every directions. There's infrastructural, there's social, there's many others. So they cover pretty much all the aspects of the national life. So can we say that, like, the recovery plan is ready by, I don't know, by 80% or 70%, or is that too early to say? Look, it's ready in part, but let me tell you. For example, speaking of the infrastructure, we know where we are going to and how to achieve. But then there's the question how to fund all that. Yes, and today we'll be talking about this as well, and with our foreign partners, and from my experience, and we're really using the point of view of our partners from the IMF, from the World Bank, from the BRD, on how to implement all that. Oh, by the way, let's have a question addressed to Vladislav Rashkovan. Vladislav, in this discussion, we've reached the point that we need to understand how the funding will be done to this recovery plan. And that's really a crucial point. Since you are with us today, can you tell us what's the role of the IMF in this process? We understand that you surely have a role to play. We know that in November there was a negotiation started with the IMF. Hopefully there will be a program. So what's the vision of the IMF? What's the role of the IMF in the funding of the recovery plan for Ukraine? Well, thank you for the invitation, first of all. And I was watching on the previous debate moderated by Dmitry Shimkiv, and there was a representative of the MasterCard online, and it was written there that the key sponsor for this event, and I wouldn't like someone to think that IMF is the major sponsor for the recovery plans and programs, but indeed IMF plays an important role, because IMF usually, it opens the door, sets the passage for other partners, not only international and national, but for the private business as well. Because whenever we're starting a program which creates some sort of a micro framing, like some economic framework, then the World Bank comes in and join, and we've already the World Bank, they've dealt already the damage assessment, and we'll have more about this. They've done the needs assessment is that, But answering to your question whether the World Bank or whether the plan of the recovery is being prepared, I don't think that it can be prepared because it's a living document, really. The war continues, and even those damage assessments done by the World Bank, they were at the beginning of June. They've provided 2.7 billion US dollars to Ukraine. Then our partners provided through the World Bank this additional $2 billion. So we also have a mission staff monitoring program of the IMF board, and hopefully it will be approved in the mid of December, and that would give us a chance to work on some new program, big one, that will arrive in the beginning of the spring next year. But yet again, IMF is not a development agency. It's not the development bank. We create conditions for others to enter the market. And talking about the funding of the recovery process, and as Vasil just mentioned, and as was mentioned on other panels, we already have this recovery, and the private business is recovering the infrastructure, energy infrastructure, cell phone, cellular infrastructure. The banks are recovering with their own infrastructure. Surely Sharon can tell more about the private bank. And then there are other banks who restarted their operation in Kherson. Then Ukrposhta, they're already working on their recovery. Now, whether this is something that we expect for Ukraine to have in future, well, we have Anatoly representing the Institute of Future, or whether we should recover as to what we had on 24th of February, I believe no. I believe we need to, to dream big, to set a more ambitious goals, and I really want everything to be understandable. The post-war reconstruction is not only about reconstruction; it's about social models in the society. It's about whether 7 or 8 millions of Ukrainians who left Ukraine for Europe, whether they will be able to return to Ukraine and to have a more demand for Europe in Ukraine, I would say. So, in this case, that would speed up the recovery plan because everyone would be interested in that. Look, I'm a financial expert, and I tend to have this notion like current repairs and overhaul repairs. What is happening right now, it's a current repair of the critical facilities. This is something that it's important to do. And we're talking about the recovery plan, which is kind of an overhaul repairs of the country. And you're absolutely right to mention that it's not about the infrastructure. The role of IMF is kind of a door-opening role. But when those doors will be open for the funding, for global funding of the recovery plan, this might happen now when the war continues, or the funding to the global recovery of the country will start only after the war will be finished with our victory.
Olena, again, first of all, IMF opens the door, and this is my personal opinion. I don't believe in big plan, Marshall's plan in Ukraine. I more have faith in big Marshall's plan for Europe, because Europe has to rethink, European Union should rethink its concept from the standpoint of, well, how did it happen that they became so dependent on Russian gas and like oil and other resources, and they made a lot of mistakes? If someone in the EU will be able to combine in one's mind the idea of their big project on Next Generation EU with a project, Trimarian project with the reconstruction of Ukraine, if we combine all this together, this will be the new plan to restore Europe, rebuild Europe. I don't believe in big project just for Ukraine, exclusively for Ukraine. Why? Marshall's plan was designed, many said of that, was designed in a very different environment. In those conditions where we had no system of international financial organization like the World Bank, IMF, EBRD, EIB, EU banks. So then we did not have that IFI architecture. There was no UN. There was the majority of organizations did not exist, just like banks. So the issue, well, when we try to compare it with the Marshall's Plan, I don't know, it's not that worthy. So we won't have this one big stream of money. We'll have small flows, small streams, smaller streams from various institutions, various organizations from different countries. And what's important for them to coordinate. And that's what we spoke at Berlin conference, the financial Rammstein, that we need. Right now we work at that model to build this model, and it still does not exist. But regarding this big funding, I'm pretty sure that the majority of funds we'll use to recover Ukraine, these will be the private money. But a little bit later, right now, we have money coming from international organizations, IMF, WB, through WB, through World Bank. We have money of many donors coming. We've created an interesting tool for it, just like in other countries. This is more of their developing organizations' role. And we now work to solve the issue of current repairs that you say, and we'll make this a part of one small team's activity, and also some major expenditures. I don't believe in that Ukraine will be fully restored by foreign states. Ukrainian business and international companies will rebuild Ukraine if we are interesting for international companies, if we can integrate into global chains of value. We have to work for it. And government is doing so much for it. And Mr. Fyodorov, we had them in previous panel, so Kubrakov is doing a lot for it. I think we'll do it, and we will have money for it. Thank you, Vladislav. Roman, a lot of links there were to you. You were mentioned so many times. Mr. Shurma mentioned that, and Prime Minister, that now we have negotiations ongoing on some single window, single mechanism to coordinate donors, you know, and you are in Kiev right now, and you opened the doors much faster than Vladislav today. He is staying online with us, but still, Vladislav, thank you for joining us. Please tell me what that single window is, or single mechanism. How will the donors' work be coordinated? Maybe you have, like, another opinion on Marshall's Plan. Okay, thank you, Elena. I'm so happy to stay in Kiev right now. Thank you for this invitation. I'm staying here as a member of official delegation from the World Bank, and we had the Vice President, Ms. Anna, here, and Executive Director Kundavitsa of the Directors Board. I got the message ready. They crossed the Ukrainian border, and I'm the only one staying here just to take part in that event. I'll tell you about the coordination. Before I come to coordination, I just want to say the following about the role of World Bank and how it responded, how we did respond to all these events we had on February 24th. Definitely this was a shock for the organization. We don't have mechanisms to fund a country which is at the war, but still, on March 7th, Directors Board approved the first project, $800 million approximately, when tanks were standing next to Kiev. So World Bank never refused, we never even had any doubts that Ukraine will exist as a country and it will be able to return the loan. Free Ukraine, this was like the title of the first loan, yeah? Quite an interesting one. So after that, starting from June, we created a project that actually allowed us, since June, allowed us to fund all wages in Ukraine and a lot of social expenditures like pensions, apart from the wages in the defense bloc. At the expense of this project, we funded, and we started it in June. It's still there. It's still happening. Almost all the wages to teachers, doctors, medics, state officials, paid via peace project, as we called them. Yeah, as we called it. It's fully funded by the end of 2022, and we have signals from donors that we will have funding for 2023 as well. This is background. This is basis for us. Why is that important? Without this base, we can't have government fully functioning, which is the first level. The state cannot function without it. The World Bank is not just about, it's not just the money of World Bank. Various donors, the US primarily, but World Bank is the only organization that offered donors to verify the use of money. So every dollar that is paid, in the end of the month, it's verified by World Bank. All donors of the trust fund receive this confirmation of money use, and this is a background for us, justification to provide it next month. The trust fund verifies the September payment. If everything's okay, then we have the October payment. The fund is filled by the end of 2022. We have the perspective for 2023. This is a background, a baseline. But of course, it's not enough, because many people mentioned here today about the report of the World Bank. 350 billion. This is the needs assessment report. Why it's important is the methodology of UN. It's mostly used to assess damage during the natural disasters, but in this case, it was used for man-made disaster, anthropogenic disaster, hostilities, and war. This is the internationally recognized methodology. Together with UN, we did it with the European Union, of course, with the Ukrainian government. $350 billion. This is the cost of recovery, the needs, with so-called premium, that we say that we will do it better than it used to be and improve recovery. For us to understand the scope, okay, if we compare with capital investment, how much Ukraine just for the first 3 months of war, full-scale war, up to June 1st, this report collects the data up to June 1st. To understand the scope of damage, if we compare with capital expenditures of the government before February 24th, comparing to budget scale, just for us to recover in that scope, we will require 50 years. 3 months and 50 years, people, and that's just for as of June 1st. We will continue working, we'll update it on January 1st, we'll have sectoral, more detailed analysis, but still we understand how difficult that is, how big this task is. We don't have that time, we don't have it, and we as well. Yesterday, after a visit the conversation about these big figures, sometimes it's absolutely not constructive. Yesterday with the delegation, we were in Irpin, Bucha. In Bucha, we had a conversation with mayors of these settlements, of these towns, and we saw the damage, the scope of damage. A destroyed premise with a destroyed roof, 5 million hryvnias for roof repair in this premise. But if this roof is not restored, the premise will stand there in winter. Of course, everything else will be damaged inside, communications, pipeline, and just to restore it in summer, we'll need 50 million, okay? So, the cost of delay for decision-making between now and summer to wait for winter, it multiplies, 10 times of multiplying. Second factor, losing human capital. According to World Bank estimates, next year, the poverty level, the impoverishment level will increase 5 times. It means from 5 to 25%. The majority of people without access to jobs, to employment, to basic public services, education, healthcare, will be forced to leave the country, or they simply will not return if now these stay abroad. Losing human capital, if we don't take any measures to retain people, this is the factor that will obstruct us. Our development will slow down for decades. We won't be able to start the recovery even if the hostilities are over. Third case. Yes, the day before yesterday, we came to Kiev. There was a massive attack, November 15th. We can actually get the estimates. 40% of the country is without electric supply. No light. Okay, so we can speak of hundreds of billions, but if people don't have electric supply, first thing we want to get, supply of electricity, how to do it. So that is why we focus, and we as World Bank focus on projects we can implement right now. Before the visit, we prepared 3 projects on recovering electric supply, repairing infrastructure, and healthcare facilities. $1.5 billion in total. In December, we'll approve it. But This is not enough, of course. We can see the perspective for the next year. And the task, President claimed the task $7 billion to be mobilized to recover. It's an immensely ambitious goal. In the best years, the actual execution of projects in the country, $5 billion. Compare 17, 3.5 times more compared to peaceful time when everything was stable. But right now we can see that this task can be executed. And we came with this proposal, which was presented to President, and Rostislav Shurma mentioned about it. And it was really positively perceived. It was taken positively. What are the key principles? We have so many right now discussions, money from the donors we have to mobilize, of course. But up to this moment, donors mostly communicated between themselves but did not consider Ukrainian interests that much. The key principle, first, that Ukraine must affect the decision-making. Yeah? Ukraine must be at all levels, represented at the top level, and be a co-head, share the leadership at all levels where the negotiations take place. Second principle, inclusiveness. You hear a lot of announcements like who will be coordinating this recovery, and we have competition naturally between our partners. Unfortunately, we can't allow ourselves this competition because when we prioritize one of them, we may lose money from others. Okay, so our task is to maximize the flow. Therefore, the co-leadership from donors on the rotation basis. There won't be. We will have each donor getting some period to lead the process and, of course, prioritize regardless of the amount provided. So all donors will be like equal, yeah? Of course, considering the amount, we can't compare Iceland with 500,000 and the US. Okay, we can't. But equality principle will be kept, especially for our biggest donors, EU, the US, IFIs like WB and EBRD, for example. Third principle, planning from the bottom to the top, demand-driven. Up to this moment, these principles were more supply-driven. So the donor makes decision depending on one's capacity, what amount of money can we provide, and says, okay, you have the priority, just say how will you spend the money according to priorities. This is not very effective because it does not comply with those needs we have in Ukraine. So that's why via this coordination group where all our donors will be present, where we'll have Ukraine, we will shape the needs, and later we'll raise these needs to the top political level where heads of states, leaders will make relevant decisions and work with the proposals provided by the group. Third, institutional autonomy. Institutional autonomy means that big organizations like World Bank, IMF, they have their own operation model, and we have to be realistic. Nobody will change the operation model. The illusion that the World Bank, for example, will give money to foundation created by Ukraine, it will never be there, it will never be practiced. World Bank uses its operational model and will always be. That's why for us it's important that Directors Board will make decisions in World Bank for specific projects. IMF will decide as they want to, as their board wants to, like with everyone, yeah. Like we have the programs currently working in Ukraine, nothing will principally change. There will be a coordination principle for this program. And the very last thing, we improved the existing group. So this group was a non-public. IFIs worked before the war. They had regular meetings, but Ukraine wasn't there, wasn't invited. Right now, in fact, we don't create any new bureaucratic structures. We use those mechanisms that we already do have. We just complement it with, for the first time, Ukraine is a co-head, co-leader, And for the first time, we include our key donors, which previously, before the war, were not that high-scale donors, top-scale donors. Okay, for us, still, it's not enough to have only donors' money, just the private sector, the budget, for the state sector. For the state sector and budget, we need private sector. These are two components, state and private money. What tools for the state sector? First of all, we'll continue working on the models. We have trust funds organized with verification of expenses, and if in 2022 from trust funds we had money coming only to wages and social payments, right now we created infrastructure of trust funds which will direct money to recovery. Secondly, in 2022 we worked using the principle dollar to dollar. Donors' dollar was paid and transferred to $1 in Ukraine, yeah? Dollar to dollar. Right now, we have projects of models, drafts of models, allowing to create multiplicators from $1 presented by donor. We can create, thanks to financial tools of World Bank, we can get $3-4 out of that $1. So that's how donors' money can be multiplied to achieve the goals set for the recovery scope. When it comes to private sector, World Bank World Bank soon is about to make a decision. We hope a big platform. It was announced for a couple of times. Still at the stage of finalizing. $2 billion, and from International Financial Corporation, $1 billion their money and $1 billion of donors' money. So money for business will be provided. This will be a blended finance. There'll be some privileges, mixing donors' money with your personal money, with IFC own money. So the second block, I guess, is quite widely discussed in media. We're moving forward military insurance, military risk insurance, defense risk insurance. Right now, we pilot the project with MIGA, one of the WB structures, which actually is handling insurance of those risks. We have a specific pilot project in Western Ukraine, and we reached a stage where we can, where we exchange at level of agreements. We count these coverage ratios and the expenses for the insurance. I don't have the figures. It's still not that I'm not ready to give it, but it will be identified soon. It's just like a couple of weeks, I guess, and we already see that there is so many interest from other organizations like Development Finance Corporation, expert credit agencies from other countries in order to join this project and be there. We do hope that this pilot project will be successfully scaled, not just for business, but for other partners as well.
Well, we heard Yulia Sviridenko today. She was mentioning this project, in fact, a pilot project, which is about to roll up, let's say, involvement of the military insurance. And it's great that you're supporting this, confirming this information on part of the World Bank. And you start was just kind of a cold shower. And I tend to think like, 50 years for the Ukraine's recovery. Well, and we're realizing that we don't have time. And then after this cold shower, you brought some optimism by saying that there will be money, and then the World Bank has done a lot of work for the sake of recovery and rebuilding to cover some of the current needs on infrastructure and the projects and to care about the future. And you already said that there's some sort of an agreement of a single window system based on some of the principles that I'm sure that will be supported by every single person available in this room. Because it's important to have transparency, it's important to have verification so that every single donor would remain within its own program and not to have any competition. But going back to what you've started with, it made me think about our banking system, how our Ukrainian banking system, what's the status of that? Whether it's enough of everything, whether there's a change in role of our state banks in Ukraine. And at this point, I'd like to address Sharon. If you could please show us the video.
Sharon, and my question, my question is to you. In your opinion, what are the key role of the state-owned bank in Ukraine? And in general, what is the situation in Ukraine, especially in private bank?
Well, thank you. It's great for me to be here. And first of all, I want to congratulate the sponsors of this event for bringing it together. For me, it's been exciting. I've been watching it for the last many hours, and just seeing all of the discussions on people across many sectors that are working in the future for Ukraine, on media, on government, on just so many aspects that are essential. And what I love about this conference is that it makes it clear that we all need to be coordinating and to stay in step with each other about the initiatives and the progress and specifically the needs. With regard to the banking system, I'm again awfully proud to report that it is proven to be resilient. I think that the reformation, the transformation of the financial sector in the last 8 years has prepared the country and the sector to continue to be strong and resilient. And our bank has been, at the forefront all along in keeping financial systems and financial services going. But that just didn't happen by chance. It happened because of years of hard work and dedication. We believe that our bank is an example of the best of Ukraine. And this is and also a great example of the international partnership that was required to build the financial system as it is. The government many years ago embraced the idea of corporate governance, and that is not a very exciting word very often, but in fact it's the framework by which teams of experts come together and in a structured process execute their multiple complex responsibilities in an organized and specific way. And it reminds me, the segue to what Roman Karta just said, is that institutions that are now going to support Ukraine and the financial sector as well have their models. And these models have proven themselves to be valuable and successful, and they'll use them, and they're experts at that. In our bank and across the other banks, we have our models. We have systems that have proven that we can respond to the needs of our clients. We have multiple venues for providing financial services. Surprisingly enough, there's a lot of talk always about media, about digital, about mobile, which is all important for the future and today. But we also found that in this war, physical, on-the-ground people serving from branches were essential to meeting the needs of Ukrainians across Ukraine, in the war area, and in the safer areas as well as meeting the needs of the business people, the retail and corporate clients. So all told, you asked how is the financial system? The financial system is strong. Does it need to continue to be solid and be mindful of what we're all about? Certainly. From our bank's standpoint, we feel that we are well positioned to continue to be an essential financial intermediary, as monies come into the country and are developed in the country through investments and the extraordinary ingenuity and talent and dedication of many of the people that we've heard today in the conference that are conducting businesses within Ukraine, as well as now going global. Very, very exciting. So the banking system's ready. We're ready. We have risk systems that allow us to identify opportunities for lending money. We have in providing appropriate financial services for clients. We are very careful about pricing so that we're providing good quality products that meet the needs of our clients at a reasonable cost, at a fair price, and always looking forward to being able to serve, again, through whatever media and distribution mechanism is going to meet their needs.
Thank you very much. I'm so excited to know that financial system is strong in Ukraine, and the state-owned bank, like a private bank, has already well prepared to welcome the internal and external investors to Ukraine. Thank you very much, Sharon. І якраз час.
Now it's the time to talk. Yes, our financial partners are ready to open the doors to start new programs for funding over different programs. And as Roman has already mentioned, there's already an agreed model for this single window mechanism for coordination amongst the global donors. So the doors are open, so to say. And we are well prepared to welcome the private investors in Ukraine. So, Anatoly, I have a question to you. What's your feeling today from the part of private investors? Is there any interest in, sort of try to get an understanding where they could invest in Ukraine? So, how would you assess the interest of private investors, both national and foreign? Thank you for the invitation. I'd like to change a few definitions for. We're talking about the renovation of Ukraine, and we're talking about the major overhaul. But I'd like to change the terminology, not to say the major overhaul, but rather the building of a new Ukraine, and that's very important. Let me give you an example. We can do the renovation, the refurbishment of the, of the old, very old apartment that we live in for the last, 50 years, or we can build a new energy efficient building. And you can see there's a whole line of investors standing whenever they're announcing any big project. So I'd like for us not to talk about this major overhaul repair, but instead about the building of a new Ukraine. And that would be interesting to the national investors, to the foreign investors. So in that case, it would be easier for us to attract the investments. And answering your question, now investors are sort of interested about Ukraine, but that's a very dangerous class of investors. They like high-risk assets. I mean, they can buy cheap, and then they can earn by reselling. So that's not the investors that are willing to invest a lot of money. I'm talking about the overall trend. But the Ukrainian companies, they've already started this new constructions in the west of Ukraine. And I know about several projects being prepared with the foreign investments. There's open question about the insurance of risks and access to bank capital, because now the bank capital is pretty expensive. We don't have access to the foreign capital. And we've mentioned the MIGA agency, but that's only the beginning. For us, in order to have big investments into this country, we are grateful to the international financial institutions helping us to stabilize the economy and the budget. But the true development of Ukraine and its economy will be happening only through the engagement of the private capital. And this is impossible without a Ukrainian project, without an ambitious Ukrainian project where we could answer the question to what's the new place and role of Ukraine in the world, in Europe. And these ambitious goals will allow us to engage tens and hundreds of billions of investments. And only in this case, Ukraine would be, a very strong and successful European country. And we need to discuss this role. And today we've already heard a number of statements about the role of Ukraine. That's security, that's military security, that's military industrial complex, that's food security, energy security, IT, logistical cluster. So Ukraine can play a very important role of a logistic cluster in Europe. And we've seen how the Turkey have created conditions under a PPP format. So they became a regional aviation hub. The same for railroads. Look, every day we do invest in Ukraine. We are the investors in our country because there's not too many people who would believe in our victory at the same level as we are. So we're ready to relocate our construction, our companies to the West. But we have limited resources. Yet, yes, we do have limited resources. And during the first panel, there was this large investment funds that they've already agreed to participate. But in my understanding, these are the influencers, the people, the foundations that other foreign investors would be looking at. What's the logic of the investors? Whether there are an IMF, whether there are a program with the World Bank, or for them it's important to have powerful investment funds who already invested in Ukraine. So that's going to be a signal for them to go to Ukraine. Look, all of that is important because the international financial institutions like IMF, like World Bank, they're very important because they build trust to Ukraine. But we need to change the Ukrainian project. We need to change the approaches to the business. And unfortunately, I've heard today that the question of tax reform, it's a difficult one that may be postponed, but that's the largest problem because 40% of Ukrainian business is in shadow, and the foreign investors know this. One of the reasons is about tax system. Let's not cover tax system. Well, okay, that's one of the questions. By the way, when we were preparing the first draft of the recovery plan, almost all the companies and the whole business that was engaged into this process, they mentioned they need for kind of a tax benefits. So tax is important, and the system is important. But we're not going to talk about this. We have a separate topic, yes, because that debate might end up discussing 10-10-10. This is something we're not want to do. Today we're talking about the recovery and rebuilding of Ukraine. And you're saying that you don't like the capital or the major overhaul of Ukraine. Look, whenever we're talking about the renovation and major overhaul, we are doing this repair in a building that was created in the Soviet Union. And we need to make a modern Ukrainian building, which is going to be energy efficient. That's our objective. But Anatoly, Roman says that sometimes repairing a roof would be much less expensive than repairing it later on. Look, we can do some major repairs, some critical repairs right now, but we need to come up with a new ambitious plan. In order to have hundreds of trillions of dollars in investments, we can do that. We can have projects like that. And as a country, what do we need to show to foreign investments? They should, see some pictures. What sort of land plot can we offer? What the state has to do for the foreign investors to become interested in, to consider Ukraine as a country that needs to be invested into. I've learned about the UAE path as well as the southern countries. First, it's a vision of a new country with a new place in the European map. The readiness of the government, of the authority to make some non-popular steps that would allow to reduce the corruption. Third is the justice. If we can change the judicial system, let's have the British judicial system as it was done in Singapore or in UAE or in Kazakhstan. These steps are very important for us. Without this, we won't be able to attract foreign capital. We've looked at the results of research, and Ukrainians pointed that we need to fight corruption. That's the first place. Second is the judicial reform. They're interrelated. Well, I believe so, but for the foreign investors, for them, level of taxes is not the major concern. He needs to have the state to have financial stability, not just that. I was dealing in attracting investments for Ukraine over the past 20 years. Just when you do the analysis, it's important not to have the human capital, but you need to know what is the payment for the employees, because a lot of is being automated. So the cost of the capital and the taxes, it's important part of the financial model. And without that, the investor cannot select Ukraine. That's a major important issue. So here's the question to Roman. He said it's not only about the money of the World Bank that's going to be used, and some are already used in Ukraine. That's about private business partnerships as well. Now, can you tell us, from your experience, what's interested to private investors? When are they ready to invest in such a country like Ukraine with the war which is in progress? Which challenges do they see in front of you? Well, I think that private investors will be selecting the sectors that are damaged the most, because there will be a lot of contracts by the government, and there will be a possibility for doing private-public partnerships. But the transportation infrastructure seem to have received the largest damages, then housing, and then agriculture and things like that. So we can see that these are the businesses for which this state or the country will be serving the role of the drivers for changes in the main place. Well, but it has to start with the partnership with IMF, with the World Bank, with our foreign financial partners. Is that correct? Well, under conditions of this situation, the cost of engaging the money, considering the risks in the country, that's very significant. So, of course, the business can't work only on the commercial standpoint or commercial basis on the conditions as we have it now. There is a need for beneficial or concessional financing, and it has to have a source in the form of donors' money of the other countries or the cost of international organizations. It could be intergovernmental ones. Well, I was pretty much impressed because a month ago I talked to a foreign investor, and he sent a request about starting a logistic company in Ukraine. So it's a small investor, but they're looking at Ukraine already, despite the war. But they can see there is possibilities. They can see the lack of resources. So they believe that could be a prospective business. Then thank you very much. It was a very fruitful discussion. And on the one hand, we can feel the outcomes of this catastrophe. $350 billion as of the 1st of June. There will be a new number as of the 1st of January. It's going to be a cold shower because we don't have 50 years to spend on the recovery of the country or in the building of a new country, as Anatoly would call it. But still, we have positive signals from our foreign partners, from the IMF, and thank you to Vlad from the World Bank. Thanks to Roman for this proactive position, for coming, for talking, for giving proposals, for assisting in the rebuilding of what is critically important for Ukraine. The recovery plan is being prepared, and it's important to realize that we don't have room for mistake. All the procedure has to be transparent with the inventory, with properly coordinated procedures, with the government, with the society. And it looks as if we have some sort of a reference points. What do we need to prepare in the first place in order to be well prepared, as Sharon called it, well prepared for meeting the investors? What do we have to do as the society, as the state, in order to start building a new country with a new judicial reform, new tax reform, with new services, with digitalization, and to welcome every single investor coming to our country. So big thanks for the participation, and big thanks to all the friends and to all the panelists. And I'd like to invite you to have a cup of coffee. Thank you.
So, can we start? We can start, I guess. So, good afternoon. My name is Mikhailo Noirian. I will moderate this really interesting panel called Industrial Restart of Ukraine. And we will talk about industrialization and deindustrialization of Ukraine. Do we need to have this industry actually? And what should we do for the industry in our country to get new stimulus for development? So we have really great speakers with us because different sectors are presented, different areas. And let me present those. Дмитро Киселевський, Deputy Head of Committee Верховна Рада on Economic Development. Alexander Kamyshin, Head of Board of Укрзалізниця, Joint Stock Company, Євген Осипов, Colonel. Юлія Кир'янова, CEO of Smart Holding. Alexander Radnyansky, Professor of Economics of Cambridge University and advisor to the President of Ukraine on economic issues. And we also have to be joined by the billionaire, the owner of HAD International, who is building enterprises on sport equipment. Johan Elias will be with us a little bit later. Okay, so we start. The first part will be dedicated to discussion on why Ukraine has been deindustrializing. What are the consequences? What is happening today? And the second part will be dedicated to discussion on what should we do for us to start growing. I'll present myself. Who am I? I'm the ex-head of the ex-deputy head of Ukrenergo. I had so many trips around Ukraine. Before actually starting this discussion, I just want to remember when I was a student, I was an employee of the business newspaper. 20 years ago, this was the prominent business newspaper. 200 pages of various materials we had, and I was a young man, and they gave me a task to write an article about heavy industry, then metallurgy, then energy industry, and they mixed it all together. Machinery building, and in a couple of years, I actually visited all the regions of Ukraine, and many of our heavy industry enterprises, almost all of them. Approximately 15-20 years have gone, and when I was making a documentary about Ukraine, again, I had trips around these enterprises I visited then in the past, and I had a talk to those people employed in those sectors. I have a feeling, a strong feeling that within these 20 years, we've started, or we just lost, really great competencies. Energy, machinery building is in the PK. Vessel construction industry is, again, we don't talk about the war. I mean, of the pre-war time, the peaceful time. Aircraft building industry, de facto, it's not there. It's non-existent. The same with the engine construction and the vehicle construction. So if you take a closer look at the GDP in 1991 for Ukraine, you will see we were at the level of Poland then. Right now, GDP is 3.5 times lower than Polish. Last year, GDP of Kazakhstan, a little bit even overperformed comparing to us. So we were on the same level. I'd like to start with that. Dmytro Kisielewski, Deputy Head of Committee on Economic Policy, one of the biggest drivers, the need to generate industrial policy in Ukraine. So I'd like to ask you first, why Ukraine, why Kazakhstan actually equaled with the GDP to Ukrainian? Is it a deindustrialization consequence? What are the key reasons? Thank you. Let us first talk about some figures, statistics, okay? Those related to a country and our neighbors. And these figures are quite unsatisfactory for us. Right now, let's speak of 2021, let's take last year. Ukraine had a share of processing industry in its GDP just 10% of it, yeah? Neighboring countries, European countries, had the same share of 20%, more or less. This catastrophic difference, twice as less so for processing in share in GDP, this is the social indicator, clear for everyone. Poverty. The reason for Ukrainian impoverishment directly correlated to the share of processing industry in GDP. Unfortunately, this share of processing industry, which is, well, last year we had 10%, this year we'll have even less. For so many years, it has been gradually decreasing. In 2007, we had the processing industry share in GDP at the level of like 18%. It mostly complied to benchmark of OECD for that indicator. So it means that we produced more of products with high added value. In the structure of economy, the share of that product was higher, less for the raw material. Day by day, because of lack of states' attention to industry, and because there was no adequate industrial policy in its execution, then we had 10% of this share, and raw material share, it went up significantly. Now we have, for the raw material and export, we have over 70% of share. So we are a typical raw material country, the one who exports raw materials. So this is the reason. You know, and where the state did something to change it, in that case, the state was successful. Just a couple of cases. Someday, Ukraine was the biggest exporter of sunflower seeds, a typical agricultural thing. But at the beginning of 2000, a smart person, understood in the country that this was not good. There was a proper state policy presented. There was a duty imposed, and now we have the oil refineries to all seed exporters. Well, not all exporters like that, but the state got its oil refinery, oil extraction industry. Before the full-scale invasion, we were the biggest exporter of sunflower seeds. Then we have the timber, yeah? Everybody knows we exported a lot of timber. It was cut in Carpathian mountains with environmental and economic problems as well. After we presented moratorium on timber export in Ukraine, wood processing industry was growing. We had this, it grew twice, you know, it increased twice. We speak again of the high added value. The third case is not that known, but it's even more demonstrative. Agricultural machinery building. We are unfortunately an agricultural country. We have to be not just agricultural, but industrial. We consume a lot of agricultural equipment. Since the government presented the support program when Ukrainian farmers buy Ukrainian equipment and get certain compensation for it, the amount of agricultural machinery production increased twice. We now have more than 100 new companies producing this agricultural equipment. These are three cases of successful state policies on establishing processing industry in Ukraine. High added value, that's what we speak about. The law on localization, I'm one of the authors of it, and it requires a share of a local share in like machinery building industry. I just want to say the following. Where the state was implementing smart industrial policy, it was a win-win situation. The state got a higher share of processing industry, people got jobs, the Ukrainian state received taxes from the enterprises. Where the state did nothing, in those cases, we actually, in these cases, we were showing ourselves as a raw material exporting country. Recently, the government approved a decision to have generators and part of electric equipment to have this duty waiver for it. And you actually you had a very interesting but angry article presented in Novi Chas, where you basically in this article, let's say, you said that when we make such decisions, when government makes such decisions, it did not analyze. There was no marketing research for the market. They forgot to actually eliminate these taxes for Ukrainian producers of generators and accessories. At the first panel, I asked Yulia a question. Vice Prime Minister on economic policy, a question. Why quite often the government is standing a step back, so trying to jump in the last carriage of the train. Why we are not proactive? With this article that you wrote, why is it happening? Why the deputy head of committee Verkhovna Rada of Economic Policy presenting the servant of people, mono majority? You have your government. Why do you have to ask government through such articles in newspapers to affect the decisions of government? If you allow me, I will not answer this question, but I'll answer the question which is more important. In the country, we have certain inferiority, concept. Subconsciously, when we make certain governmental decisions, we use the stereotype. If we buy import, it's okay. If we buy Ukrainian stuff, oligarchs, this is not good, low quality, and so on. Our officials, when they make decisions, I'd say they have two important self-censorship indicators. They check themselves. If I make this decision, does it contradict any Euro integration principles or commitments or intentions? Secondly, won't I be blamed for corruption? This is something that they check themselves. It's a self-check for any state power representative when making decisions. Unfortunately, these people don't check themselves and ask themselves if this decision will create new jobs or not. If this decision is about creating processing industry and higher added value products in Ukraine. This self-censorship is absent, unfortunately. So, if in our society we had this requirement or demand to the state, like, why do you make decisions which take jobs from us, we would have another country. But I'm pretty sure that any of us is sick with the same disease, because deep down in our souls, we think that imported product is a little bit better, someone else should buy Ukrainian, I won't. I must demonstrate it publicly. I bought a car produced in Ukraine. You all can imagine Lanos? No, it's not Lanos. This is a typical stereotype. People just think, I bought Škoda. It's a Czech car assembled in Ukraine and Zakarpattia, okay? If we had more cases from society demanding from state more attention to Ukrainian producers, the state would not be that late, not jumping in the last carriage of the train. But when this pressure grows from society, the state will grow this third line of self-censorship. That's how it affects the economy. And the last question in the block, localization. Can you tell about specific consequences? Do we have a result? Does the industry feel, Ukrainian industry feel that this law is adopted? Okay, look, this law was more like of a symbolic meaning than practical. Localization is a requirement of local component in a very narrow sector of goods. I would like to scale it up for more categories of goods. Now it's just for machine building, some of them. But the modeling that we had, it stipulated creation of 60,000 of new jobs, saving 200,000 of existing ones. We understand who is making the economy. Machinery building is the highest multiplier. Now when this law is in force, since June, it has taken force July 14th. Ukrainian producers, those who previously were due to some reasons discriminated at tenders, public procurement of the state, now they have a big advantage already, because those who have this local share now finally get access to local procurement. Another very important figure I want to show. It's quite demonstrative. Okay. The average intrusion of input in public procurement in the world, approximately 7%. In EU, less. Invasion of input in Ukrainian public procurement, 40%. Something that founders of Prozoro will never tell you. Our public procurement system was made very... there was free access to input for it. The law of localization is about to change it. Thank you for your ideas. We'll have a discussion. The next speaker, Alexander Radnyansky, professor of Cambridge University and advisor to the president of Ukraine on economy. And I have very first question to you. So today, you will speak as professor of Cambridge University or as an advisor to the president. First, understand if will it be the state opinion? It would be like a professor of Cambridge University, okay. Okay, as a professor, okay. okay, I have a question to a professor. So, professor, do you actually like the current structure of Ukraine's economy, the pre-war? And do you agree with Dmytro Kisielewski, who says that we need to close or even to decrease the input invasion level in the state procurement? Okay. It's not about whether I like it or not. If we speak about industrialization or deindustrialization, what we had recently within 30 years, different reasons. First 10 years after 1991, it's clear that the key reason was that economy became open. What was produced in the industrial sector was not demanded so broadly, especially abroad. That's why we saw this decrease within the first decade. Then economy started recovering the next stage, and there was nothing so surprising. It was growing due to the service sector. This was the key contribution in this new economy, not the industry. We have to understand here that if we take a closer look at the deindustrialization process, what we call the structural transformation of economy, we always observe the more prosperous the country is, the less is the share of industry, machine building and heavy industry and so on, something that we discuss. First of all, it happens because the wealthier the country, the more it shifts to service sector, and services automatically they prevail.
And this process has started in Ukraine. But then the third phase came in. It was not that expected. The war has started, and most of the industry was focused in the east, and that damaged most significantly, and it continues to get damages and continues to be affected. So we need to split those phases of development and to see there's different reasons. Now, how do we build the model for the economic development, the support of the free economy rather than state capitalism? There's many reasons for that. A lot of examples from history, from the development of countries, and should we take a look at the industrial policy or the development of politics in Latin America, in Africa, we can see a lot of similar attempts to develop the industry that actually failed because they were sort of correlated with the political processes and some substitutes, some benefits for themselves. Should we take Tunisia as an example? There's this notion, Ben Ali firms, well, the former President Ben Ali, his family owned some of the economy facilities that had 1% of the GDP at the same time with 20% of the budget. Then there's South Korea. They have chemical industry. It was subsided, and that had a very good impact well, on the development of GDP, but we understand the criteria. It was happening over the criteria of, well, let's say this sector was very important for the whole production facilities of the country through its connections, through the chain of production, chain supply. So it's called distortion centrality in English. How the sector impacts the production chain. So we need to understand the reasons. Why do we need to motivate or facilitate? What sort of gap of the market are we trying to balance? And it might be that we're not correcting everything, but we're doing false actions. So, for example, the labor market is not reformed. I would say we need to start from that. But do you agree that part of the competences the country over the past 25 years have lost in a global dimension, or it's currently losing? I've told you, shipbuilding, aircraft building, engine building, car building industries. Do you agree with that? Of course, if you take a look at the statistics, and should we start from 1990, then it's right, then it's correct. But the question is, what would happen if we would be spending billions more to support this industry? Would they be more competitive? Would there be any markets outside of the country? Would anyone be needing these products? And should we be spending this money on something else? Not on subsidies, but on the reform of the labor market. Maybe that would create some new sectors that would be much more beneficial, much more favorable. And there was this statement where when the state is doing something, then there's a result. Well, it could be absolutely different. I mean, our IT sector is dynamically developing, rather despite any actions of the state. Maybe it was because of the state that wasn't doing anything, the IT sector has emerged. Well, I beg your pardon, I have to say, well, something that is very important. IT sector is the largest receiver of benefits. If ordinary per person paying like something around 41% of the taxes, then the IT sector is paying only 5% of the taxes. So their development is because there's this unprecedented system of economic benefits for them. So they're receiving like a tax benefit in the amount of over 30%. So that sort of motivation appeared to be very significant. One more question to you. You've mentioned the situation with this oil refinery, and we'll have more from Eugenio's side. But still, there was a decision by the government, and a new sector has been established. Was it all different? Don't you think it was the sort of the outcome of the right decision of the government, or it just was a coincidence, I would say, or the markets happened, so something like that? Well, in order to give you the right answer, well, you can't say like that. That's a very strong statement. In order to make this statement, you need to analyze this situation profoundly. Maybe there was a demand, maybe the government did something or not, maybe the industry would get developed on its own, but any subsidy on the account of direct subsidies or taxes or any other subsidies, it can give result. It can give slight result or small one. But going back to this topic of taxes, why not making the taxation system in a way that would facilitate people to establish sole proprietorship, but to make it simple in organizing with moderate taxation so that the industry might be able to develop, and not to have it developed within the semi-gray zone. And we don't know whether it was something that allowed the IT industry to flourish or something else. Let's ask this question to the person who's the head of the largest agricultural company in Ukraine, one of the largest producers of the sunflower oil. So, Evgeny Osipov, could you please comment Well, the fact that you have 8 extraction plants, well, that's the result of the right policy. And what do you think about the reasons for deindustrialization of our country? I would like to start with the comment on IT. That's a hot topic. Everyone is interested in that. My point is that IT has been created in our country because we had enormous human resources. There's a lot of educational institutions that produce those IT experts. So I think that that's foundation, that's basis resulted in further development. If not for that, we wouldn't be able to do anything through subsidies, through financial help. There was this demand, and we had a chance to fulfill that demand. And the business that they've built is very effective because they're very mobile. They can cooperate in working groups, and so the foundation, it was established. Why am I mentioning the basics, the foundation? Everywhere, or anywhere, it's important to look at some of the fundamental benefits that you have. Now, in IT, human factor was the fundamental advantage that we managed to use. With that fundamental approach available in engineering, machinery, and something like that, I think yes, but the entry ticket is too high, and the cost of technologies is very high. So in these directions, without a major partner, without a marketing, without the state support, well, it's difficult to get some results because the production cycles and the investment cycles plus the development, they're fairly long cycles. Now, what happened in agro? We had a very good potential from the standpoint of the quality of our lands, our geopolitical conditions, and the fact that we were close to the markets with perfect logistics. So for us not to use this potential was absolutely impossible. So we have to say that the government also joined, because at the level of 2000, we have received a tax benefit, and for the agricultural companies it was a very significant support, and we have this agricultural tax, and it allowed us to have the industry reach some of the indicators when we've produced over 130 million tons of different products and a lot of products for export. So we remain competitive in terms of growing products, and even the crop mix that we're producing from the standpoint of different plants. Why do we have this sunflower oil? Ukraine is the #1 country in terms of producing sunflower seeds and, as the result, sunflower oil. Talking about the corn, talking about the soybean, we are at a level of Southern America and Northern America, if you don't take the situation with different logistics and but nobody can reach the indicators as we have at the basis of sunflower. Since this is the plant that produces a lot of income, there was this story of processing the sunflowers, and this state support that we've received at certain stage, plus this, there's this complexity that's difficult to transport. It's easy, but it's large one, so you would need to take into consideration of this while calculating the costs for transportation. So considering all of this, we got this result, the increase in the production of sunflowers and the processing of sunflowers, and we've become the #1 country in the world for sunflowers. Thank you for the comments. Thank you for this statement. I would like to pass the floor to the head of the Ukrainian Railways, Alexander Commission. We have also Johan, the owner of the HAD company, and after this statement, we'll have a conversation with him about the investment capabilities of our country. So, first of all, thank you to Ukrainian Railways. We'll have to say thank you. And it has accomplished the unimpossible task, evacuating hundreds of peoples, if not thousands of peoples, from the areas affected by hostilities. So the role and the place of the company has changed. You're one of the largest companies in Ukraine with turnarounds of hundreds of millions of hryvnias, and you're procuring a lot of products. And when you've headed the company, you came from a transport sector. So have you felt the outcomes of deindustrialization? And do you agree with the statement that we have such a high level of import, stale procurement, and can we change this? Well, let me answer. Well, I can answer you the state of the company as I had it. And you called Kernel an agricultural company, but that's not. That's an infrastructural and logistic company. And I clearly remember the year when, within the structure of EBD Kerner, the share of trading has become less than the share of the agricultural production. And that's really an industrial production, because their approach to agricultural production, it's an industry, not a farming. Second, I remember the year when, in the structure of EBD, the share of logistics has become the largest. That was even before the war. Now I think that's the major part of EBD, and correct me if I'm wrong. And so, in my understanding, talking about industrialization, it's right, but the next step is post-industrial economy. This is what Alexander is talking with all the IT. So it's make me comfortable and non-comfortable, because I'm an old school guy. Then to the left we have a new economy in which state has to play a minimum role. But then in the second part of the discussion we can talk about the role of the state in the economy. For now, I'd like to say one thing. We have to understand that without industrialization, we won't be able to pass to the next stages, and we won't be able to transform to the economy of modern times. We have members of parliament who can always tell us where we turned wrong, and that is why I will talk something more about what do we need to do next in the second part of our session, or rather panel. So a question on localization. Have you felt the outcomes of passing of this legislation? Can you offer any feedback, any changes in there? Well, so far I haven't felt, but that's definitely the true approach, and we need to increase the share of local production, because over the time of the war we've procured more passenger cars than in the previous year, and there's only 60% of the local products, and even the seats are made in Poland. So we were really telling, search for Ukrainian producers who can offer the seats, and they kept saying that that's expensive and that's long, and but whenever we are procuring cars, you're saying that we need to help Ukrainian producers. So I say, okay, go and help those producers of seeds, of spare parts and things like that, so that you would be able to buy from them. So localization, this is something that would allow us to restore the industrialization. And final question. If we take 100% of your portfolio, what you're buying, now, are we critically dependent by the import? How much do we able to cover through our own production? Are we talking about diesel or about the passenger cars? No, we're talking about the Ukrainian railways, about the portfolio of procurements. I mean, you procure something, right? In case of diesels, that's 100%. In case of passenger cars, that's 60%. In case of other cars, that could be 80%. We are producing new cars, and Evgeny is doing the same. I mean, war is a war, but we need to continue the industrialization. Thank you. Johan Elish. Can we have Johan Elish with us?
Я буду говорити англійською зразу, щоб ми не втрачали час.
I'll talk in English so that we won't spend time on interpretation.
Yeah, very well. Thank you very much for your participation. We have several questions for you. we are discussing the reasons for the industrialization of the country and what should be done in order to start a new era or a new page for bringing up the industrialization in our country. So I just want to ask you the first question is, in 2018 you met with the President Poroshenko, and after the meeting you made a public statement where you said that Ukraine has absolutely unanimous and unique opportunities, because you traveled a lot, you examined a lot of countries, and you see that Ukraine have a lot of advantages, even comparing to the classical countries for industry, for manufacture like China. And then you started building your factory in Vinnytsia, and then you stopped for 1 year due to different reasons, and there were a lot of sayings that it was due to difficult to get in touch with the producers of the local electricity grid operator and so on and so forth for electricity connection. But now, even take 2022, you still think that Ukraine has unique opportunities and unique advantages comparing with the classical world manufacturers? This is the first question. And the second one, if yes, or what should be done additionally in order country can start industrialization?
So I'll give you the quick answer to both, so you can follow up with questions. But number one, Ukraine is close to Europe. So if your main markets are in Europe, it is very well located. You have comparatively low wage rates. You're a competitive destination from a cost perspective. And you have access to highly qualified people. So those things in combination makes Ukraine very attractive as a destination to set up manufacturing operations. Now, what can you do to make it really more attractive? Well, first of all, tell the story to companies and all over the world. I think that's an important thing to do as soon as we hopefully have peace. We'll need, I think, very much investment in infrastructure. And I'm sure Ukraine will get a lot of help, not only from the EU and the US, but from many countries around the world. Make good use of those monies, have a good strategy for good communications, good road networks, good also when it comes to electricity. And we experienced problems with that, which held us up a bit. And make it easy for companies to come and establish operations in Ukraine. And here I would also say that decreasing bureaucracy, I can't say that I have any complaints in that department, but I'm just saying generally that is something that companies look at. So those are the key things I would first of all say are the competitive advantages, and secondly here what the key things to address for the future.
Have you renewed constructing your factory in Vinnytsia?
No, not at present. And the reasons are, I think, pretty obvious.
So now it's stopped, yeah? Because there was in media several articles that you renewed, but then stopped. So can we clarify that?
Yeah, so what happened was when the conflict, we started, and then when the conflict broke out, we stopped. But as soon as things are normalized, then of course we'll resume.
And the last question, very important, is that can you tell, because we have the big discussion here about whether the country needs to have a strong economic policy with a huge or big role of the government in taking decisions and stimulating special industries, or we should not have this strong economy policy and the government involvement. We should just to give the market and go on and decide what industries can be are compatible or not. Can you tell, taking into consideration your huge experience, you travel a lot, you saw different countries, you manufacture in different countries, and also in Europe, can you tell us the government, Ukraine should have strong economy policy regarding industrialization, and what it should be, if like this, if such?
So I think a strong economic framework needs to be provided by the government. As I said earlier, what the government needs to ensure here is that you have the infrastructure which facilitates the establishment of operations in Ukraine. That's going to be very important, and that's something really only a government can do. You can also use tax incentives to attract people, where you have plans that for X number of years, people pay no tax or reduce taxes to help incentivize companies. Then obviously it is important that the country has a strong policy on keeping inflation under control, economic development of the country, stability. These are what I would say are very important considerations for when you make these decisions about investments.
Okay, we have a very tight time slot, so thank you very much, Mr. Elias, for your comments, for your small speech. We really hope that the Ukraine will have a modern factory and modern production of sports goods in Ukraine by brand head. Good luck, and thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Дякую, пану Еліш.
Thank you to Mr. Elias. We go back to panelists, Yulia Kiryanova. Okay, it happens so that, in fact, we are coming to the second question. You'll have the first part. On the second part, we'll start with it, like discussing what should we do to actually get this new industrial development in our countries. So, you are leading a big company, a huge holding. You have a lot of assets. And when it comes to added value, I guess the most interesting is the shipbuilding assets. Shipbuilding, 30, 40 years ago, Ukraine was famous for it. Okay, tell me, please, when you started leading the company got this asset in Mykolaiv and Kherson. What is the condition of the industry for shipbuilding? Where we are, where we were before the war? What is the reason of this situation? If you do allow me, I'll start just from a different thing, from a different angle. First of all, I'd like to say that Smart Holding is an investment group, and we are a strategic investor, industrial investor in Ukraine. And today we are present in 8 sectors, and I can just say that we are a model of Ukraine, we are a miniature of Ukraine, yeah? And we do feel, in our industrial part, we do feel everything, all the turbulence that we have in Ukraine right now. Secondly, I just want to note that I am an industrialist, and I just want you to understand this, please. It's not an absolute thing. GDP of Ukraine is not purely industrial, originated from industry. I believe that in the country we have this industrial DNA. This is something that is our advantage, okay? Just like my colleague said, we have a huge resource base. We are a prosperous country, we're a wealthy country. in that context. Without building industry using this base, it's like wasting your natural advantage. That is. And I just want you to fall in love with industry in this panel somehow, because industry of the 21st century, this will be the answer to your next question. What should we do with that? In modern, environmentally friendly with high added value. When it comes to reasons, just briefly, I'll stop at shipbuilding, which is a very bright example of deindustrialization. The reasons for this process in the country, I dig deeper, I think it's broader. I do think that everything starts with a strategy of the state. And this strategy defines how the country is presented at the closest markets, European and the world markets. What do we produce? Where can we be competitive? Depending on that, of course, we shape the sectoral strategies. Within 30 years, this process was very fragmented. I can say chaotic. In some sectors, it's not complete at all. Just to evaluate this potential and to build the smart sectoral strategies. Secondly, what obstructed the industrialization? Rule of law was not present there. And all the time, we have some doubt about the ownership, Unfortunately, in the country, we don't have this clear ownership principles. Industry is what you're building on the land. When you build something on the land, it's a long-term investment that should be, carved. Your right, ownership right, must be carved there in it. And the next one. Right now, we talk to you about very capital-consuming thing. Its ROI is with really long-term ROI. Colleagues told about it. We need to have capital. There is nobody who can modernize, develop its industry without access to capital market. In the country, we don't have the stock market. So we don't have financial tools which would allow us to involve substantial investment for development. And a couple of other moments. I do think that state, unfortunately, because of its management style, is still very archaic. It can be in the smartphone. We have a state in the smartphone, it's good. But it's not just about access to services. It's also about a way of how you manage, how you handle that. Of course, corruption as an element. We saw that as one of the risks. Corruption affects the climate and industrial climate. I mentioned the long-term ROI. It's really a serious factor for the industry. So, just briefly about something that affects it. And shipbuilding, I want the cases. I love cases. I really love specificity. Let's take the cases. Shipbuilding. But previously we were building these, but now we don't. Okay, let's start with the sectoral strategy. What is shipbuilding? You know what is the margin? 5%. 5%. None of the investors will be able to use it for the turnover, for further development. Nobody. Okay. Japan, South Korea, take them, Turkey. These countries all were. State helped this sector in these countries. This is a strategic sector for the states, which have the access to water. It's about security. We have Dnipro River, a fantastic opportunity to have very cheap logistic shoulder to rely on. But for us to launch this logistics, one of the cheapest modalities, we have to build vessels. In order to build these, the margin 5%. We have to get stimuli. It's not about investing. I'm just saying that we need to have the vessel lease fund. We need to have these privileged rates. We need to encourage the company owners to build it. We have a whole bunch of measures that took, and in 10 years they became a leader in the region. We didn't do it. But the shipbuilding sector does not exist exclusively at the expense of private investor. As far as I understand, if I understand it correctly, if the state, you as an owner of the plant, as a company who is an owner, you have two plants, if a state does not create a mechanism to stimulate, we won't actually produce these ships. Even if a business like Kernel would like to buy it to transport oil by Dnipro. Okay. Not Ukrzaliznytsia. Yes. One vessel, depending on... Short remark, please, yeah, for you later. Vessels... Okay, we have ships and vessels. Let's use vessels, okay? Yeah. So military ships, yeah, I understand the whole thing, yeah. Okay, a brief comment and we move further. It's okay, no comments from me. Okay, we had it from Yulia that the state has no strategy and strategic vision, like what country it is building. Yulia Sveredenko unfortunately did not take part on this panel. She came to the first one. She wrote an interesting article at Ekonomichna Pravda called "What Ukraine We Are Building." And maybe Alexander Rodnyansky, professor and advisor to the president, will tell us, does the country have a strategic vision? I'll ask you a question like, what exactly do you recommend to president when it comes to long-term economic development and growth for the country? Of course. We speak of it as of the recovery plan. Two principles. I don't have a lot of time, so two principles. First, we have to understand why, which criteria, what we select in the industrial sectors, from the standpoint of science, world expertise, clear criteria, clear to everyone. The central sector, how it affects other economic sectors, what we correct, what flaws we correct. And the second thing, if we pick the sector, we have to use clear tools and support it with clear tools. Subsidies, quotas, export subsidies, I know. Coming to taxes. I quite disagree that thanks to taxes, IT sector is developing. Yes, we have the base because they don't have taxes. Tax regime, yeah, I mean that, yeah. And individual entrepreneurs, the simplified system, but IT sector is growing. It's not the tax regime that stimulated it. We have proper education, we have international demand for the services and so on. This is the proof. But briefly, yes. Yes, of course, we have to define it. It's there. Okay. I have 15 minutes of extra time, so we will have final visions from 3 speakers, but just to finish with Mr. Rodnyansky, if I may. Okay, recently you've been to a German conference on recovery, where you, as far as I understand, you were presented as the future leader of recovery agency. And okay, I heard this during the international conference. The forum participants noted that in the speech of Ukrainian Prime Minister, there was a definition nearshoring, meaning that we transfer industrial plots from Asia to countries located in proximity to requesters next to EU. How will Ukraine convince investors, global producers, to have this nearshoring performed, if it's possible. First of all, I want to correct you. It's not an agency, it's not a fund, there's no model, there's no structure. It's still not confirmed, this information. We have to define the model. It must be agreed by us, by international partners. It must be a consensus to be trustworthy for everyone, for us to attract money for long-term recovery, first of all. Secondly, when it comes to replacement of inputs, shoring, all this stuff, as speakers say, the most important thing for industrial development is to have the fundamental reforms related to investment climate in the country. This is the basis for any development, including industrial. When you get the rule of law, clear tax regime, stability without this turbulence and changes, because investors, they realize if everything changes every 6 months, what's the point if in 2 years it is different? The same thing goes, for example, for the labor market. We still live with a code we had in 1970s. Okay, this is the industrial policy. This would be great for the industry and for others. I would stress on that. And no special recipes are here. Thank you for the speech. Thank you for your opinion. Alexander Commission. Okay, Yulia says that we don't have this stock market and we have this problem with access to capital. You are the holder of this big bag of money. You're a big company. You actually have a huge cash flow. And you are a big requester inside the country, you know? As you say, in some sectors, we have 60-70% of our own production are covered. Укрзалізниця. Do you see a leading role in further industrialization, especially when it comes to machine building related to railway infrastructure? First of all, we are not the requester for shipbuilding sector. No, this is our competitor. But I don't want to touch the issue Yulia mentioned. Okay, but we will if you mention that. Access to capital market. Next to me, we have a company with $2 billion involved for the industrial production, for the infrastructure to develop. The state program on developing shipbuilding. Next, in Mykolaiv, we have the Nibulon plant. They build dozens of plants everywhere, dozens of vessels under Ukrainian flag, inland vessels, I mean, and despite the state policy. What I'd like to understand, if we have in our DNA the industrialism, do we need to bring it forward or do we need to build a new country? Today we as a state pay a huge price for actually moving towards Europe. We have to see what Europe needs, what they buy, to search what we will supply to them. To me it seems, I checked the experience of other countries, military economy or war economy, it's always the state role which is leading. There's always big state orders, big influence on economy of state companies and the state as it is. The only way to push the economy, which later nurtures private business, reaches the micro businesses. To me, it seems that today the state has an understanding of how can we build the economy, the war economy, I hope post-war economy soon, and how exactly, thanks to the state company work, the state agencies, how to push economy, how to get the stimulus, which will allow us to keep industrialism in the DNA, but building a new country 2.0.
Well, thank you. I do need to reply to that. This just very briefly. Over 10 years, we've built over 60 ships for export. And Nibulon is constructing barges only for their own vertical chain. So that's two differences. Now, going back to the Ukrainian railroads, you said that during the martial law period, state order is one of these sources of funding, and that's very important for many producers. And let me tell you what I'm hearing from many of the producers working with MOD, there's not enough clear information what's going to be planned for the next year, and the structure of procurements is something that is hard to understand. Our producers would like to have some clarity on what to be ready for, what sort of materials should they be preparing, what's happening with the railroads. Your contractors and suppliers, do they understand what you're going to need next year? Or that's pretty much the same as with the other sectors of the economy? Let me give you an information about these two procurements most recently. That's the procurement of some of the spare parts and supplies for the passenger cars, like soap, like many other aspects, and like sleeping gear. It's something that either we've procured too expensive or too or something else. So we've gathered all of the contractors. We showed them what we are willing to procure, and now we are having we are receiving the supplied products together with their competitors. So we are making our procurements transparent for the suppliers of the products, and I believe that the transparency has to be there. But let's go further. How do we announce the procurements? On which factories are we going to produce something? We're going to talk about land scale. What should I say if to people if like a couple of days later there will be some of the missiles hit against us? Well, it's no secret because we don't have too much factories, but the producers, they need to plan, and it's great that you have conversations with them, you have talks, because this is not something that we have in many sectors. We talked to some of the panelists. I don't want to go into details, but that's a sensitive topic when people are receiving contracts after the months and they don't understand what's going to happen next year. So thanks about the railroad. If that's the case, then it's great. If not, we'll have a feedback from the audience when I have a chance to the audience to ask any questions. Okay, you have a profound processing rate, but can you increase it? And what's necessary, what's needed to be done for the country to have more processing of the agricultural products inside of Ukraine? Is there a role for state to play? Surely there is a role of the state. We gave you an example when this resulted in the growth of the production processing. We can do that for the future, but let's go back to the foundation. And when you feel soil under your foot, you can keep on growing. And looking at these current and military risks, we might lose something like 35% of the global harvest in the next year. So constructing the processing facilities when you don't have a proper raw materials is not the right. So what am I believing? I believe that Ukraine can produce 150 million tons, and this indicator of 100 million tons will be able to use it in like two or 3 years. So after the crisis, we'll have 2 or 3 years, and then we'll have 100 million. Another 3 or 5 years, we're going to have 130, 150 million. Then we would need to develop logistics and infrastructure that would be capable to process it and to transport that. And then we would definitely need some processing plants, more profound processing, so that we would have more added value inside the country. Particularly, we're talking about the soybean, the processing of corn, the processing of sunflower seeds. But then our major focus will be on restoring the production levels that we have to produce as a country. Which money do we need? By reducing the scope of production, we'll be losing something like 10 million of exports per year. But within 5 years, maybe more, we might receive something like plus $20 billion. That's an enormous amount of money. If we'll get that, Then we'll have what the previous speakers mentioned. If we'll have the predictable tax policy, confirmation of property, the necessary insurance, now that resources would be enough to reinvest that into processing and to turn to next stages of processing. So the agrarian sector, the agricultural sector, in the most recent data shows that we have a mature market, very significant competition. It will recover very fast. What's important is to win this victory, to preserve the basic rules on property and taxation, and agrarian sector will remain one of the leading sectors for Ukraine. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dmytro. Would you like to introduce any comments on what the others said? And let's conclude our discussion. What do we need for the industrial restart? And then we'll have one question from the audience. Thank you. I brought the book, Japanese Economic Miracle. And I wanted to say that all the countries that successfully recovered after combat operations, I'm talking about South Korea, Japan, and some others. So they managed to recover based on straightforward policy on the processing industry. And in order for us to build the economy of that type, we would need to identify what was already mentioned by my colleagues, what's on the bottom, so to say. We know where to start with. First, we know we have a lot of raw materials in our country, and 52% of the raw materials that we have, we export that unprocessed. Second is the demand for commercial sectors. We have some sectors that consume a lot of imported goods. And for example, in Ukraine, we don't have the producers of these of the windows. So previously, we've imported that windows from Belarus or Russia. So there are certain demands for the products that could be produced in Ukraine. Then the state procurements. The state spends 700 billion hryvnia on public procurement. If we'll reduce this 40% to 20% of import, then we'll have 20 billion additional hryvnias for the Ukrainian producers to produce any products, and then import substitution for Russian and Belarusian products. And we're talking about $37 billion market. That market could be supplied through Ukrainian products. So these are the areas where we need to focus. We'll combine them with instruments of national power, national policy, like insurance, access to loans, reimbursement of capital investments, and then facilitation of export of goods with higher value added share. So then we would have a processing industry, production of goods with high added value. In that case, we'll have a successful country with successful people. And if we're not going to do that, then, I don't know, we'll have only kind of 10 million people or so. If we'll do that, we'll have a wealthy country where we would like to live, where our parents would like to, where our children would like to live. Thank you. My clock is a bit different from that. I think we have 3 more minutes, so let's have one question from the audience. Well, that hand was raised first. I will have a question to Dmytro. Well, first of all, thank you for your state policy and for those votes, for those laws that were voted. So I have the next question. We are grateful to our partners in the United States for the military support that we receive. But there is lobbyism and there is lobbying on the part of the U.S. companies producing weapons, and they're lobbying their own economic interests. So in the context of the Marshall Plan, which is heavily discussed for Ukraine, where do you see the balance between fulfilling the commercial interest for our partners, serving as donors, in order not to have, in order to be able to stand for the principle of maximum export-oriented production, added value, and localization. Thank you. This is really a very important practical question. Let me try to answer you in practical manner. First, we need to create a situation so that the American or European companies willing to invest, it's important for them to understanding that it's beneficial to do these investments for them. There's a lot of equipment on technologies which Ukraine cannot produce or cannot recreate. Such an equipment, this is something we would be happy to procure from US or Europe rather than those countries that are not helping us in order to create industry in here. And I think that these two directions will be a good position for negotiations. One more question, I think. And there is the question from Volv. Stepan. Kulbada Stepan, the director for the Department of Economic Policy, the Lviv administration. We have a question of a regional aspect, more of a tools to motivate the industrialization. And I've heard a lot of interesting sort of opinions, as well as some of the tools to facilitate the industrialization. But I haven't heard anything about the industrial parks. Now, is that a notion that is not being considered currently, or do you see a future in the industrial parks? Because we're looking at the experience of Germany and Turkey. Now, in those countries, their industrial parks become the points for more development. Speaking of Ukraine, we've been talking about those industrial parks for 15 years, but only the current authorities managed to make some steps towards the facilitation of the industrial parks. But I might be a critic because they haven't done a lot or enough to have those industrial parks. So these industrial parks, within the realities of this situation, if it's a good tool, then when do we have this tools for motivating the establishment of those parks? Well, since I'm the author of the legislation, or co-author of the legislation on industrial parks, so I take all the benefits and critics. Now, what is the industrial park under current Ukrainian construct? That's an industrial land plot where some roads being made, some utilities being made, and there's a certain regime being installed that's importing VAT tariffs and some benefits in terms of the taxes for a couple of years, and then the local government authorities have provided with the right to reduce the taxes to zero. And the local authorities of Lviv has already done this. Whether it's enough or no, whether the industrial work for the benefit of the economies, absolutely. All of our neighbors are using those industrial parks. And Hungary has a third of its GDP produced through parks. Should the country do more? Surely. If not for the war, there would be more money provided in the budget for constructing roads. Unfortunately, because of the war, we cannot do that. As an investor in industrial parks, I can tell you that we had a project developed, 2 hectares of industrial park in Mykolaiv. That was in addition to export. So I'd say yes. One of our initiatives was when we were doing some infrastructure preparation, and all the rest of the businesses, all the residents, they're receiving very fast access to the construction of any type of production, including the processing. And processing, in fact, is one of the key industries that will be winning most significantly. But that infrastructure project, and all the infrastructure projects are very difficult and very long term. So what was already passed and the other facilitation aspects from the state, they're critical. So these national industrial parks is one story, and private industrial parks, that's different story. As a private investor, not everything, I can say that it's not everything proper with the land plots, and it's not everything is working as it was adopted, but we have high hopes, and we're looking forward to our victory, because that's one of the projects that we consider as a priority for us. Thank you. The organizers are telling that we've already used all the time I have, and I would like to tell about the most recent film about the 30th anniversary of the country, and it was very painful by us. We've traveled around Baltic countries where they are. And then we've showed Ukraine by different sectors, and we've made some key conclusions. Now, one of the major conclusions is something that we've heard already today. That is, the country or a state as a state, it has to have its own strategy for the development of the vision. And what's even more important, there has to be institutional capacity in the country at different levels of civil servants and civil governance that would be able to implement all of those ideas. And I'm absolutely convinced that thousands of factories in Poland, they've been established, they've created not only because of the large-scale liberalization of the proprietary market, but through the smart tuning made by the government of certain sectors in certain period of time. Okay, so that would be my final remark. Thank you. Thank you to the panelists. It was very interesting, and hopefully you liked it.
Нових зустрічей і спільне фото.
that if we do leave, there will be no Ukraine. So we stay with you here. Without without faith in our victory, you won't be spending a whole day of your life. It's so precious right now, every minute. You won't be searching for answers at this forum. The forum could not just take place. Nobody would be bothered. But this whole big team of KIEF is here. I'm so grateful to all the participants, to you, to organizers. I'm grateful to interpreters, of course. They were doing it so emotionally, standing, waving hands, and talking about Ukraine's economy. I'm so grateful to our technical staff. I am grateful to everyone, absolutely everyone, for us staying here today next to each other. The economy is functioning. We still are working. We donate. We keep donating. A whole hour forum, ladies and gentlemen. If you still did not donate for Superhumans project, wonderful project, it soon will open in Lviv. Please do it. QR code, you have it on your badges. You have an hour before it ends. Please support the prosthetics and reconstruction center Superhumans. Okay, so we train, we study, we fight for our survival, and we have this luxury of calling everything as it is. This name, it's not just some high words, Basically, we are the giants. We are the titans holding Ukraine and world on our shoulders. Earlier, I would say, such a stupid host saying, these words, but this is the reality. What I'm saying is reality. And we are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are angry. We are ironic. We are sarcastic. We are concentrated. We are ready. And we handle that. Not all of it, but many things. Another hour of one of the most powerful economic forums in Eastern Europe, KIEF. So, I'm ready to ask our speakers to come to this panel. Just like previous ones, they will discuss very important things. Vasil Khmelnytsky, KIEF initiator, You Future, and Unit City founder, please. Vyacheslav Klimov, co-owner of Nova Poshta Delivery Service, president of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs Union. And Serhiy Tihipko, Task Group, please. The first three questions, I'll ask these different ones, and you'll just grab the microphone, fighting for the most constructive and creative answer. Okay, to be given. Serhiy, in April and March, when I was tracing a company's function, I was reading all the interviews thinking how a business is holding on. I found your statement, you said it during the launch of new equipment in KIEF, at the concrete plant, you said, we have to recover economic potential of the country very fast, with high quality, launch the industrial growth mechanism and to direct our efforts to recover the infrastructure, rebuild it. Then I thought, and now I think, okay, construction materials, we need it actually to restore the country. With such optimism, you mentioned quality and speed. You knew that your business, successful business, even during the war. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, good evening. We've done a lot within these months. We've lost a couple of plants. We've closed this apple processing plant, so manganese one, and we lost a quarry. But it's a little bit let's say, decomposed, close to Kupiansk. And many hectares of land we managed to return. At the border of Kherson-Mykolaiv regions, all of our enterprises, others do function. We stopped the investment program. 12 plants. We haven't stopped them. And these function. Banks are working. We provide loans. Insurance companies provide insurance. Financial sector. Farmers, they do work properly as they should. During the war, everyone has its own task. We are businessmen. We are not military. We have to do our job, So we do it calmly. We have to. Thank you for the answer. Vyacheslav, co-owner of Nova Poshta. On February 26th, I know the reports. you were looking at the reports, surprisingly only 2% of the pre-war delivery and supply. The irony is that you got your Forbes award on February 10th in the nomination called New Horizon. Okay, the war for Nova Poshta has become a horizon. But in March and April, Nova Poshta has become your delivery points were the islands of life. People were delivering, people were taking the parcels. Right now, at the occupied territories, we have so many memes. Nova Poshta is coming, is entering. It's the first who enters these territories. The life is reviving. This is a successful business. This is something we need today. Or you also have challenges and problems. These 2%, maybe you forgot about that? Okay. Good evening. Thank you for the invitation. If we want to mention if you have some problems, we have only problems mostly, to be honest. But it does not obstruct us, as Churchill said. You know, it's not hindering us from a failure to failure, from a failure to victory. You know, every day company is handling super complex tasks, you know, as we started doing that in February. And within the last 3 weeks, we had two our big depots substantially damaged. We did not lose them, but these were damaged. These became targets for Shaheds, for the drones, and even, well, despite such risks, company still delivers any kind of cargo, any type of goods to clients. This is our key task. So we don't like sometimes informing our clients, notifying them of some losses, because this is not a problem of the client, really. We have to do our jobs. Even despite this, sometimes we work with huge risks and undershelling. You have so many programs to support volunteers, humanitarian Nova Poshta. Did you calculate what does it give you? Or you just understand that there is no other way? So you don't calculate your benefit. You just give an opportunity to deliver to different Ukrainian settlements and to frontline. The budget of these projects is constantly growing every month. We just expand the budgets, you know, we just add some more. Right now, in total, the budget of our support and volunteers organizations to volunteers and the military, it reaches, last month it reached 45 million hryvnias. And we are growing, we are expanding in that context. Why so? We are a Ukrainian company. And this is our contribution to the victory. Okay, got that. Now, the economy is still functioning, but it's in a very hard environment, in hard condition. We've been talking about it. There are two philosophies. How the country should function in the war. Deregulation, decreasing taxes. Vasil, this is to you. The other philosophy, let's increase taxes. After the Second World War, England, America were doing that. Okay, just to follow the principles, if the war is expensive, everyone should pay. What philosophy is closer to you? We speak of the forum as the dialogue of state and business. So I ask you. First, I'll talk about the forum, because for the whole day, I've spent it in many sections. We speak of economic growth. Points of growth, how to develop the country. This is very good. But in my opinion, what I'd like to underline, what is economic growth? Taxes, of course. Production, innovations, but first of all, it's about people. And I'd like to express gratitude to you, those who are in the country, you stay here. How many powerful people communicating, supporting each other, staying here. Thank you for actually being here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for staying with us. Right now, about the taxes. As a businessman, I want to have small taxes and cheap loans. Yes. Small taxes, cheap loans. 2% with interest rate. But then the country won't get enough money to develop itself. So we have to get a compromise. And compromise is that the strategy for 10 years, for example, today we have income tax 18, next year we'll have it 16, then 14, and step by step, within this period, we'll have more businessmen, entrepreneurs, smaller tax, but the flow of incoming money will be even bigger. We need to have this 10-year vision, 10, 15-year vision. As a rule, I can see that everybody wants to do it fast to change, but you can't do it fast. Serhiy will tell you how much time do you need to plan, build a plan to, I don't know, to launch the plant. How much time do we need for that? 2, 3, 5 years, depending on production. Am I right? You know, patience, 5, 6, I don't know, years. You can just sit for 3 years with losses, then you come to zero, you're bankrupt, and only then you get like, there's luck, and like, whoa, it starts from the scratch, there's some growth. Okay, yeah, and I say this, we need a strategy where we stipulate that taxes will decrease a little bit, more entrepreneurs we have, and more money we have coming to the country. The strategy is the key thing, but also a plan to implement it. Implementing is even better than strategy. But we spoke of strategy a lot, and we had questions from the hall at each panel speaking about strategy. I'll ask globally. Does the state offer you a strategy? Yes or no? Do you see it? I don't know, maybe someone read the strategy from the Cabinet of Ministers last year. That one? Shmihals? Did you read the strategy? I read it carefully, I'd say. Very powerful thing. I don't know who wrote it. Everything we say today, it's like super great strategy. Unfortunately, it's not being implemented. Making a strategy and then step by step, not quickly, but, you know, making it real. Okay, Vyacheslav, coming to you. We'll have the same questions to all of you, but Nova Poshta, this is close to each of us. This is in our hearts. I think I live in Nova Poshta. Every day I go there, I send something to military. And the question, what are the tools? You said you had only problems mostly. What helped you to keep your business functioning? What new tools emerged? Please share, because I promised constructive answers. This is what makes KIEF different from other events. Okay, I think that the first decision we made, and thanks to this decision, we actually made it, you know, just keep working, you know, keep functioning. If I just remember the first days of full-scale war. By the way, I don't like to do that. I want to erase that, but anyway, from my mind, I just have to remember it to analyze. Only 1 hour, 24 hours, one day, 24 hours. We spent 24 hours to basically, this was February 24th. We spent 24 hours for the employees to ensure the safety, their safety and safety of their families. But I remember this decision, by the way, not the owners, but our management. On February 25th, from 7 a.m., we all have to gather in our reserve center, management center, and to start recovering the operations. I think the first thing that Nova Poshta did, what actually any business had to do, make a decision that despite the war, we have to work. We have to. This was the first decision. Since that moment, we started restoring our operation, recovering. On February 25th, even those 2% that you actually mentioned, but 2% anyway, 2%, it meant that company was alive. Okay? Secondly, I do clearly remember the first months and first 3 or 4 months, we as co-owners of the company, we spent with the management. We spent these with the management, and this was the office 150 square meters, and we had this joke with my partner, that we came back to 2001. It was a time machine for us, like practically 50, 60 people in the team and 150 square meters of our office, like all the resource that we basically had. But we were with our people, and after 3 months, we realized that we can just let it go a little bit and start to get some dynamics. Other months we spent in Nova Pošta units. In any point we actually were able to go. The management saw us. Our people saw we were there. So this was the key tool of leadership, when you don't need to hold the wheel. We didn't hold the wheel, The company was handled by the management. We were just staying close to them. We were next to them. We were seen by people. I think these are two key decisions. First, keep working despite the war. Don't take this as a reason to stop your functions, stop your activities. Secondly, the leadership decision to be next to your people, to stay close for them, to see you, to notice you. This was the prerequisite for us to recover fast. Okay, Mr. Tihipko, what lessons you learned in 2022? Global question, but just a sub-question. What decisions did you make? And these were mistakes. And in the process of these 9 months, you refused from it because these were false for business.
Well, I agree with my colleague and counterpart that the major decision is, I don't know, maybe to take the right mood when you're insistent and, and stubborn. So here's these 2 words. And the one who made these decisions, who stayed in Ukraine, now this person has a normal perspective. We didn't have even a question, look, why? Because 6.5 million of Monobank, where would they go? I mean, I've seen those lines of people going outside of the country with the cards. And, my point was that I hope that those cards will keep on working and there won't be a single day for them not to be inoperable. So we took a very important decisions, and what mistakes have we done before the war? First is the export. I believe those businesses that I have that were primarily oriented on the internal market, and this is a problem. Right now, we are signing good contracts with the Europeans, and I can see there is a possibility for cooperation. And we're talking about the construction of cars. We've signed a startup with 2 large companies on the construction of the innovative cars for the Europe using our capabilities. We could do that, but I didn't do that at certain time, because then there's nails, everything perfect, everything perfect. But whenever it starts with the internal market, that turns out to be my product. Then diversification. There were a lot of theoretical conversations. What's better, whether to work and to have one business or to invest in different sectors. We have industrial, financial, agriculture. I think that diversification worked. And I trusted in that, and I keep on trusting in that. Those who have different point of view, well, it's their point of view anyway. And the third thing, we need to have more reserves. And just as any other people engaged in business, they got the money, then they've invested and bought something new. So I didn't pay that much attention to have more reserves for cases of crisis, or maybe that I have some reserves, but they're not this good or not as significant that would be interesting. So we keep on buying, and now I would buy something more, even though we've just bought partnerships, like, because some of the enterprises are facing difficulties, so we need to buy out some of the shares of the other partners. So if we're talking right now that the Ukrainian people, we would like to think that we are unique. So if we are saying that alongside the war there's industrial revolution in progress, and there's this some sort of struggle of global against the unique. So talking about the future, is that all about the unique services, or it's all about the banker, or I don't know, the baker or doctor? So should Ukraine produce unique services, or will be overwhelmed with the globalization because that's going to be cheaper in most cases? Mr. Tagibko, that's a question to you and to Mr. Khwylinsky. Let's deal with simple things. China supplies Europe with many products. I've mentioned only one of the products. 1 kilo of the welding works in Europe is €4. That's a good price. We can do this in Ukraine at 3.65. So let's do this. Talking about unique things, look, let's start with simple things. They're very simple, but they're very lucrative. They would allow us to develop. On the other hand, we are starting to establish a project like a monobank in Poland. Now, that's going to be a unique product. So should we do this or that? It's hard to say. We have businessmen in here, and I'm confident that what Vasil has already mentioned, those who will survive under such conditions, those who will manage to preserve their own production capacities, that would be kind of a brilliant reserve for the country. Because, we will have so many things that we had in the past that our resilience would be absolutely incredible. With that potential, we would be successful even in the smaller things, but then in the unique things as well. Like, let me give you. We didn't have any negative things, but let me give you still more of a positive things. I'm trying to give some negative things and some positive things. I don't want to praise cabinet of ministers and things like that, but they are making some positive steps. For example, this motivation for the industrial park. I have an industrial park, and half a year ago I thought that maybe only after a year or after a war there will be foreigners coming to the industrial parks. But this motivation, they changed the situation. Just last week, we had Polish experts, Polish people, saying that we are confident that you'll be victorious and you'll be developing. We want to have the production of materials located at your territory. 2 weeks ago, the Germans came in. They rented a premise and they started, hiring. So the war is not over, but then there's positive steps as well. What I also liked is that they were lacking the people, the employees. So they called a person who was in Poland. His family was still in Poland, and they persuaded him to return back to Ukraine. So we need to create conditions for our talents to return to Ukraine, and we can see that this is possible now under conditions of war. And when this war will be over, then I agree, when the war is over, we'll have absolutely incredible opportunities to rebuild something very fast. We have very good potential. That is why the production is starting to revive and people are starting to return. This is something that I like. So this is what Vasil Khmelnytsky said, meaning the unit city, which is the ideal micro world in KIEF. And Ella Ivanova, in one of these panels, she said that in Greece they had an outflow of the human potential, but when the people were leaving the country, there's always the banners saying Greece is waiting for you, and that's kind of a hint that your country needs you. So here's this question, and Vasil Minsky started to answer with specifics how the economy should look like, how the welfare should look like in a post-war country, and even now, because the people are returning, but their situation inside the country is still fragile. Now, what do we need to change for the better in order for the people to return? I mean, everyone can give their own examples, because your families have left the country, and how do you maintain communication with them? So please. First and foremost, it's all about the capabilities. Well, people are saying we need the youth, we need the people to return, the talents. We need. Look, they won't return if we'll not provide an ecosystem in here when they will be able to earn some money, when they will be secure. Yeah, but they won't be in security. Well, not today. Not everyone has a minus second floor. Well, after war, they will be in safe. They will be safe. We need to create preconditions. If we just want to have it happen, they won't be returning. So our task is to create conditions for them to dream of returning to Ukraine. I'm confident about this. I want to add briefly, if we want them to return, we need to have at least 5 to 7% of economic development per year. If we'll have 7% of economic development, there will be a line of people, because the people in Lithuania, in Germany, in Romania, and any other countries, they are not feeling anything positive, and everyone dream of one thing, how to return back home. So we need to create the economic development. With that, we'll have a return of people, and we'll be hiring foreigners. Do you see the tools for the country and for your own business for this to happen? Because if Unit City is having Poland and German experts coming, then they won't need the state to participate. But still, what possibilities can be offered by Sergei Tergibko, for example? Look, I don't know, the past 8 months, I haven't seen not a single minister, I didn't need. We kept, asking, we kept talking about the state, but why do I need them? I have my own problems, and I'm dealing with them. Why do we need to rely on them? I mean, there's a war in progress. I think we need to do our own job. Sometimes we need to keep our mouth shut when we want to criticize something, because there has to be some sort of a consolidation, saying that they're great, starting from president on all the way to the ministers. And let's keep the critics until after the victory. The taxes, what sort of taxes? We're completely dependent on the external funding. We'll be reducing the taxes, and people will be given money us. Well, nobody's going to do that. Deregulation, they're doing that. There won't be too much of that. Let them do that. Let them continue doing that. Great job. Digitalization, that's something that they're doing that. Well, great job. We need to praise the minister for that. But, well, does it help us a lot? Maybe not. Maybe we can feel it. Maybe because of the war. We need to take decisions, and we need to move on. And we need to ask from ourselves, first and foremost. That's the first thing. And secondly, we need to help one another at this micro level, when there is a possibility to support one another, starting from like any human aspect till the industries. I think this is something that we need. I mean, in the war, in times of the war, there is a lack of centralized state order. Everyone is helping or assisting in an intuitive manner. Both Nova Poshta and me, we are funding, and we keep funding, and that's the right approach. Why? Because we are invincible as long as the war is national, and it remains national when we support it every day. Someone with 5 hryvnias, other with millions, and God forbid us stop at this moment. This should be done until the end of this war. So that's the mood. That's something that we need to preserve. For example, like, what do we need? Drones. In terms of the production, that's nothing. We could do that like very fast. Anything else? We're trying to do that, intuitive. I remember in Lviv, in just over a month, there were 3 production facilities for bulletproof vests. Nobody told anything. The business owners, started organizing. Someone gave metal, others, some fibers and things like that. So there's no kind of coordinated inquiry. Thank you for the answer. But that's the unique feature of our country. I've heard this term that common or joint economic interest is the best tool. So let us discuss this common economic interest of the government, of the authorities. Maybe Vyacheslav can mention on this in continuation to what was already mentioned. Now, what should be like this common or joint economic interest, which is the best tool for safety, as to some of the economists? Well, for the beginning, for the start, there's this phrase. I would give a goodwill gesture from the state and to deblock many millions of custom invoices and tax invoices. Then I would recall this cooperation with the businesses. These are not the state funds, but they're blocked by the state. So I support Serhiy in the sense that a successful or like any ordinary business, the role of the state is, to see that as rarely as possible in your own business life, because we have to cooperate with the state when we are, fulfilling the laws, when we are paying the taxes. But as for the business, we don't need any preferences, any bonuses. We don't need any support. Even more, as a rule, support from the state, it costs a lot in future. So I believe that successful business doesn't need the support of the state. Absolutely. And where this support might be necessary, well, if we are talking about the support coming from the state, that's in deregulation, meaning that every day the role of the state in cooperation with the business, it has to go down. Yes, through deregulation. If we'll ask the European businessman, when was the last time he saw a tax inspector, he will say he never saw that person. He's not contacting. He's contacting the country through some electronic tools, through reports, but he never has any kind of counter agent, any representative of the state coming to him. So that is why I'm absolutely convinced that the last will be the influence of the state on the business, then the free and the more freedom would be for the business. And this Serhiy's example with the drones, this could be absolutely relevant, because now if the business would be given some full capacities and capabilities in terms of the production of weapons, well, I can assure you we would be able to supply both the armed forces of Ukraine and some of their foreign partners would be also enough to supply the weapons. And try and organize the factory that would be producing ammunition. That's absolutely impossible. So reducing the role of the state, That would be the major support for the business from the state. Well, the most recent statements that you gave, so should the economy be transferred to cover the needs of the war? Now, that would be more bonuses for the business. Am I right in understanding your point? Look, it might sound horrible, but war is energy, evidently. And the military-industrial complex is a large, very large global industry. And we tend to give the examples of Israel, where the war has become one of the catalysts for the development of the economy, and the IT and military sector and in governance. So you need to use this. And I'm absolutely convinced that Ukrainian business, somewhere inside of it, there is enough potential for the country to be able to protect itself. When these intermediary elections were organized in the United States, there was this feeling that Republicans are worse than Democrats. But the Republicans are lobbying the development of the military-industrial complex. So, Vasily Ivanovich, whenever we're talking about the priorities of the economy and the business in this time, we talked about the taxes. But what other priorities? We talked about the establishment of the industrial parks, about some new products. But what's the key messages, the key points that you think are a priority?
So the business can't work without big expenses, and the state as well. I came to Web Summit, Innovative Summit. If I'm not mistaken, like 70,000 people, like a big city. And frankly, I met 1,000, 2 or 3 of Ukrainians, very powerful boys and girls, talented. They're looking for new opportunities. What do I see? They all have this trend on new technology, blockchain, cryptocurrency, billions and billions of dollars. Ukrainians, people who make money, but unfortunately, some of them left abroad without big expenses. We'll have to think about blockchain, cryptocurrency. We'll have a lot of money. We can actually join and support this trend. Because you can make money in Ukraine and you can work here, pay small taxes. The taxes must be competitive when it comes to Israeli, American. This is the new world. We can't lose. I say yes to production, industry. This is important. But we can't ignore new trends. This is what bothers me. How to create an ecosystem for these people to experience to return. Maybe it depends on you, because the same ideas you presented a couple of years ago at U Future, you said production has to be second after technology. Technology first. And Ukraine can become the hub. Of course, we have now the war, it's still ongoing, but you say that those people with potential, they left, but they still are Ukrainians. How can Khmelnytsky use that potential staying here in Kyiv? No answer. I have no answer. I disagree. For the state to help me or any other person, I never mentioned state. The state must create conditions for all. I agree with Serhiy. In Unit City, state does not obstruct me, but they don't help me. I'm grateful for it. I know how the world is moving. I'll create the environment. I'm client-oriented. I will fight for each client. If nobody hinders me today, but the state only creates conditions. In my opinion, it's really important. This is our key goal. I just want to add a little bit. First of all, I'm very optimistic when it comes to our future, our post-war future. Why? Because the state is first of all about infrastructure, energy, roads, and so on. We, the ports, the hubs, we will lose a lot, but we will recover. And this will be of better quality compared to what we had. Infrastructure will be better. A big contribution of president and government. This European vector is moving fast, and it moves hard. I'm not pretty sure that, well, tomorrow if we win, I don't think that we will change as a society really substantially. We need time for it. I really want us all to consolidate, become more honest, to serve our country, but we need framework. We enter European Union, and with this framework, EU will give us the best institutions, the best processes, and in my opinion, this is really important. What is really, what do we lack today? If we speak about economic development, we have two serious components, apart from infrastructure and institutions. Education, and today I don't feel any innovations in education, big innovations. Creating parks, innovative parks, not many of them. Innovations create economic development. We have a very good human capital, great human potential. Education and environment for innovations, we have to work on that. Thank you. Still, again, I'll stick to the statement, human potential. We won't change a society, but right now we are transforming. How we have to transform? At the forum, we had this mental breakthrough statement. What should we have as a mental breakthrough as Ukrainians? To have what, Serhiy, when we speak about people? To have what? You know, people are good, but when they start going into politics, they change a little bit. I've seen nice people in authorities who came to cabinet meeting and they took two folders. Something they need to fail, something they want to succeed in two different folders. To me, it seems like what we have to change. We have this initiative, 100 Club. We want to unite the business community, entrepreneurs, in a serious coordination center which would coordinate the activity. We have so many strategies. Vasily is right. Public should control that. Who tells government? You do not return VAT, this is wrong. You are hitting exporters, and they are the skeleton, they are the spine. It's not the time, I agree, but I think that for all of us, what we need to create these NGOs and strictly control the power, strictly control authorities. That's what we need to have after victory. Be more active, be more strict and harsh, because if victory changes nothing for authorities, for state power, this will be a tragedy. It means that our people are dying for nothing. Vyacheslav, no, for nothing. We just have this issue. We had it in 2014. We thought that military will become the capital for the country. We think again, and military say we are tired of bureaucracy. They say even here at the war, this will be boring, but we want to do that. We even want to simplify the document flow. Vyacheslav, you said that you led a company with your people, staying with your people. But right now, it's 9th month of war. You don't go personally to every unit, but the experience of those spring months, did it change the structure of the company or not? Everything became as usual. I mean, people and the management of the company when it comes to structure. Every day, we try to keep those achievements that we got within 3 first months. Little thing, just little, not many things changed. If we speak of the managerial practices before the war in the company, we had this statement, come to the 15th floor. On the 15th floor, in our office center, what we had there, co-founders, co-owners. And right now, 15th floor is coming to management, visiting management. And this is a fantastic insight for us. We definitely will keep it, and we are even protecting it, somehow. This is the new principle. And again, staying there all the time, seeing that, visiting what's happening like in the network, seeing that for us to be seen by our people, talking to them, using any electronic channels. We have, thank God, we have so many, Telegram, Facebook, many. This is our managerial insight that we work with all the time. In the end of February, business clutched its teeth, was doing it. And those who love theories said, oh, you need to fire people. Just out of your 30,000 at Nova Poshta, you were cutting the staff. It's 30,000 people. It's a big company. Okay, these were the hardest decisions that we made then. We didn't fire anyone. We suspended. We had to suspend the activity in so many units. And just because there was no turnover, no clients, these were just closed. The premise owners just closed those premises. So in a couple of months, we definitely had to make it more compact, the network. Then we analyzed these months, and we thought of that as a mistake. You asked Sergei about mistakes. Well, we optimized our activity within the first weeks of war. This optimization was even stronger than we needed. And then very quickly we restored the network, brought people back. In 3-4 months, the network already started looking like it looked before the war. We brought people back. I think the key focus today for the company is these are employees who are defending the country. By the way, 2,500 of Nova Poshta employees are at the front line right now. Yeah. I address these applause not to me, but to them, of course. And we try to do a lot for these people, as much as we can. Despite the fact that the law already... the company right now is still keeping the wages for employees. The law already did that, but we are allowed to do that, but they already get not the wages, but this material support. Every person who is defending us from our company, and starting from that material support and up to like warm uniform, winter uniform, we do it, we purchase it. I guess it's the key focus right now for us when it comes to employees. This is your choice. Vasil, you want to add about people? Okay. About the team, quite often I'm asked because I can see that people are worried. Some lost parts of their teams. I just want to tell about my situation. First of all, I don't believe in war. This is my mistake, maybe. I didn't believe in the war, and I just wanted to say that I wasn't ready to the war. I didn't believe in war. I completely was... I lost half of my team, by the way, in this period. But I lost it I have very powerful people, very talented. We have trainings. I have a powerful team with. We speak 5 languages and yeah, they're very talented. But everyone came to me and said, we love the company, we love it, but please tell me, what is the plan for tomorrow, the day after tomorrow? And I don't have an answer. I don't have answers for everything. And to some people, I started saying, people, find a new job, you get experience, you have everything, because talented people who learn, who leave you behind, is it better or worse? If people don't improve their knowledge and stay with you, I'm their partner, I respect them, I work with them. We look for collaboration. I'm sure that every time we are doing a big job. Yes, I think that the war changed everything. I lost a part of the team, but I see an opportunity. If we respect each other, and what is important, what I've seen in the war, that I was building this democratic team. We always have this argument. We do have these, but when it's the war, the owner is responsible for making decisions and responsible for this. And I did it, and it works. Please. Serhiy, you spoke of the lost enterprises. Again, a global question. As a businessman, do you expect to get reparation or not? Or the state will get it, nobody knows when, but Natalia Yevchenko at the panel spoke about that. Still, the country is thinking about specific numbers. Do you think of that? This will be a wheel of fortune to stop at the right place. I don't expect that to happen. But when we speak of 5-year recovery, well, today I was sitting at the conference thinking, how many years would it take to recover? I'm sure what we've lost, the production and so on, we didn't stop investment. I came from Dnipro. You know, these 7, they're ready to take from Italy. 7 lines. And also wire coppering lines. We had these plans before the war. We had the advance payment, and now it's there. I don't need 5 years. In a year, we will do even more than we did before the war. So, reparations, I would not expect. I would rely on myself. Colleagues will talk a lot about recovery, if there are funds, no funds. With the funds, it will be hard because foreigners are about to give money. They will harshly control it. Foreign companies will win many tenders. They get the bids. And it's fair, it's their money. It's their taxpayers' money. So, I would advise all of us today, please be careful with the banks. Work with them. Look for various programs. Think about restructurization and so on. Because after the war, the key resource will leave the banking system. The rates will go down. And this will be a prerequisite. When we speak about economic growth, 90, 85%, always, in every country we had the internal resource. This gives the economic growth, not external investment. 10, 15%. At max, we need internal resource. Please be very careful with the banks. Be attentive. Rates. Yes, they fight inflation. The rates are high. Tomorrow they'll fall. And unfortunately, well, we have no stock market. The banks will help to restore the country and enterprises.
Well, I don't really believe in reimbursements, so all I've lost have forgot about this. But you know, if someone believes in reimbursements, I can sell them. You know, the assets I've lost by 50% of their value. Well, loans is the major sort of locomotive for the force. And have you tried to search for loans, considering some of the terminals that were destroyed in Mariupol and many others, or you didn't need any kind of new loans? Well, speaking of the loans, it's hard for me to argue with Mr. Tagibko what he mentioned the banks, but in this respect, I sort of share the ideology of Henry Ford, who says that all of your investments are at the lines of your factory. So I believe in the investment capabilities, and mostly this is all about the generation of the money that you earn. And at the same time, I realize that building significant capacities, just like our terminals, it is impossible without loans. And thanks God, we've commissioned, before the war, we've commissioned some of our constructions, and we've restarted these constructions. We are building fast, and when we went to the banks and we asked for the interest rates from the banks, and we won't be able to work with those interest rates from the banks. I think the process of issuing loans is stopped at the moment. Well, I don't know the businesses who are, capable to work under the interest rates offered by the banks at this moment. But the businesses, they shouldn't take care of that. If you don't have a loan, then you need to generate something on your own and build using your own money, and then wait for those golden times that Sergei is mentioning about. If you don't have enough of your own money, search for cheaper technologies in order not to require that much investments. Search for a solution. There's always a solution. Anything the businessmen should be focusing on, maybe something they've missed about. Serhiy Tihipko mentioned about one of the types of the businesses that he missed. So what do you think is something that some of the businesses might be missing? So what should they be focusing on? I'm not talking about the business amateurs. I'm talking about the businessmen with experience. I think we have this 8th forum or 9th forum. We started like 6 or 7 years ago, and there was a person asking me a question. Now, when will this crisis end? How much time do we need to wait? Well, I know what he's expecting of. I'd say that, maybe 5 years. And he was happy, but then he said, I couldn't wait for so many years. Look, the crisis will never end, really, so we shouldn't expect this to happen. It all depends on us, so we shouldn't wait. We need to work to do some things now. I have enterprises which are not giving me the income, but I understand that in 3 months there will be 0, and then there will be 5 or 7%. And I agree with Serhiy that when the war will be over, then we'll be very powerful. So I'm saying that just don't wait. Keep working under these very difficult times. So the best advice is to deal with your most favorite business. One more advice, just to complement Vasil's words. People are sitting in Monaco and Vienna, but just take a look what is happening to their enterprises. Follow the competitors. Today you can buy them cheap. So, I think we could draw some conclusions to this panel, which is called Winning Economy. So this is the economy which is not waiting till the end of the war. And this war has caused damages not only to Ukraine, but that's a damage dealt to the global economy. And we've all talked about what the government, what the state has to do, just not to interfere or maybe to assist. What about the world? Dear panelists, what do you think? The world, do they have to support us? Or will you say that it's not, our recovery is going to be much more expensive for them than their kind of a faster response? Let me start. I'd say that the answer will be very close to Serhi's answer on reimbursements. That's going to be a super bonus. Or how did you say that? Golden opportunity. Oh yeah. So it's harsh, but the world doesn't have to do anything to us, and this horrible war in Ukraine, it's like a piece of the puzzle for the global world, and I don't think that it plays a very significant role for giants. Like we keep, spending the time on whether China will enlist to support Ukraine or not. I think that Ukrainian war for the China is a very small hotspot on a large globe. And if we will accept this thought, then we realize that we need to be responsible for ourselves. Even more, this point, it draws a bridge to the economy, because when the war will be over and the support will be over, whether there will be a Marshall Plan or not, nobody knows about this. But the support will finish, the weapons will finish, any donations, they will also stop, and we'll be left ourselves one-on-one with this imperial neighbor, because you can change anything except for geography. Therefore, we have to think now, and whenever we are talking about the post-war life, we need to think how we're going to live with such an aggressive neighbor in future without this support. Therefore, we have the peak of support at this moment, and then we'll leave with that on our own. But the good news is that in Ukraine, inside Ukraine, there's very powerful potential that is well enough for the protection and for the development. So that's my position. Sergey? Well, I fully, disagree with that. I think the democratic world has to support us, because if the big neighbor will be coming to the weaker neighbor, to a less weak enemy, and if they would be able to grab something with the force, and nobody would respond to that, then there's so many reactions, there's so many consequences in the world that the whole world will be in fire. That is why I think that the democratic world doesn't have to make sure that Russia obtains not a single bonus out of this sort of actions. I've just recently been to Poland. We were signing the contract, and they realized this absolutely perfect. They are saying that Ukrainians are fighting for us. I've been at the ambassador of the Baltic country, and he says if Ukraine, God forbid, loses, we'll be the next. So I believe that the responsible countries, they clearly realize this, and they're not supporting us just for the sake of support. They're afraid of the chain reaction. And the non-democratic countries, that's not their war, absolutely right. But the war might come at their doorstep. And that's why the fact that we have support is absolutely correct. Look, I'm flexible. I support both Klinimov and Tihipko. Look, you make a favor to a person, you help that person, and if that person pick up a cell phone and said thank you, I think that's good, that's great. So everything depends on us. If we'll get assistance, that's great, but we can't count on that. We'll get united, we're a very hard-working nation, and I think we'll be constructing a system that would be defending us and that would be developing. But if the world would provide us with cheap loans, with weapons, then of course we would be happy to agree to that. But we shouldn't be waiting for that. We need to work on our own as well. Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. So we rely on ourselves, not wait for the end of the war. And we keep talking about the fact that our armed forces are heroes. And today we had yet another day because our air defense and missile defense kept working. But now is the time when we can become heroes in every sphere. When you sell coffee in the morning, they're all. So thank you for coming today, for more knowledge, for not sitting at home, for making this country powerful. Now I'd like to invite you everything for a coffee. But now, at first, let's have a photo with the speakers of our final panel. But what's more important, we'll see you in 1 year. So don't change your plans. Life continues. Thank you. And this concludes the KIEF International Economic Forum 2022.